Preface of the Life of Washington, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Washington, Volume 1 by John Marshall. Preface. By the author. A desire to know intimately those illustrious personages who have performed a conspicuous part on the great theatre of the world is perhaps implanted in every human bosom. We delight to follow them through the various critical and perilous situations in which they have been placed, to view them in the extremes of adverse and prosperous fortune, to trace their progress through all the difficulties they have surmounted, and to contemplate their whole conduct at a time when the power and the pomp of office having disappeared, it may be presented to us in the simple garb of truth. If among those exalted characters which are produced in every age, none can have a fairer claim to the attention and recollection of mankind than those under whose auspices great empires have been founded, or political institutions deserving to be permanent, established. A faithful representation of the various important events connected with the life of the favorite son of America cannot be unworthy of the general regard. Among his own countrymen it will unquestionably excite the deepest interest. As if the chosen instrument of heaven, selected for the purpose of effecting the great designs of Providence respecting this our Western Hemisphere, it was the peculiar lot of this distinguished man, at every epoch when the destinies of his country seemed dependent on the measures adopted, to be called by the united voice of his fellow citizens to those high stations on which the success of those measures principally depended. It was his peculiar lot to be equally useful in obtaining the independence and consolidating the civil institutions of his country. We perceive him at the head of her armies during a most arduous and perilous war, on the events of which her national existence was staked, supporting with invincible fortitude the unequal conflict. That war being happily terminated, and the political revolutions of America requiring that he should once more relinquish his beloved retirement, we find him guiding her counsels with the same firmness, wisdom, and virtue which had long and successfully been displayed in the field. We behold him her chief magistrate at a time when her happiness, her liberty, perhaps her preservation, depended on so administering the affairs of the Union that a government standing entirely on the public favor, which had with infinite difficulty been adopted, and against which the most inveterate prejudices had been excited, should conciliate public opinion and acquire a firmness and stability that would enable it to resist the rude shocks it was destined to sustain. It was to his peculiar fortune to afford the brightest examples of moderation and patriotism by voluntarily divesting himself of the highest military and civil honors when the public interests no longer demanded that he should retain them. We find him retiring from the head of a victorious and discontented army which adored him so soon as the object for which arms had been taken up was accomplished, and withdrawing from the highest office an American citizen can hold, as soon as his influence, his character, and his talent ceased to be necessary to the maintenance of that government which had been established under his auspices. He was indeed first in war, first in peace, and first in the hearts of his fellow citizens. A faithful detail of the transactions of a person so preeminently distinguished will be looked for with avidity, and the author laments his inability to present to the public a work which may gratify the expectations that have been raised. In addition to that just diffidence of himself which he very sincerely feels, two causes beyond his control combine to excite this apprehension. Accustomed to look in the page of history for incidents in themselves of great magnitude, to find immense exertions attended with inconsiderable effects, and vast means employed in producing unimportant ends, we are in the habit of bestowing on the recital of military actions a degree of consideration proportioned to the numbers engaged in them. When the struggle has terminated, and the agitations felt during its suspense have subsided, it is difficult to attach to enterprises in which small numbers have been concerned that admiration which is often merited by the talents displayed in their execution, or that interest which belongs to the consequences that have arisen from them. The long and distressing contest between Great Britain and these states did not abound in those great battles which are so frequent in the wars of Europe. Those who expect a continued succession of victories and defeats, who can only feel engaged in the movements of vast armies, and who believe that a hero must be perpetually in action, will be disappointed in almost every page of the following history. Seldom was the American chief in a condition to indulge his native courage in those brilliant achievements to which he was stimulated by his own feelings, and a detail of which interests, enraptures, and astonishes the reader. Had he not often checked his natural disposition, had he not tempered his ardor with caution, the war he conducted would probably have been of short duration, and the United States would still have been colonies. At the head of troops, most of whom were perpetually raw, because they were perpetually changing, who were neither well fed, paid, clothed, nor armed, and who were generally inferior, even in numbers, to the enemy, he derives no small title to glory from the consideration that he never despaired of the public safety, that he was able at all times to preserve the appearance of an army, and that in the most desperate situation of American affairs he did not for an instant cease to be formidable. To estimate rightly his worth, we must contemplate his difficulties. We must examine the means placed in his hands and the use he made of those means. To preserve an army when conquest was impossible, to avoid defeat and ruin when victory was unattainable, to keep his forces embodied and suppress the discontents of his soldiers, exasperated by a long course of the most cruel privations, to seize with unerring discrimination the critical moment when vigorous offensive operations might be advantageously carried on, are actions not less valuable in themselves, nor do they require less capacity in the chief who performs them, than a continued succession of battles. But they spread less splendor over the page which recounts them, and excite weaker emotions in the bosom of the reader. There is also another source from which some degree of disappointment has been anticipated. It is the impossibility of giving to the public in the first part of this work many facts not already in their possession. The American War was a subject of too much importance to have remained thus long unnoticed by the literary world. Almost every event worthy of attention which occurred during its progress has been gleaned up and detailed. Not only the public, but much of the private correspondence of the Commander-in-Chief has been inspected, and permission given to extract from it whatever might properly be communicated. In the military part of this history, therefore, the author can promise not much that is new. He can only engage for the correctness with which facts are stated, and for the diligence with which his researches have been made. The letters to and from the Commander-in-Chief during the war were very numerous, and have been carefully preserved. The whole of this immensely voluminous correspondence has, with infinite labor, been examined, and the work now offered to the public is principally compiled from it. The facts which occurred on the continent are generally supported by these letters, and it has therefore been deemed unnecessary to multiply references to them. But there are many facts so connected with those events in which the General performed a principal part, that they ought not to be omitted, and respecting which his correspondence cannot be expected to furnish satisfactory information. Such facts have been taken from the histories of the day, and the authority relied on for the establishment of their verity has been cited. Dodsley's Annual Register, Belsham, Gordon, Ramsay, and Stedman have, for this purpose, been occasionally resorted to, and are quoted for all those facts which are detailed, in part, on their authority. Their very language has sometimes been employed without distinguishing the passages, especially when intermingled with others by marks of quotation, and the author persuades himself that this public declaration will rescue him from the imputation of receiving aids he is unwilling to acknowledge, or of wishing by a concealed plagiarism to usher to the world as his own the labors of others. In selecting the materials for the succeeding volumes, it was deemed proper to present to the public as much as possible of General Washington himself. Prominent as he must be in any history of the American War, there appeared to be a peculiar fitness in rendering him still more so in one which professes to give a particular account of his own life. His private opinions, therefore, his various plans, even those which were never carried into execution, his individual exertions to prevent and correct the multiplied errors committed by inexperience, are given in more minute detail, and more copious extracts from his letters are taken than would comport with the plan of a more general work. Many events, too, are unnoticed, which in such a composition would be worthy of being introduced, and much useful information has not been sought for, which a professed history of America ought to comprise. Yet the history of General Washington during his military command and civil administration is so much that of his country that the work appeared to the author to be most sensibly incomplete and unsatisfactory, while unaccompanied by such a narrative of the principal events preceding our Revolutionary War as would make the reader acquainted with the genius, character, and resources of the people about to engage in that memorable contest. This appeared the more necessary as that period of our history is but little known to ourselves. Several writers have detailed very minutely the affairs of a particular colony, but the Desideratum is a composition which shall present in one connected view the transactions of all those colonies which now form the United States. End of Preface. Chapter 1 of the Life of Washington, Volume 1 by John Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. Commission of Cabot, His Voyage to America, Views of Discovery relinquished by Henry VII, resumed by Elizabeth, Letters patent to Sir Humphrey Gilbert, His Voyages and Death, patent to Sir Walter Raleigh, Voyage of Sir Richard Grenville, colonists carried back to England by Drake, Grenville arrives with other colonists, they are left on Roanoke Island, are destroyed by the Indians, arrival of John White, he returns to England for succor, Raleigh assigns his patent, patent to Sir Thomas Gates and others, code of laws for the proposed colony drawn up by the King. The United States of America extend on the Atlantic from the Bay of Passamaquoddy in the 45th to Cape Florida in the 25th degree of north latitude, and thence on the Gulf of Mexico, including the small adjacent islands, to the mouth of the Sabine in the 17th degree of west longitude from Washington. From the mouth of the Sabine to the Rocky Mountains, they are separated from Spanish America by a line which pursues an irregular northwestern direction to the 42nd degree of north latitude, whence it proceeds west to the Pacific. On the north they are bounded by the British provinces, from which between the Lake of the Woods and the Rocky or Stony Mountains they are separated by the 49th parallel of north latitude. Their northern boundary west of these mountains has not yet been adjusted. The extent of this vast republic, in consequence of its recent acquisition of almost unexplored territory, has not yet been accurately ascertained, but may be stated at 2 millions of square miles. Its population, which began on the Atlantic and is traveling rapidly westward, amounted in 1820, according to the census of that year, to 9,654,415 persons. The enumerations which have been made under the authority of government show an augmentation of numbers at the rate of about 34 per centum in 10 years, and it is probable that for many years to come this ratio will not be materially changed. Public sentiment, to which the policy of the government conforms, is opposed to a large military establishment, and the distance of the United States from the great powers of the world protects them from the danger to which this policy might otherwise expose them. The Navy has become an object of great interest to the nation. It may be expected to grow with its resources. In April 1816, Congress passed an act appropriating $1 million annually to its gradual increase, and authorizing the construction of 9 ships to rate not less than 74 guns each, and of 12 to rate not less than 44 guns each. The execution of this act is in rapid progress. Inconsiderable as the Navy now is with respect to the number and force of its ships, it is deemed inferior to none in existence for the bravery and skill of its officers and men. When we take into view the extensive sea coast of the United States, the magnificent lakes or inland seas which form a considerable part of their northern frontier, the abundance of their materials for shipbuilding, and the genius of their population for maritime enterprise, it is not easy to resist the conviction that this bulwark of defense will, at no very distant period, attain a size and strength sufficient to ensure the safety of the nation and the respect of the world. The net revenue of the United States amounted in the year 1822 to considerably more than $20 millions, and unless a course of legislation unfavorable to its augmentation be adopted, must grow with their population. In arts, in arms, and in power, they have advanced and are advancing with unexampled rapidity. The history of their progress, from the first feeble settlements made by Europeans on a savage coast to the present state of greatness, while it has just claims to the attention of the curious of all nations, may be expected deeply to interest every American. Soon after the return of Columbus from that memorable voyage which opened the vast regions of the West to civilized man, the maritime states of Europe manifested a desire to share with Spain the glory, the wealth, and the dominion to be acquired in the New World. By no one of these states was this desire carried into action more promptly than by England. Henry VII had received communications from Columbus during the tedious and uncertain negotiations of that great man at the dilatory court of Ferdinand, which prepared him for the important discoveries afterwards made, and inclined him to countenance the propositions of his own subjects for engaging in similar adventures. Commission of Cabot on the 5th of March, 1495. He granted a commission to John Cabot, an enterprising Venetian who had settled in Bristol, and to his 3 sons, Louis, Sebastian, and Sanctius, empowering them or either of them to sail under the banner of England towards the east, north, or west, in order to discover countries unoccupied by any Christian state, and to take possession of them in his name. His voyage to America. It does not appear that the expedition contemplated at the date of this commission was prosecuted immediately, but in May, 1496, Cabot, with his 2nd son, Sebastian, sailed from Bristol in a small squadron consisting of 1 ship furnished by the king and 4 barks fitted out by merchants of that city, and steering almost due west, discovered the islands of Newfoundland and St. John's, and soon afterward reached the continent of North America, along which he sailed from the 56th to the 38th degree of north latitude, in the vain hope of discovering a passage into the Pacific. Thus, according to the English historians, was first discovered that immense continent which stretches from the Gulf of Mexico as far north as has yet been explored, and to this voyage the English trace their title to the country they afterwards acquired by settlement and by arms. France, which has since contested with Britain the possession of a considerable portion of this important territory, has also advanced claims to its discovery, but they seem not to be well founded. The scheme of making settlements relinquished. The ardor which had been excited in the bosom of Henry for making acquisitions in the New World expired with his first effort. Cabot, on his return, found that monarch entirely disinclined to the farther prosecution of a scheme in which he had engaged with some zeal, the commencement of which had been attended with encouraging appearances. Several causes are supposed to have contributed to suspend the pursuits of the English in America. Previous to its discovery, the Portuguese had explored the Azores, or Western Islands, in consequence of which they claimed this continent, and contended for the exclusion of the Spaniards from the Western Ocean. The controversy was decided by the Pope, who on the 7th of May, 1493, of his own mere liberality and certain knowledge, and the plenitude of apostolic authority, granted to Spain the countries discovered or to be discovered by her to the westward of a line to be drawn from pole to pole 100 leagues west of the Azores, excepting such countries as might be in the possession of any other Christian prince antecedent to the year 1493, and to Portugal her discoveries eastward of that line. The validity of this grant was probably strengthened, in the opinion of Henry, by other circumstances. He set a high value on the friendship of the King of Spain, with whom he was then negotiating the marriage which afterwards took place between his eldest son and Catherine, the daughter of that monarch. Ferdinand was jealous to excess of all his rights, and Henry was not inclined to interrupt the harmony subsisting between the two crowns by asserting claims to the country discovered by Cabot, which was obviously within the limits to which the pretensions of Spain extended. Renewed by Elizabeth, the fisheries of Newfoundland were carried on by individuals to a considerable extent, and a paltry traffic was continued with the natives, but no serious design of acquiring territory and planting colonies in America was formed until the reign of Elizabeth, when a plan for making permanent settlements was proposed and patronized by several persons of rank and influence. To select a man qualified for this arduous task and disposed to engage in it was among the first objects to which their attention was directed. Sir Humphrey Gilbert had rendered himself conspicuous by his military services and by a treatise concerning the Northwest Passage, in which great ingenuity and learning are stated by Dr. Robertson to be mingled with the enthusiasm, the credulity, and sanguine expectation which incite men to new and hazardous undertakings. On this gentleman the adventurers turned their eyes, and he was placed at the head of the enterprise. On the 11th of June, 1578, he obtained letters patent from the Queen, vesting in him the powers that were required, on receiving which he, with the associates of his voyage, embarked for America. But his success did not equal his expectations. The various difficulties inseparable from the settlement of a distant, unexplored country, inhabited only by savages, the inadequacy of the supplies which could be furnished for a colony by the funds of a few private individuals, the misfortune of having approached the continent too far towards the north, where the cold, barren coast of Cape Breton was rather calculated to repel than invite a settlement, have been assigned as the probable causes of his failure. 2 expeditions conducted by this gentleman ended disastrously. In the last he himself perished, having done nothing farther in the execution of his patent than taking possession of the island of Newfoundland in the name of Elizabeth. Sir Walter Raleigh, alike distinguished by his genius, his courage, and the severity of his fate, had been deeply interested in the adventures in which his half-brother, Sir Humphrey Gilbert, had wasted his fortune, and was not deterred by their failure or by the difficulties attending such an enterprise from prosecuting with vigor a plan so well calculated to captivate his bold and romantic temper. 1584. Patent to Sir Walter Raleigh. On the 26th of March he obtained a patent from the Queen, and on the 27th of April dispatched 2 small vessels under the command of Captains Amadis and Barlow for the purpose of visiting the country and of acquiring some previous knowledge of those circumstances which might be essential to the welfare of the colony he was about to plant. To avoid the error of Gilbert in holding too far north, Amadis and Barlow took the route by the Canaries and the West India Islands and approached the North American continent towards the Gulf of Florida. On the 2nd of July they touched at a small island situate on the inlet into Pamlico Sound, whence they proceeded to Roanoke, near the mouth of Albemarle Sound. After employing a few weeks in traffic with the Indians, from whom they collected some confused accounts respecting the neighboring continent, they took with them 2 of the natives, who willingly accompanied them, and embarked for England, where they arrived on the 15th of September. The splendid description which they gave of the soil, the climate, and the productions of the country they had visited so pleased Elizabeth that she bestowed on it the name of Virginia, as a memorial that it had been discovered during the reign of a virgin queen. Raleigh, encouraged by their report to hasten his preparations for taking possession of the property, fitted out a squadron consisting of 7 small ships laden with arms, ammunition, provisions, and passengers. 1585. Voyage of Sir Richard Grenville, which sailed from Plymouth on the 9th of April under the command of Sir Richard Grenville, who was his relation and interested with him in the patent. Having taken the southern route and wasted some time in cruising against the Spaniards, Sir Richard did not reach the coasts of North America until the close of the month of June. He touched at both the islands on which Amadas and Barlow had landed, and made some excursions into different parts of the continent around Pamlico and Albemarle Sounds. First colony. Having established a colony consisting of 108 persons in the island of Roanoke, an incommodious station without any safe harbor, he committed the government of it to Mr. Ralph Lane, and on the 25th of August sailed for England. An insatiate passion for gold, attended by an eager desire to find it in the bowels of the earth, for a long time the disease of Europeans in America, became the scourge of this feeble settlement. The English flattered themselves that the country they had discovered could not be destitute of those mines of the precious metals with which Spanish America abounded. The most diligent researches were made in quest of them, and the infatuating hope of finding them stimulated the colonists to the utmost exertions of which they were capable. The Indians soon discerned the object for which they searched with so much avidity, and amused them with tales of rich mines in countries they had not yet explored. Seduced by this information, they encountered incredible hardships, and in this vain search wasted that time which ought to have been employed in providing the means of future subsistence. Mutual suspicion and disgust between them and the natives ripened into open hostility, and the provisions brought from England being exhausted, they were under the necessity of resorting for food to the precarious supplies which could be drawn from the rivers and woods. 1586. In this state of distress they were found in June by Sir Francis Drake, who was then returning from a successful expedition against the Spaniards in the West Indies. He agreed to supply them with about 100 men, 4 months' provisions, and a small vessel, but before she could be brought into a place of security and the men and stores disembarked, she was driven out to sea by a sudden and violent storm. Colonists carried back to England by Drake. Discouraged by this misfortune and worn out with fatigue and famine, the colonists unanimously determined to abandon the colony, and were at their own request taken on board the fleet which sailed for England. Thus terminated the first English colony planted in America. The only acquisition made by this expensive experiment was a better knowledge of the country and its inhabitants. Grenville plants a second colony. A few days after the departure of Drake with Lane and his associates, a small vessel, which had been dispatched by Raleigh with a supply of provisions, reached its place of destination. Not finding the colonists, this vessel returned to England. Soon after its departure, Sir Richard Grenville arrived with 3 ships and ample supplies. Having searched in vain for the colonists he had left, and being unable to conjecture their fate, he placed 15 men in the island with provisions for 2 years, for the purpose of retaining possession of the country, and returned to England. Destroyed by the Indians, this small party was soon destroyed by the Indians. 1587. Not discouraged by the ill success which had thus far attended his efforts to make a settlement in America, Raleigh in the following year fitted out 3 ships under the command of Captain John White, and it is said directed the colony to be removed to the waters of the Chesapeake, which bay had been discovered by Lane in the preceding year. Instructed by calamity, he adopted more efficacious means for preserving and continuing the colony than had before been used. The number of men was greater, they were accompanied by some women, and their supply of provisions was more abundant. Mr. White was appointed their governor. 12 assistants were assigned him as a council, and a charter incorporating them by the name of the governor and assistants of the city of Raleigh in Virginia was granted them. Third colony arrives. Thus prepared for a permanent settlement, they arrived in July at Roanoke, where they received the melancholy intelligence of the loss of their countrymen who had been left there by Sir Richard Grenville. They determined, however, to remain at the same place, and began to make the necessary preparations for their accommodation. Aware of the danger to be apprehended from the hostile disposition of their neighbors, they endeavored to effect a reconciliation with the natives, one of who had accompanied Amadas and Barlow to England, and who was distinguished by his unshaken attachment to the English, was christened and styled Lord of Dassa Montpeak, an Indian nation in the neighborhood. About the same time, the first child of English parentage was born in America. She was the daughter of Ananias Dare, and after the place of her birth was named Virginia. Soon perceiving their want of many things essential to the preservation and comfortable subsistence of a new settlement, the colonists with one voice deputed their governor to solicit those specific aids which their situation particularly and essentially required. On his arrival in England, he found the whole nation alarmed at the formidable preparations for their invasion made by Philip II of Spain, and Raleigh, Grenville, and the other patrons of the colony ardently engaged in those measures of defense which the public danger demanded. Mingling, however, with his exertions to defend his native country some attention to the colony he had planted, Raleigh found leisure to fit out a small fleet for its relief, the command of which was given to Sir Richard Grenville. But the apprehensions from the Spanish armament still increasing, the ships of force prepared by Raleigh were detained in port by order of the Queen, and Sir Richard Grenville was commanded not to leave Cornwall, where his services were deemed necessary. 1588, on the 22nd of April, White put to sea with 2 small barks, but instead of hastening to the relief of his distressed countrymen, wasted his time in cruising, and being beaten by a superior force, was totally disabled from prosecuting his voyage. 1589, Raleigh assigns his patent. The attention of Raleigh being directed to other more splendid objects, he assigned his patent to Sir Thomas Smith and a company of merchants in London. 1590, after this transfer, a year was permitted to elapse before any effort was made for the relief of the colony. In March, 3 ships fitted out by the company, in one of which Mr. White embarked, sailed from Plymouth, but having cruelly and criminally wasted their time in plundering the Spaniards in the West Indies, they did not reach Hatteras until the month of August. 3rd colony lost. They fired a gun to give notice of their arrival and sent a party to the place where the colony had been left, but no vestige of their countrymen could be found. In attempting the next day to go to Roanoke, one of the boats in passing a bar was half filled with water, another was overset, and 6 men were drowned. 2 other boats were fitted out with 19 men to search the island thoroughly on which the colony had been left. At the departure of Mr. White, it was in contemplation to remove about 50 miles into the country, and it had been agreed that, should the colonists leave the island, they would carve the name of the place to which they should remove on some tree, door, or post, with the addition of a cross over it as a signal of distress, if they should be really distressed at the time of changing their situation. After considerable search, the word Croatan was found carved in fair capital letters on one of the chief posts, but unaccompanied by the sign of distress which had been agreed on. Croatan was the name of an Indian town on the north side of Cape Lookout, and for that place the fleet weighed anchor the next day. Meeting with a storm and several accidents, they were discouraged from proceeding on their voyage, and determining to suspend their search, returned to the West Indies. The company made no farther attempt to find these lost colonists, nor has the time or the manner of their perishing ever been discovered. 1602, Voyage of Gosnold. The subsequent voyages made by the English to North America were for the sole purpose of traffic, and were unimportant in their consequences until the year 1602, when one was undertaken by Bartholomew Gosnold, which contributed greatly to the revival of the then dormant spirit of colonizing in the New World. He sailed from Falmouth in a small bark with 32 men, and steering nearly west, reached the American continent on the 11th of May in about 43 degrees of north latitude. Finding no good harbor at this place, Gosnold put to sea again and stood southward. The next morning he descried a promontory which he called Cape Cod, and holding his course along the coast as it stretched to the southwest, touched at 2 islands, the first of which he named Martha's Vineyard, and the second Elizabeth's Island. Having passed some time at these places, examining the country and trading with the natives, he returned to England. This voyage was completed in less than 4 months, and was attended with important consequences. Gosnold had found a healthy climate, a rich soil, good harbors, and a route which shortened considerably the distance to the continent of North America. He had seen many of the fruits known and prized in Europe blooming in the woods, and had planted European grain which grew rapidly. Encouraged by this experiment and delighted with the country, he formed the resolution of transporting thither a colony, and of procuring the cooperation of others by whom his plan might be supported. So unfortunate, however, had been former attempts of this sort, that men of wealth and rank, though strongly impressed by his report of the country, were slow in giving full faith to his representations, and in entering completely into his views. One vessel was fitted out by the merchants of Bristol, and another by the Earl of Southampton and Lord Arundel of Wardour, in order to learn whether Gosnold's account of the country was to be considered as a just representation of its state, or as the exaggerated description of a person fond of magnifying his own discoveries. Both returned with a full confirmation of his veracity, and with the addition of so many new circumstances in favor of the country as greatly increased the desire of settling it. Richard Hakluyt, Prebendary of Westminster, a man of distinguished learning and intelligence, contributed more than any other by his judicious exertions to form an association sufficiently extensive, powerful, and wealthy to execute the often renewed and often disappointed project of establishing colonies in America. At length such an association was formed, and a petition was presented to James I, who had succeeded to the crown of England, praying the royal sanction to the plan which was proposed. That pacific monarch was delighted with it, and immediately acceded to the wishes of its projectors. Patent to Sir Thomas Gates and others. On the 10th of April, letters patent were issued under the Great Seal of England to the petitioners, Sir Thomas Gates and his associates, granting to them those territories in America lying on the sea coast between the 34th and 45th degrees of north latitude, and which either belonged to that monarch or were not then possessed by any other Christian prince or people, and also the islands adjacent thereto, or within 100 miles thereof. They were divided at their own desire into 2 companies, one consisting of certain knights, gentlemen, merchants, and other adventurers of the city of London and elsewhere, was called the First Colony, and was required to settle between the 34th and 41st degrees of north latitude. The other, consisting of certain knights, gentlemen, merchants, and other adventurers of Bristol, Exeter, Plymouth, and elsewhere, was named the Second Colony, and was ordered to settle between the 38th and 45th degrees of north latitude, yet so that the colony last formed should not be planted with 100 miles of the prior establishment. The adventurers were empowered to transport so many English subjects as should be willing to accompany them, who with their descendants were at all times to enjoy the same liberties within any other dominions of the Crown of England as if they had remained or were born within the realm. A council consisting of 13 to be appointed and removed at the pleasure of the Crown was established for each colony to govern it according to such laws as should be given under the sign, manual, and privy seal of England. 2 other boards, to consist also of 13 persons each, and to be appointed by the King, were invested with the superior direction of the affairs of the colonies. The adventurers were allowed to search for and open mines of gold, silver, and copper, yielding 1/5 of the 2 former metals and 1/15 of the last to the King, and to make a coin which should be current both among the colonists and natives. The President and Council were authorized to repel those who should, without their authority, attempt to settle or trade within their jurisdiction, and to seize and detain the persons and effects of such intruders until they should pay a duty of 2 1/2 per centum ad valorem, if subjects, but of 5 per centum if aliens. These taxes were to be applied for 21 years to the use of the adventurers, and were afterwards to be paid into the royal exchequer. Code of laws for the colony drawn up by the King. While the counsel for the patentees were employed in making preparations to secure the benefits of their grant, James was assiduously engaged in the new and to his vanity the flattering task of framing a code of laws for the government of the colonies about to be planted. Having at length prepared this code, he issued it under the sign, manual, and privy seal of England. By these regulations he vested the general superintendence of the colonies in a council in England, composed of a few persons of consideration and talents. The Church of England was established. The legislative and executive powers within the colonies were vested in the President and councils, but their ordinances were not to touch life or member, were to continue in force only until made void by the King or his council in England for Virginia, and were to be in substance consonant to the laws of England. They were enjoined to permit none to withdraw the people from their allegiance to himself and his successors, and to cause all persons so offending to be apprehended and imprisoned until reformation, or in cases highly offensive to be sent to England to receive punishment. No person was to be permitted to remain in the colony without taking the oath of obedience. Tumults, mutiny, and rebellion, murder, and incest were to be punished with death, and for these offenses the criminal was to be tried by a jury. Inferior crimes were to be punished in a summary way at the discretion of the President and Council. Lands were to be holden within the colony as the same estates enjoyed in England. Kindness towards the heathen was enjoined, and a power reserved to the King and his successors to ordain farther laws so that they were consonant to the jurisprudence of England. Under this charter and these laws, which manifest at the same time a total disregard of all political liberty and a total ignorance of the real advantages which a parent state may derive from its colonies, which vest the higher powers of legislation in persons residing out of the country, not chosen by the people, nor affected by the laws they make, and yet leave commerce unrestrained. The patentees proceeded to execute the arduous and almost untried task of peopling a strange, distant, and uncultivated land, covered with woods and marshes, and inhabited only by savages easily irritated, and when irritated, more fierce than the beasts they hunted. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2, Part 1 of the Life of Washington, Volume 1, by John Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Voyage of Newport, Settlement at Jamestown, Distress of Colonists, Smith. He is captured by the Indians, condemned to death, saved by Pocahontas, returns to Jamestown. Newport arrives with fresh settlers. Smith explores the Chesapeake, is chosen president. New charter, third voyage of Newport. Smith sails for Europe, condition of the colony. Colonists determined to abandon the country, are stopped by Lord Delaware. Sir Thomas Dale, new charter. Captain Argall seizes Pocahontas. She marries Mr. Rolfe. Separate property in lands and labor. Expedition against Port Royal, against Manhattoes. 50 acres of land for each settler. Tobacco. Sir Thomas Dale. Mr. Yardley. First Assembly. First arrival of females, of convicts, of African slaves. 2 councils established. Prosperity of the colony. Indians attempt to massacre the whites. General war. Dissolution of the company. Arbitrary measures of the Crown. Sir John Harvey. Sir William Berkeley. Provincial Assembly restored. Virginia declares in favor of Charles II. Grant to Lord Baltimore. Arrival of a colony in Maryland. Assembly composed of freemen. William Claiborne. Assembly composed of representatives. Divided into 2 branches. Tyrannical proceedings. The funds immediately appropriated to the planting of colonies in America were inconsiderable, and the early efforts to accomplish the object were feeble. The first expedition for the southern colony consisted of 1 vessel of 100 tons and 2 barks carrying 105 men destined to remain in the country. 1606 Voyage of Newport. The command of this small squadron was given to Captain Newport, who on the 19th of December sailed from the Thames. 3 sealed packets were delivered to him, one addressed to himself, a second to Captain Bartholomew Gosnold, and the third to Captain John Radcliffe, containing the names of the council for this colony. These packets were accompanied with instructions directing that they should be opened and the names of His Majesty's council proclaimed within 24 hours after their arrival on the coast of Virginia, and not before. The council were then to proceed to the choice of a president, who was to have 2 votes. To this unaccountable concealment have those dissensions been attributed, which distracted the colonists on their passage, and which afterwards impeded the progress of their settlement. 1607 is driven into the Chesapeake. Newport, whose place of destination was Roanoke, took the circuitous route by the West India Islands and had a long passage of 4 months. The reckoning had been out for 3 days, and serious propositions had been made for returning to England, when a fortunate storm drove him to the mouth of the Chesapeake. On the 26th of April he descried Cape Henry, and soon afterward Cape Charles. A party of about 30 men, which went on shore at Cape Henry, was immediately attacked by the natives, and in the skirmish which ensued several were wounded on both sides. The first act of the colonists was the selection of a spot for their settlement. They proceeded up a large river, called by the natives Powhatan, and agreed to make their first establishment upon a peninsula on its northern side. In compliment to their sovereign, this place was named Jamestown, and the river was called James. May 13th, having disembarked and opened the sealed packets brought from England, the members of the council proceeded to the election of a president, and Mr. Wingfield was chosen. But under frivolous pretexts they excluded from his seat among them John Smith, one of the most extraordinary men of his age, whose courage and talents had excited their envy. During the passage he had been imprisoned on the extravagant charge of intending to murder the Council, usurp the government, and make himself King of Virginia. The first indications of a permanent settlement in their country seemed to have excited the jealousy of the natives. Displeased with the intrusion, or dissatisfied with the conduct of the intruders, they soon formed the design of expelling or destroying these unwelcome and formidable visitors. In execution of this intention, they attacked the colonists suddenly, while at work and unsuspicious of their hostility, but were driven, terrified, into the woods by the fire from the ship. On the failure of this attempt, a temporary accommodation was effected. Newport, though named of the Council, had been ordered to return to England as the time of his departure approached. The accusers of Smith, attempting to conceal their jealousy by the affectation of humanity, proposed that he also should return instead of being prosecuted in Virginia, but with the pride of conscious innocence he demanded a trial, and being honorably acquitted, took his seat in the Council. About the 15th of June, Newport sailed for England, leaving behind him one of the barks and about 100 colonists. While he remained, they had partaken of the food allowed the sailors, but after his departure they were reduced to the necessity of subsisting on the distributions from the public stores, which had sustained great damage during their long passage. These were both scanty and unwholesome, the allowance to each man for a day being only a pint of worm-eaten wheat and barley. This wretched food increased the malignity of the diseases generated by the climate among men exposed to all its rigors. Before the month of September, 50 of the company were buried, among whom was Bartholomew Gosnold, who had planned the expedition and had contributed greatly towards its prosecution. Their distress was increased by internal dissension. The President was charged with embezzling the best stores of the colony and with feasting at his private table on beef, bread, and aqua vitae, while famine and death devoured his fellow adventurers. The odium against him was completed by the detection of an attempt to escape from them and their calamities in the bark which had been left by Newport. In the burst of general indignation which followed the discovery of this meditated desertion, he was deposed and Radcliffe chosen to succeed him. As misfortune is not unfrequently the parent of moderation and reflection, this state of misery produced a system of conduct towards the neighboring Indians, which for the moment disarmed their resentments and induced them to bring in such supplies as the country afforded at that season. It produced another effect of equal importance. A sense of imminent and common danger called forth those talents which were fitted to the exigency and compelled submission to them. On Captain Smith, who had preserved his health unimpaired, his spirits unbroken, and his judgment unclouded, amidst this general misery and dejection, all eyes were turned, and in him all actual authority was placed by common consent. His example soon gave energy to others. He erected such rude fortifications as would resist the sudden attacks of the savages, and constructed such habitations as, by sheltering the survivors from the weather, contributed to restore and preserve their health, while his own accommodation gave place to that of all others. In the season of gathering corn, he penetrated into the country at the head of small parties, and by presents and caresses to those who were well disposed, and by attacking with open force and defeating those who were hostile, he obtained abundant supplies. While thus actively and usefully employed abroad, he was not permitted to withdraw his attention from the domestic concerns of the colony. Incapacity for command is seldom accompanied by a willingness to relinquish power, and it will excite no surprise that the late President saw, with regret, another placed above him. As unworthy minds most readily devise unworthy means, he sought, by intriguing with the factious and fomenting their discontents, to regain his lost authority, and when these attempts were disconcerted, he formed a conspiracy with some of the principal persons in the colony to escape in the bark and thus to desert the country. The vigilance of Smith detected these machinations, and his vigor defeated them. Smith is captured by the Indians. The prospect which now presented itself of preserving the colony in quiet and plenty until supplies could be received from England was obscured by an event which threatened at first the most disastrous consequences. In attempting to explore Chickahominy River to its source, Smith was discovered and attacked by a numerous body of Indians, and in endeavoring, after a gallant defense, to make his escape, he sank up to his neck in a swamp and was obliged to surrender. The wonder and veneration which he excited by the exhibition of a mariner's compass saved him from immediate death. He was conducted in triumph through several towns to the palace of Powhatan, the most potent king in that part of the country. Is condemned to death, who doomed him to be put to death by placing his head upon a stone and beating out his brains with a club. At the place of execution, with his head bowed down to receive the blow, he was rescued from a fate which appeared to be inevitable by that enthusiastic and impassioned humanity which, in every climate and in every state of society, finds its home in the female bosom, saved by Pocahontas. Pocahontas, the king's favorite daughter, then about 13 years of age, whose entreaties for his life had been ineffectual, rushed between him and the executioner, and folding his head in her arms and laying hers upon it, arrested the fatal blow. Her father was then prevailed upon to spare his life, and he was sent back to Jamestown. Returns to Jamestown. On arriving at that place, after an absence of 7 weeks, he found the colony reduced to 38 persons, who seemed determined to abandon a country which appeared to them so unfavorable to human life. He came just in time to prevent the execution of this design. Alternately employing persuasion, threats, and even violence, he induced the majority to relinquish their intention. Then, turning the guns of the fort on the bark, on board which were the most determined, he compelled her to remain or sink in the river. By a judicious regulation of intercourse with the Indians, over whom he had gained considerable influence, he restored plenty to the colony and preserved it until the arrival of 2 vessels which had been dispatched from England under the command of Captain Newport, with a supply of provisions and instruments of husbandry, and with a reinforcement of 120 persons, composed of many gentlemen, several refiners, goldsmiths, and jewelers, and a few laborers. The influence of Smith disappeared with the danger which had produced it, and was succeeded by an improvident relaxation of discipline, productive of the most pernicious consequences. A glittering earth mistaken for gold dust. About this time a shining earth, mistaken by the colonists for gold dust, was found in a small stream of water near Jamestown. Their raging thirst for gold was re-excited by this incident. Smith, in his History of Virginia, describing the frenzy of the moment, says, "There was no thought, no discourse, no hope, and no work but to dig gold, wash gold, refine gold, and load gold." And notwithstanding Captain Smith's warm and judicious representations how absurd it was to neglect other things of immediate use and necessity to load such a drunken ship with gilded dust, yet was he overruled, and her returns were made in a parcel of glittering dirt, which is to be found in various parts of the country, and which they very sanguinely concluded to be gold dust. 1608. The 2 vessels returned laden, one with this dirt and the other with cedar. This is the first remittance ever made from America by an English colony. The effects of this fatal delusion were soon felt, and the colony again began to suffer that distress from scarcity of food which had before brought it more than once to the brink of ruin. Smith explores the Chesapeake. The researches of the English settlers had not yet extended beyond the country adjacent to James River. Smith had formed the bold design of exploring the great bay of Chesapeake, examining the mighty rivers which empty into it, opening an intercourse with the nations inhabiting their borders, and acquiring a knowledge of the state of their cultivation and population. Accompanied by Dr. Russell, he engaged in this hardy enterprise in an open boat of about 3 tons burthen, and with a crew of 13 men. On the 2nd of June he descended the river in company with the last of Newport's 2 vessels, and parting with her at the Capes, began his survey at Cape Charles. With great fatigue and danger, he examined every river, inlet, and bay on both sides of the Chesapeake, as far as the mouth of the Rappahannock. His provisions being exhausted, he returned and arrived at Jamestown on the 21st of July. He found the colony in the utmost confusion and disorder. All those who came last with Newport were sick, the danger of famine was imminent, and the clamor against the President was loud and universal. The seasonable arrival of Smith restrained their fury. The accounts he gave of his discoveries and the hope he entertained that the waters of the Chesapeake communicated with the South Sea extended their views and revived their spirits. They contented themselves with deposing their President, and having in vain urged Smith to accept that office, elected his friend Mr. Scrivener as Vice President. After employing 3 days in making arrangements for obtaining regular supplies and for the government of the colony, Smith again sailed with 12 men to complete his researches into the countries on the Chesapeake. From this voyage he returned on the 7th of September, having advanced as far as the river Susquehanna and visited all the countries on both shores of the bay. He entered most of the large creeks, sailed up many of the great rivers to their falls, and made accurate observations on the extensive territories through which he passed, and on the various tribes inhabiting them, with whom he alternately fought, negotiated, and traded. In every situation he displayed judgment, courage, and that presence of mind which is essential to the character of a commander, and never failed finally to inspire the savages he encountered with the most exalted opinion of himself and of his nation. When we consider that he sailed above 3,000 miles in an open boat, when we contemplate the dangers and the hardships he encountered, when we reflect on the valuable additions he made to the stock of knowledge respecting America, we shall not hesitate to say that few voyages of discovery undertaken at any time reflect more honor on those engaged in them. So full and exact, says Dr. Robertson, are his accounts of that large portion of the American continent, comprehended in the 2 provinces of Virginia and Maryland, that after the progress of information and research for a century and a half, his map exhibits no inaccurate view of both countries, and is the original on which all subsequent delineations and descriptions have been formed. Ruins of the old brick church built at Jamestown in 1639. Settled by the English in 1607 on the banks of the James River, about 32 miles from its mouth, it was at Jamestown that the first legislative assembly in America was held in 1619. And here, in the same year, slavery was first introduced into the original 13 colonies. The site of the settlement, which was originally a peninsula but is now an island, is owned by the Association for the Preservation of Virginia Antiquities. Besides the ruins of the church shown here, those of the fort and 2 or 3 houses built more than 100 years before the Declaration of Independence was signed and are still standing. Is chosen President. On his return from this expedition, Smith was chosen President of the Council, and yielding to the general wish, accepted the office. Soon after, Newport arrived with an additional supply of settlers, among whom were the 2 first females who had ventured to the present colony, but he came without provisions. The judicious administration of the President, however, supplied the wants of the colonists and restrained the turbulent. Encouraged by his example and coerced by his authority, a spirit of industry and subordination was created among them, which was the parent of plenty and of peace. The company in England, though disappointed in the hope of discovering a passage to the Pacific and of finding mines of the precious metals, still indulged in golden dreams of future wealth. To increase their funds, as well as their influence and reputation, by the acquisition of additional numbers, to explain and enlarge their powers and privileges, and to ensure a colonial government conforming to their own views and wishes. 1609 New Charter. The company petitioned for a new charter, which was granted on the 23rd of May. Some of the first nobility and gentry of the country, and most of the companies of London, with a numerous body of merchants and tradesmen, were added to the former adventurers, and they were all incorporated by the name of the Treasurer and Company of Adventurers of the City of London for the first colony in Virginia. To them were granted in absolute property the lands extending from Cape or Point Comfort along the sea coast 200 miles to the northward, and from the same point along the sea coast 200 miles to the southward, and up into the land throughout, from sea to sea, west and northwest, and also all the islands lying within 100 miles of the coast of both seas of the precinct aforesaid, to be holden as of the manor of East Greenwich, in free and common socage, and paying in lieu of all services 1/5 of the gold and silver that should be found. The corporation was authorized to convey, under its common seal, particular portions of these lands to subjects or denizens on such conditions as might promote the intentions of the grant. The powers of the President and Council in Virginia were abrogated, and a new council in England was established, with power to the company to fill all vacancies therein by election. This council was empowered to appoint and remove all officers for the colony, and to make all ordinances for its government, not contrary to the laws of England, and to rule the colonists according to such ordinances. License was given to transport to Virginia all persons willing to go thither, and to export merchandise free from customs for 7 years. There was also granted for 21 years freedom from all subsidies in Virginia, and from all impositions on importations and exportations from or to any of the King's dominions, except only the £5 in the 100 due for customs. The colonists were declared to be entitled to the rights of natural subjects. The governor was empowered to establish martial law in case of rebellion or mutiny, and to prevent the superstitions of the Church of Rome from taking root in the plantation. It was declared that none should pass into Virginia but such as shall have first taken the oath of supremacy. The company, being thus enlarged and enabled to take more effective measures for the settlement of the country, soon fitted out 9 ships with 500 emigrants. Lord Delaware was constituted governor and captain general for life, and several other officers were created. Third voyage of Newport. The direction of the expedition was again given to Newport, to whom and Sir Thomas Gates and Sir George Somers powers were severally granted to supersede the existing administration and to govern the colony until the arrival of Lord Delaware. With singular indiscretion, the council omitted to establish precedents among these gentlemen, who, being totally unable to settle this important point among themselves, agreed to embark on board the same vessel and to be companions during the voyage. They were parted from the rest of the fleet in a storm and driven on Bermudas, having on board 150 men, a great portion of the provisions destined for the colony, and the new commission and instructions of the council. The residue of the squadron arrived safely in Virginia. End of chapter 2, part 1. Chapter 2, part 2 of the Life of Washington, Volume 1, by John Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A great part of the new company, says Mr. Smith, consisted of unruly sparks, packed off by their friends to escape worse destinies at home, and the rest were chiefly made up of poor gentlemen, broken tradesmen, rakes and libertines, footmen, and such others as were much fitter to spoil and ruin a commonwealth than to help to raise or maintain one. This lewd company, therefore, were led by their seditious captains into many mischiefs and extravagancies. They assumed to themselves the power of disposing of the government, and conferred it sometimes on one and sometimes on another. Today the old commission must rule, tomorrow the new, and next day neither, so that all was anarchy and distraction. The judgment of Smith was not long suspended. With the promptness and decision which belong to vigorous minds, he determined that his own authority was not legally revoked until the arrival of the new commission, and therefore resolved to continue its exercise. Incapable of holding the reins of government with a feeble hand, he exhibited on this emergency that energy and good sense which never deserted him when the occasion required them. After imprisoning the chief promoters of sedition, and thereby restoring regularity and obedience, he, for the double purpose of extending the colony and of preventing the mischiefs to be apprehended from so many turbulent spirits collected in Jamestown, detached 100 men to the Falls of James River, under the command of West, and the same number to Nansemond, under that of Martin. These persons conducted their settlements with so little judgment that they soon converted all the neighboring Indians into enemies. After losing several parties, they found themselves in absolute need of the support and direction of Smith. These were readily afforded until a melancholy accident deprived the colony of the aid of a man whose talents had more than once rescued it from the desperate condition into which folly and vice had plunged it. Returning from a visit to the detachment stationed at the Falls of James River, his powder bag took fire while he was sleeping in the boat, and in the explosion he was so severely wounded as to be confined to his bed. Smith returns to England. Being unable to obtain the aid of a surgeon in the colony, he embarked for England about the beginning of October. State of the colony. At his departure, the colony consisted of about 500 inhabitants. They were furnished with 3 ships, 7 boats, commodities ready for trade, 10 weeks' provision in the public stores, 6 mares and a horse, a large stock of hogs and poultry, some sheep and goats, utensils for agriculture, nets for fishing, 100 trained and expert soldiers, well acquainted with the Indians, their language and habitations, 24 pieces of ordnance, and 300 muskets with a sufficient quantity of arms and ammunition. The fair prospects of the colony were soon blasted by a course of folly and crime, of riot and insubordination. Numerous pretenders advanced their claims to the supreme command. The choice at length fell upon Captain Percy, who derived much consideration from his virtues as well as from his illustrious family, but his talents, at no time equal to this new and difficult station, were rendered still less competent to the task by a long course of ill health. Being generally confined by sickness to his bed, he was incapable of maintaining his authority, and total confusion ensued, with its accustomed baneful consequences. The Indians, no longer awed by the genius and vigor of Smith, attacked the colony on all sides. West and Martin, after losing their boats and nearly half their men, were driven into Jamestown. The stock of provisions was lavishly wasted, and famine added its desolating scourge to their other calamities. After devouring the skins of their horses and the Indians they had killed, the survivors fed on those of their companions who had sunk under such accumulated misery. The recollection of these tremendous sufferings was long retained, and for many years this period was distinguished by the name of the Starving Time. 1610. In 6 months the colony was reduced by these distresses to 60 persons, who could not have survived 10 days longer, when they were relieved from this state of despair by the arrival of Sir Thomas Gates, Sir George Somers, and Captain Newport from Bermuda. They abandoned the country. The determination to abandon the country was immediately taken, and the wretched remnant of the colony embarked on board the vessels and sailed for England. None dropped a tear, says Mr. Chalmer, because none had enjoyed 1 day of happiness. Stopped by Lord Delaware. Fortunately they met Lord Delaware, who prevailed on them to return, and on the 10th of June resettled them at Jamestown. By mildness of temper, attention to business, and judicious exercise of authority, this nobleman restored order and contentment to the colony, and again impressed the Indians with respect for the English name. 1611. Unfortunately, ill health obliged him to resign the government, which he placed in the hands of Mr. Percy, and sail for the West Indies, leaving in the colony about 200 persons in possession of the blessings of health, plenty, and peace. Sir Thomas Dale. On the 10th of May, Sir Thomas Dale, who had been appointed to the government, arrived with a fresh supply of men and provisions, and found the colony relapsing into a state of anarchy, idleness, and want. It required all the authority of the new governor to maintain public order and to compel the idle and the dissolute to labor. Some conspiracies having been detected, he proclaimed martial law, which was immediately put in execution. This severity was then deemed necessary, and is supposed to have saved the settlement. In the beginning of August, Sir Thomas Gates, who had been appointed to succeed Sir Thomas Dale, arrived with 6 ships and a considerable supply of men and provisions. After receiving this addition to its numbers, the colony again extended itself up James River, and several new settlements were made. Extravagant accounts of the fertility of Bermuda having reached England, the company became desirous of obtaining it as a place from which Virginia might be supplied with provisions. Application was therefore made to the Crown for a new patent to comprehend this island. 1612, new charter. And in March a charter was issued granting to the Treasurer and Company all the islands situate in the ocean within 300 leagues of the coast of Virginia. By this charter the corporation was essentially new modeled. It was ordained that 4 general courts of the adventurers should be holden annually for the determination of affairs of importance, and weekly meetings were directed for the transaction of common business. To promote the effectual settlement of the plantation, license was given to open lotteries in any part of England. These lotteries, which were the first ever drawn in England, brought £29,000 into the treasury of the company. When they were discontinued in 1620, on the complaint of the House of Commons, they were declared to have supplied the real food by which Virginia had been nourished. About this time an event took place which was followed by important consequences to the colony. Provisions in Jamestown continuing to be scarce, and supplies from the neighboring Indians, with whom the English were often at war, being necessarily uncertain, Captain Argall with 2 vessels was sent round to the Potomac for a cargo of corn. While obtaining the cargo, he understood that Pocahontas, who had remained steadfast in her attachment to the English, had absented herself from the home of her father and lay concealed in the neighborhood. Captain Argall seizes Pocahontas. By bribing some of those in whom she confided, Argall prevailed on her to come on board his vessel, where she was detained respectfully and brought to Jamestown. He was induced to take this step by the hope that the possession of Pocahontas would give the English an ascendancy over her father, who was known to dote on her. In this, however, he was disappointed. Powhatan offered corn and friendship if they would first restore his daughter, but with a loftiness of spirit which claims respect, rejected every proposition for conciliation which should not be preceded by that act of reparation. During her detention at Jamestown she made an impression on the heart of Mr. Rolfe, a young gentleman of estimation in the colony, who succeeded in gaining her affections. They were married with the consent of Powhatan, who was entirely reconciled to the English by that event, and continued ever after to be their sincere friend. This connection led also to a treaty with the Chickahominies, a brave and daring tribe who submitted themselves to the English and became their tributaries. 1613. About the same time an important change took place in the internal arrangements of the colony. Heretofore no separate property in lands had been acquired, and no individual had labored for himself. The lands had been held, cleared, and cultivated in common, and their produce carried into a common granary, from which it was distributed to all. This system was to be ascribed in some measure to the unwise injunction contained in the royal instructions directing the colonists to trade together for 5 years in one common stock. Its effect was such as ought to have been foreseen. Industry, deprived of its due reward, exclusive property in the produce of its toil, felt no sufficient stimulus to exertion, and the public supplies were generally inadequate to the public necessities. Separate property in lands. To remove this cause of perpetual scarcity, Sir Thomas Dale divided a considerable portion of land into lots of 3 acres, and granted one of them in full property to each individual. Although the colonists were still required to devote a large portion of labor to the public, a sudden change was made in their appearance and habits. Industry, impelled by the certainty of recompense, advanced with rapid strides, and the inhabitants were no longer in fear of wanting bread either for themselves or for the emigrants from England. 1614. Early in the following year, Sir Thomas Gates returned to England, leaving the government again with Sir Thomas Dale. This gentleman detached Captain Argall on an enterprise of which no immediate notice was taken, but which was afterwards recollected with indignation. The French, who had directed their course to the more northern parts of the continent, had been among the first adventurers to North America. Their voyages of discovery are of a very early date, and their attempts to establish a colony were among the first which were made. After several abortive efforts, a permanent settlement was made in Canada in the year 1604, and the foundation of Quebec was laid in the year 1608. In November 1603, Henry IV appointed de Monts lieutenant general of that part of the territory which he claimed, lying in North America between the 40th and 46th degrees of north latitude, then called Acadie, with power to colonize and to rule it, and he soon afterwards granted to the same gentleman and his associates an exclusive right to the commerce of peltry in Acadie in the Gulf of St. Lawrence. In consequence of these grants, a settlement was formed in the subsequent year on that coast near the river St. Croix, and in 1605 Point Royal was built on a more northern part of the Bay of Fundy. The colony, receiving not much support from France, was feeble and unprosperous, but retained quiet possession of the country. In a time of profound peace, the expedition of Argall was directed against it. He found it totally unprepared for defense. The inhabitants, who had assiduously and successfully cultivated the friendship of the Indians, were scattered abroad in the woods, engaged in their several pursuits, and a ship and bark, just arrived from France, laden with articles necessary for the use of the colony, was surprised in port, and their cargoes taken to Jamestown. After the departure of Argall, the French resumed their former station. The pretext for this predatory expedition was that the French, by settling in Acadie, had invaded the rights of the English, acquired by the first discovery of the continent. Argall also paid a visit to New York, then in possession of the Dutch, which country he claimed under the pretext that Captain Hudson was an Englishman and could not transfer the benefit of his discoveries from his sovereign. He demanded possession of the place, and the Dutch governor, being unable to resist, peaceably submitted both himself and his colony to the King of England and the governor of Virginia under him, and consented to pay a tribute. Argall then continued his voyage to Jamestown, but another governor soon afterwards arriving from Amsterdam with better means of asserting the title of his nation, the payment of the tribute was refused, and the place put in a state of defense. 50 acres of land laid off for each settler. The advantages resulting to the colony from allowing each individual to labor in part for himself having soon become apparent, the system of working in common to fill the public stores seems to have been totally relinquished, and not long afterwards 50 acres of land, promised by the rules of the company to each emigrant, were surveyed and delivered to those having the title. 1615. Tobacco. About the same time tobacco was first cultivated in Virginia. This plant, although detested by the king, who even wrote a pamphlet against it, which he styled a counterblast, although discountenanced by the leading members of Parliament, and even by the company, who issued edicts against its cultivation, although extremely unpleasant to persons not accustomed to it, and disagreeable in its effects, surmounted all opposition, and has by an unaccountable caprice been brought into general use, and become one of the most considerable staples of America. 1616. Yardley. In the spring of the following year, Sir Thomas Dale sailed for England, leaving the government in the hands of Mr. George Yardley, who, after a lax administration of 1 year, was succeeded by Captain Argall. 1617. Argall. Argall was a man of talents and energy, but selfish, haughty, and tyrannical. He continued martial law during a season of peace, and a Mr. Brewster, who was tried under this arbitrary system for contemptuous words spoken of the governor, was sentenced to suffer death. He obtained with difficulty an appeal to the Treasurer and Company in England, by whom the sentence was reversed. While martial law was, according to Smith, the common law of the land, the governor seems to have been the sole legislator. His general edicts mark the severity of his rule. He ordered that merchandise should be sold at an advance of 25 per centum, and tobacco taken in payment at the rate of 3 shillings per pound, under the penalty of 3 years' servitude to the company. that no person should traffic privately with the Indians or teach them the use of firearms under pain of death, that no person should hunt deer or hogs without the governor's permission, that no man should shoot unless in his own necessary defense until a new supply of ammunition should arrive, on pain of a year's personal service, that none should go on board the ships at Jamestown without the governor's leave, that every person should go to church on Sundays and holidays under the penalty of slavery during the following week for the first offense, during a month for the second, and during a year and a day for the third. The rigor of this administration necessarily exciting much discontent, the complaints of the Virginians at length made their way to the company. Mr. Yardley, Lord Delaware being dead, Mr. Yardley was appointed Captain General with instructions to examine the wrongs of the colonists and to redress them. 1619, the new governor arrived in April, and soon after, to the inexpressible joy of the inhabitants, declared his determination to convoke a colonial assembly. This is an important era in the history of Virginia. Heretofore, all legislative authority had been exercised either by the corporation in England or by their officers in the colony. The people had no voice, either personally or by their representatives, in the government of themselves, and their most important concerns were managed by persons often unacquainted with their situation and always possessing interests different from theirs. They now felicitated themselves on having really the privileges of Englishmen. First Colonial Assembly. The first assembly met at Jamestown on the 19th of June. The colony being not then divided into counties, the members were elected by the different boroughs, amounting at that time to 7. From this circumstance, the popular branch of the legislature received the appellation of the House of Burgesses, which it retained until all connection with England was dissolved. The assembly, composed of the governor, the council, and burgesses, met together in one apartment and there discussed the various matters which came before them. The laws then enacted, which it is believed are no longer extant, were transmitted to England for the approbation of the Treasurer and Company. Although the emigrations from England continued to be considerable, few females had crossed the Atlantic. Men without wives could not consider their residence in the country as permanent, and must intend, after amassing some wealth, to return to their native land. To remove this impediment to the population of the colony, first arrival of females, 1620. 90 girls of humble fortune and spotless character were transported by the company to Virginia, and in the subsequent year they were followed by 60 of the same description. They were received by the young planters as a blessing which substituted domestic happiness for the cheerless gloom of solitude, and the face of the country was essentially changed. The prospect of becoming parents was accompanied with the anxieties for the welfare of their children, and the education of youth soon became an object of attention. The necessity of seminaries of learning was felt, and several steps were taken towards founding the college, afterwards established by William and Mary. And of convicts. About the same time the company received orders from the king to convey to Virginia 100 idle and dissolute persons, then in custody of the knight marshal. These were the first convicts transported to America. The policy which dictated this measure was soon perceived to be not less wise than it was humane. Men who in Europe were the pests of the body politic made an acceptable addition to the stock of labor in the colony, and in a new world where the temptations of crime seldom presented themselves, many of them became useful members of society. Heretofore the commerce of Virginia had been engrossed by the corporation. In the year 1620 this distressing and unprofitable monopoly was given up, and the trade was open to all. The free competition produced by this change of system was of essential advantage to the colony. 1621, African slaves, but was the immediate cause of introducing a species of population which has had vast influence on the past and may affect the future destinies of America to an extent which human wisdom can neither foresee nor control. A Dutch vessel, availing itself of this commercial liberty, brought into James River 20 Africans who were immediately purchased as slaves. 2 councils established. In July the company passed an ordinance establishing a frame of government for the colony. This instrument provided that there should be 2 supreme councils in Virginia, the one to be called the Council of State, to be appointed and displaced by the Treasurer and Company, and to assist the governor with advice on executive subjects; the other to be denominated the General Assembly, and to consist of the governor, the Council of State, and burgesses, to be chosen for the present by the inhabitants of every town, hundred, or settlement in the colony, 2 for each. The Assembly was empowered to enact general laws for the government of the colony, reserving a negative to the governor. Its acts were not to be enforced until confirmed by the General Court in England and the ratification returned under its seal. On the other hand, no order of the General Court was to bind the colony until assented to by the Assembly. 1622. A controversy concerning the importation of tobacco into the European dominions of the Crown, which had for some time existed between the King and the Company, was at length adjusted. The King had demanded high duties on that article, while he permitted its importation from the dominions of Spain, and also restrained its direct exportation from Virginia to the warehouses of the Company in Holland, to which expedient his exactions had driven them. It was at length agreed that they should enjoy the sole right of importing that commodity into the kingdom, for which they should pay a duty of 9d. per pound in lieu of all charges, and that the whole production of the colony should be brought to England. The industry, population, and produce of the colony were now greatly increased. At peace with the Indians, they had extended their settlements to the Rappahannock and to the Potomac. This change of circumstances having rendered it inconvenient to bring all causes to Jamestown before the governor and council, who had heretofore exercised all judicial power in the country, county courts, inferior courts, were established to sit in convenient places in order to render justice more cheap and accessible to the people. Thus originated the county courts of Virginia. In this year the cup of prosperity, which the colonists had begun to taste, was dashed from their lips by an event which shook the colony to its foundation. In 1618 Powhatan died and was succeeded in his dominions and in his influence over all the neighboring tribes by Opechancanough, a bold and cunning chief, as remarkable for his jealousy and hatred of the new settlers as for his qualification to execute the designs suggested by his resentments. He renewed, however, the stipulations of Powhatan, and for a considerable time the general peace remained undisturbed. The colonists, unsuspicious of danger, observed neither the Indians nor their machinations. Engaged entirely in the pursuits of agriculture, they neglected their military exercises and every useful precaution. Meanwhile, the Indians, being often employed as hunters, were furnished with firearms and taught to use them. They were admitted at all times freely into the habitations of the English, as harmless visitants, were fed at their tables and lodged in their chambers. Indian conspiracy to massacre all the whites. During this state of friendly intercourse, the plan of a general massacre, which should involve man, woman, and child in indiscriminate slaughter, was formed with cold and unrelenting deliberation. The tribes in the neighborhood of the English, except those on the eastern shore of the Chesapeake, who were not trusted with the plan, were successively gained over, and notwithstanding the perpetual intercourse between them and the white people, the most impenetrable secrecy was observed. So deep and dark was their dissimulation that they were accustomed to borrow boats from the English to cross the river in order to concert and mature their execrable designs. The 22nd of March was designated as the day on which all the English settlements were to be attacked. The better to disguise their intentions and to ensure success, they brought in the preceding evening deer, turkeys, and fish as presents, and even on the morning of the massacre came freely among the whites, behaving in their usual friendly manner, until the very instant which had been appointed for the commencement of the scene of carnage. The fatal hour being arrived, they fell at once on every settlement and murdered without distinction of age or sex. So sudden was the execution of their plan that few perceived the weapons or the approach of the blow which terminated their existence. Thus in 1 hour and almost in the same instant fell 347 men, women, and children, most of them by their own plantation tools. The massacre would have been still more complete had not information been given the preceding night to Mr. Pace by an Indian domesticated in his house and treated as a son, who, being pressed to murder his benefactor, disclosed the plot to him. He immediately carried the intelligence to Jamestown, and the alarm was given to some of the nearest settlements, which were thereby saved. At some other places, too, where the circumstances of the attack enabled the English to seize their arms, the assailants were repulsed. General war. This horrible massacre was succeeded by a vindictive and exterminating war, in which the wiles of the Indians were successfully retaliated on themselves. During this disastrous period, many public works were abandoned, the college institution was deserted, the settlements were reduced from 80 to 8, and famine superadded its afflicting scourge to the accumulated distresses of the colony. As soon as intelligence of these calamitous events reached England, a contribution was made by the adventurers for the relief of the sufferers. Arms from the Tower were delivered to the treasurer and company, and several vessels were dispatched with those articles which might best alleviate such complicated distress. Dissension and dissolution of the company. But the dissolution of the company was rapidly approaching. That corporation contained many men of the first rank and talents in the nation, who in their assemblies were in habits of discussing the measures of the crown with the accustomed freedom of a popular body. Two violent factions, which assumed the regular appearance of court and country parties, divided the company and struggled for the ascendancy. James endeavored to give the preponderance to the court party, but his endeavors were unsuccessful, and his failure disposed him to listen to complaints against a corporation whose deliberations he found himself unable to control. To their mismanagement he ascribed the slow progress made by the colony and the heavy losses that had been sustained. 1623, after hearing both the corporation and their accusers, the Privy Council determined to issue a commission appointing persons to be named by the Crown to inquire into the affairs of Virginia from the earliest settlement of the province, and to report thereon to the government. This commission seized the charters, books, and papers of the company, and all letters and packets brought from the colony were ordered to be laid unopened before the Privy Council. Their report attributed the misfortunes of the colony to the corporation in England, and James, at no time a friend to popular assemblies, communicated to them his resolution to revoke the old charter and grant a new one which should respect private property, but place power in fewer hands. The requisition that they should assent to this proposition and surrender their charter was accompanied with the information that the king was determined, in default of submission, to take such proceedings for recalling their letters patent as might be just. 1624, colony taken into the hands of the king. The company, however, resolutely determined to defend its rights, whereupon a writ of quo warranto was instituted in the Court of King's Bench, which was decided according to the wishes of the monarch. The company was dissolved, and all its powers were revested in the crown. Above £150,000 sterling had been expended in planting the colony, and more than 9,000 persons had been sent from England to people it. Yet at the dissolution of the company, the annual imports from Virginia did not exceed £20,000 in value, and the population of the country was reduced to about 1,800 persons. While these things were transacting in England, the war against the Indians was prosecuted in the colony with vigor and success. The neighboring hostile tribes were nearly exterminated and were driven entirely from the rivers, so that the settlements were extended in safety. In February, the General Assembly was once more convened. The several orders which had been previously made by the Governor and Council were enacted into laws and formed the oldest legislative rules of action now remaining on record. Among them are various regulations respecting the Church of England, but the act best representing the condition of the colonists is a solemn declaration that the governor should not impose any taxes on the colony, otherwise than by the authority of the General Assembly, and that he should not withdraw the inhabitants from their private labor to any service of his own. At this session, too, the privilege of exemption from arrest, while the Assembly was sitting, was extended to the burgesses. Several other measures were adopted for the correction of abuses, and the laws of that session generally are marked with that good sense and patriotism which are to be expected from men perfectly understanding their own situation and legislating for themselves. From this assembly the royal commissioners endeavored in vain to procure an address to the king, professing their willingness to submit themselves to his princely pleasure in revoking the ancient patents, but a petition was agreed to and transmitted, acknowledging their satisfaction at his having taken the plantation into his more especial care, beseeching him to continue the then form of government, to confirm to Virginia and the Somers Isles the sole importation of tobacco, and soliciting that, if the promised aid of soldiers should be granted them, the governor and assembly might have a voice in directing their operations. Virginia having thus become a royal government, the king issued a special commission, appointing a governor and 12 councillors, to whom the entire direction of the affairs of the province was committed. No assembly was mentioned, nor was it intended to permit the continuance of that body, or to the popular shape of the late system. James attributed the disasters of the colony, but some attention to their interests was mingled with this subversion of political liberty. Yielding to the petitions of the English Parliament and of the colonists, he issued a proclamation prohibiting the growth of tobacco in the kingdom and the importation of it into England or Ireland except from Virginia or the Somers Isles, and in vessels belonging to his subjects. His death prevented the completion of a legislative code for the colony, which he had commenced, and which he flattered himself would remedy all the ills that had been experienced. Charles I. Arbitrary Measures of the Crown, 1625. Charles I. adopted in its full extent the colonial system of his father. He committed to Sir George Yardley, whom he appointed governor of Virginia, and to his council the whole legislative and executive powers of the colony, with instructions to conform exactly to orders which should be received from him. They were empowered to make laws and to execute them, to impose taxes and to enforce the payment of them, to seize the property of the late company, and to apply it to the public use, and to transport the colonists to England, to be punished there for crimes committed in Virginia. To complete this hateful system, the Crown exacted a monopoly of the tobacco trade and appointed agents to whose management that article was entirely committed. 1629. Sir John Harvey. The full pressure of these arbitrary regulations was not felt till, upon the death of Sir George Yardley, Sir John Harvey was appointed governor of Virginia. The mind of this gentleman is represented by the historians of the day as having been of a structure to make even tyranny more odious. Rapacious, haughty, and unfeeling, he exercised his powers in the most offensive manner. Respect for his commission suppressed opposition to his authority for several years. 1636. Roused at length almost to madness by oppression, the Virginians, in a fit of popular rage, seized their governor and sent him a prisoner to England, accompanied by 2 deputies charged with the duty of representing their grievances and his misconduct. Charles deemed it necessary to discountenance this summary and violent proceeding, so entirely incompatible with that implicit obedience which he had ever exacted from his subjects. The deputies of the colony were sternly received. No inquiry appears to have been made into the conduct of Harvey. 1637, and early in the succeeding year he was sent back to Virginia, invested with all his former powers. The time, however, approached when a new system of administration was to be adopted. The discontents of the nation and his own wants obliged Charles to determine on convening a parliament. He was probably unwilling to increase the ill temper resulting from his maladministration at home by bringing before the representatives of the people complaints of the despotism which had been exercised in America. Sir William Berkeley. To this change of circumstances may be ascribed the appointment of Sir William Berkeley to succeed Harvey as governor of Virginia. In almost every respect this gentleman was unlike his predecessor. Highly respectable for his rank and abilities, he was still more distinguished by his integrity, by the mildness of his temper, and by the gentleness of his manners. To complete the satisfaction of the colonists, he was empowered and directed to summon the burgesses of all the plantations to meet the governor and council in the General Assembly. Provincial Assembly restored, and thereby to restore to the people their share in the government. These changes had such an effect in Virginia that when afterward informed of a petition presented in the name of the Assembly to Parliament, praying for the restoration of the ancient patents and corporation government, the General Assembly not only transmitted an explicit disavowal of it, but sent an address to the King expressing their high sense of his favor towards them, and earnestly desiring to continue under his immediate protection. During the Civil War, as well as after the establishment of the Commonwealth, they continued firm in their attachment to the royal family. 1650. The House of Commons, however, having succeeded in the establishment of its power over England, was not disposed to permit its authority to be questioned in Virginia. An ordinance was passed declaring that, as the colonies were settled at the cost and by the people of England, they are and ought to be subordinate to and dependent on that nation, and subject to such law and regulations as are or shall be made by Parliament. That in Virginia and other places the powers of government had been usurped by persons who had set themselves up in opposition to the Commonwealth, who were therefore denounced as rebels and traitors, and all foreign vessels were forbidden to enter the ports of any of the English settlements in America. As the men who then governed were not in the habit of making empty declarations, the Council of State was empowered to send a fleet to enforce obedience to Parliament. Sir George Ayscue was accordingly detached with a powerful squadron, and was instructed to endeavour by gentle means to bring the colonists to obedience, but if these failed, to use force, and to give freedom to such servants and slaves of those who should resist, as would serve in the troops under his command. 1651, after reducing Barbados and the other islands to submission, the squadron entered the Chesapeake. Berkeley, having hired a few Dutch ships which were then trading to Virginia, made a gallant resistance, but unable long to maintain so unequal a contest, he yielded to superior force, having first stipulated for a general amnesty. He then withdrew to a retired situation, where, beloved and respected by the people, he resided as a private man until a counter-revolution called him once more to preside over the colony. After the revocation of the charter, it became more easy to obtain large grants of land. This circumstance, notwithstanding the tyranny of the provincial government, promoted emigration and considerably increased the population of the colony. At the commencement of the Civil War, Virginia was supposed to contain about 20,000 souls. While the ordinance of 1650, forbidding all trade between the colonies and foreign nations, was dispensed with in favor of Republican New England, it was rigorously enforced against the loyal colony of Virginia. These restrictions were the more burdensome because England did not then furnish a sufficient market for all the produce, nor a supply for all the wants of the colonies. This severity was not calculated to detach the affections of the people from the royal family. Their discontents were cherished, too, by the great number of Cavaliers who had fled to Virginia after the total defeat of their party in England. Taking advantage of an interregnum occasioned by the sudden death of Governor Matthews, the people resolved to throw off their forced allegiance to the Commonwealth and called on Sir William Berkeley to resume the government. He required only their solemn promise to venture their lives and fortunes with him in support of their king, Charles II, proclaimed in Virginia. This being readily given, Charles II was proclaimed in Virginia before intelligence had been received of the death of Cromwell. His restoration was soon afterwards effected in England, and this rash measure not only escaped chastisement, but became a meritorious service, of which Virginia long boasted, and which was not entirely forgotten by the prince. At the Restoration, the colony contained about 30,000 persons. One of the causes which, during the government of Harvey, had disquieted Virginia was the diminution of territory occasioned by grants of great tracts of country lying within the limits of the colony. The most remarkable of these was the grant of Maryland to Lord Baltimore. Maryland, in June 1632, Charles I granted to that nobleman forever that region bounded by a line drawn from Watkins Point on Chesapeake Bay to the ocean on the east, thence to that part of the estuary of Delaware on the north, which lieth under the 40th degree, where New England is terminated; thence in a right line by the degree aforesaid to the meridian of the fountain of the Potomac; thence following its course by the farther bank to its confluence. The territory described in this grant was denominated Maryland, and was separated entirely from Virginia. The proprietor was empowered, with the assent of the freemen or their delegates, whom he was required to assemble for that purpose, to make all laws for the government of the new colony, not inconsistent with the laws of England. Privileges in other respects analogous to those given to the other colonies were comprised in this charter, and it is remarkable that it contains no clause obliging the proprietary to submit the laws which might be enacted to the king for his approbation or dissent, nor any reservation of the right of the crown to interfere in the government of the province. This is the first example of the dismemberment of a colony and the creation of another within its original limits by the mere act of the crown. The first migration into the new colony consisted of about 200 gentlemen with their adherents, chiefly Roman Catholics, who sailed from England under Calvert, the brother of the proprietor, in November 1633, and early in the following year landed in Maryland near the mouth of the Potomac. Their first effort was to conciliate the goodwill of the natives, whose town they purchased and called St. Mary's. This measure was as wise as it was just. By obtaining the peaceable possession of land already prepared for cultivation, the Marylanders were enabled to raise their food immediately, and this circumstance, together with their neighborhood to Virginia, where the necessaries of life were then raised in abundance, secured them from famine and its concomitant diseases, afflictions which had swept away such numbers of the first settlers in North America. The inhabitants of Virginia presented a petition against the grant to Lord Baltimore, which was heard before the Privy Council in July 1633. The decision was in favor of the continuance of the patent, leaving to the petitioners their remedy at law, to prevent farther differences, free commerce was permitted between the colonies, and they were enjoined to receive no fugitives from each other, to do no act which might bring on a war with the natives, and on all occasions to assist each other as became fellow subjects of the same state. 1635. Assembly of all the freemen. In February 1635 the First Assembly of Maryland was convened. It appears to have been composed of the whole body of the freemen. Their acts were most probably not approved by the proprietor, who transmitted in turn for their consideration a code of laws prepared by himself. 1638. This code was laid before the Assembly, who rejected it without hesitation, and prepared a body of regulations adapted to their situation. William Claiborne. Among these was an act of attainder against William Claiborne, who was charged with felony and sedition, with having exercised the powers of government within the province without authority, and with having excited the Indians to make war on the colony. As early as the year 1631, Charles had granted a license to William Claiborne, one of the Council and Secretary of State of Virginia, to traffic in those parts of America for which there is already no patent granted for sole trade. To enforce this license, Harvey, then Governor of Virginia, had granted his commission also, containing the same powers. Under this license and commission, Claiborne made a small settlement in the Isle of Kent, near Annapolis, which he continued to claim, and refused to submit to the jurisdiction of Maryland. Not content with infusing his own turbulent spirit into the inhabitants of Kent Island, he scattered jealousies among the natives, and persuaded them that the newcomers were Spaniards and enemies of the Virginians. Having been indicted and found guilty of murder, piracy, and sedition, he fled from justice, whereupon his estate was seized and confiscated. Claiborne loudly denounced these proceedings as oppressive, and complained of them to his sovereign. At the same time, he prayed for a confirmation of his former license to trade, and for a grant of other lands adjoining the Isle of Kent, with power to govern them. The Lords Commissioners of the colonies, to whom this subject was referred, determined that the lands in question belonged to Lord Baltimore, and that no plantation or trade with the Indians within the limits of his patent ought to be allowed without his permission. The other complaints made by Claiborne were not deemed proper for the interference of government. 1639. Hitherto the legislature had been composed of the whole body of the freemen, but the increase of population and the extension of settlements having rendered the exercise of the sovereign power by the people themselves intolerably burdensome, an act was passed in 1639 for establishing the House of Assembly. This act declared that those elected should be called burgesses, and should supply the place of the freemen who chose them, as do the representatives in the Parliament of England. These burgesses, with others called by special writ, together with the governor and secretary, were to constitute the General Assembly, but the two branches of the legislature were to sit in the same chamber. In 1650 this last regulation was changed, and an act was passed declaring that those called by special writ should form the upper house, while those chosen by the hundreds should compose the lower house, and that bills assented to by both branches of the legislature and by the governor should be deemed the laws of the province. Perfect harmony prevailed between the proprietor and the people, and Maryland, attentive to its own affairs, remained in a state of increasing prosperity until the Civil War broke out in England. This government, like that of Virginia, was attached to the royal cause. 1641. But Claiborne, who took part with the Parliament, found means to intrigue among the people and to raise an insurrection in the province. Calvert, the governor, was obliged to fly to Virginia for protection, and the insurgents seized the reins of government. After the suppression of this revolt and the restoration of tranquillity, an act of general pardon and oblivion was passed, from the benefits of which only a few leading individuals were accepted. But this, like most other insurrections, produced additional burdens on the people which did not so soon pass away. A duty for 7 years of 10 shillings on every hundredweight of tobacco exported in Dutch bottoms was granted to the proprietor, the one half of which was appropriated to satisfy claims produced by the recovery and defense of the province. 1651. This state of repose was disturbed by the superintending care of Parliament. In September 1651 commissioners were appointed for reducing and governing the colonies within the Bay of Chesapeake. Among them was Claiborne, the evil genius of Maryland. As the proprietor had acknowledged and submitted to the authority of Parliament, he was permitted to govern the colony in the name of the keepers of the liberties of England, but could not long retain the possession of actual authority. The distractions of England, having found their way into Maryland, divided the colonists, and the commissioners supported with their countenance the faction opposed to the established government. The contentions generated by this state of things at length broke out in a civil war, which terminated in the defeat of the governor and the Roman Catholics. A new assembly was convened, which, being entirely under the influence of the victorious party, passed an act declaring that none who professed the popish religion could be protected in the province by the laws, that such as profess faith in God by Jesus Christ, although dissenting from the doctrine and discipline publicly held forth, should not be restrained from the exercise of their religion, provided such liberty was not extended to popery or prelacy, or to such as, under the profession of Christ, practised licentiousness. Other laws in the same spirit were enacted, and a persecution was commenced against the Quakers, as well as against those guilty of popery and prelacy. A scene of revolutionary turbulence ensued, in the course of which a resolution was passed declaring the Upper House to be useless, which continued in force until the Restoration. Philip Calvert was then appointed governor by Lord Baltimore, and the ancient order of things was restored. The colony, notwithstanding these commotions, continued to flourish, and at the Restoration its population was estimated at 12,000 souls. End of chapter 2, part 2. Chapter 3 of the Life of Washington, Volume 1, by John Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. First ineffectual attempts of the Plymouth Company to settle the country. Settlement at New Plymouth, Sir Henry Rosewell and Company. New charter, settlements prosecuted vigorously. Government transferred to the colonists. Boston founded, religious intolerance. General Court established, Royal Commission for the government of the plantations. Contest with the French colony of Acadié. Hugh Peters, Henry Vane, Mrs. Hutchinson. Maine granted to Gorges. Quo warranto against the patent of the colony. Religious dissensions. Providence settled. Rhode Island settled. Connecticut settled. War with the Pequods. New Haven settled. 1606. The steps by which the first or southern colony advanced to a firm and permanent establishment were slow and painful. The company for founding the second or northern colony was composed of gentlemen residing in Plymouth and other parts of the west of England, was less wealthy and possessed fewer resources than the first company, which resided in the capital. Their efforts were consequently more feeble and less successful than those which were made in the south. The first vessel fitted out by this company was captured and confiscated by the Spaniards, who at that time asserted a right to exclude the ships of all other nations from navigating the American seas. 1607. Not discouraged by this misfortune, the company in the following year dispatched 2 other vessels, having on board about 200 persons, designed to form the proposed settlement. The colonists arrived safely on the American coast in autumn, and took possession of a piece of ground near the river Sagadahoc, where they built Fort St. George. Their sufferings during the ensuing winter were extreme. Many of the company, among whom were Gilbert, their admiral, and George Popham, their president, sank under the diseases by which they were attacked, and the vessels which brought them supplies in the following spring brought also the information that their principal patron, Sir John Popham, Chief Justice of England, was dead. 1608. Discouraged by their losses and sufferings, and by the death of a person on whom they relied chiefly for assistance, the surviving colonists determined to abandon the country and embark on board the vessels then returning to England. The frightful pictures they drew of the country and of the climate deterred the company for some time from farther attempts to make a settlement, and their enterprises were limited to voyages for the purposes of taking fish and of trading with the natives for furs. 1614. One of these was made by Captain Smith, so distinguished in the history of Virginia. Having explored with great accuracy that part of the coast which stretches from Penobscot to Cape Cod, he delineated it on a map, which he presented to the young Prince of Wales, with descriptions dictated by a sanguine mind, in which enthusiasm was combined with genius. The imagination of the prince was so wrought upon by the glowing colors in which Smith painted the country that he declared it should be called New England, which name it has ever since retained. The languishing company of Plymouth, however, could not be stimulated to engage in farther schemes of colonization, the advantages of which were distant and uncertain, while the expense was immediate and inevitable. To a stronger motive than even interest is New England indebted for its first settlement. An obscure sect which had acquired the appellation of Brownists from the name of its founder, and which had rendered itself peculiarly obnoxious by the democracy of its tenets respecting church government, had been driven by persecution to take refuge at Leyden in Holland, where its members formed a distinct society under the care of their pastor, Mr. John Robinson. There they resided several years in safe obscurity. This situation at length became irksome to them. Their families intermingled with the Dutch, and they saw before them with extreme apprehension the danger of losing their separate identity. Under the influence of these and other causes, they came to the determination of removing in a body to America. 1618. They applied to the London Company for a grant of lands, and to promote the success of their application by the certainty of their emigrating, they said that they were well weaned from the delicate milk of their mother country, and inured to the difficulties of a strange land; that they were knit together in a strict and sacred bond, by virtue of which they held themselves bound to take care of the good of each other and of the whole; that it was not with them as with other men, whom small things could discourage, or small discontents cause to wish themselves at home again. The only privilege on which they insisted was a license, under the Great Seal, to practice and profess religion in that mode, which, under the impulse of conscience, they had adopted. This reasonable and moderate request was refused. James had already established the Church of England in Virginia, and although he promised to connive at their nonconformity, and not to molest them while they demeaned themselves peaceably, he positively refused to give that explicit and solemn pledge of security which they required. This for a short time suspended their removal, but the causes of their discontent in Holland continuing, they at length determined to trust to the verbal declarations of the King, and negotiated with the Virginia Company for a tract of land within the limits of their patent. 1620. In September they sailed from England with only 120 men in a single ship. Their destination was Hudson's River, but the first land they made was Cape Cod. They soon perceived that they were not only beyond their own limits, but beyond those of the company from which they derived their title. But it was now the month of November, and consequently too late in the season again to put to sea in search of a new habitation. Settlement at New Plymouth. After exploring the coast, they chose a position for their station, to which they gave the name of New Plymouth. On the 11th of November, before landing, a solemn covenant was signed by the heads of families and freemen, in which, after reciting that they had undertaken to plant a colony for the glory of God and for the honor of their king and country, and professing their loyalty to their sovereign Lord King James, they combined themselves into a body politic for the purpose of making equal laws for the general good. Having thus formed a compact, the obligation of which all admitted, they proceeded to the choice of a governor for 1 year, and to enable him the better to discharge the trust confided to him, they gave him 1 assistant. In 1624 3 others were added, and the number was afterwards increased to 7. The supreme power resided in, and during the infancy of the colony, was exercised by the whole body of the male inhabitants. They assembled together occasionally to determine on all subjects of public concern, nor was a House of Representatives established until the year 1639. They adopted the laws of England as a common rule of action, adding occasionally municipal regulations. Some of the changes in their penal code strongly marked their character and circumstances. While only a moderate fine was imposed on forgery, fornication was punished with whipping, and adultery with death. Misguided by their religious theories, they fell into the same error which had been committed in Virginia, and in imitation of the primitive Christians, threw all their property into a common stock, labored jointly for the common benefit, and were fed from the common stores. This regulation produced, even in this small and enthusiastic society, its constant effect. They were often in danger of starving, and severe whipping, administered to promote labor, only increased discontent. The colonists landed at a season of the year which was unfavorable to the establishment of a new settlement. The winter, which was intensely cold, had already commenced, and they were not in a condition to soften its rigors. Before the return of spring, 50 of them perished with maladies increased by the hardships to which they were exposed, by the scarcity of food, and by the almost total privation of those comforts to which they had been accustomed. The survivors, as the season moderated, encountered new difficulties. Their attention to the means of providing for their future wants was interrupted by the necessity of taking up arms to defend themselves against the neighboring savages. Fortunately for the colonists, the natives had been so wasted by pestilence the preceding year that they were easily subdued and compelled to accept a peace on equitable terms. The colonists were supported under these multiplied distresses by the hope of better times and by that high gratification which men, exasperated by persecution and oppression, derive from the enjoyment of the rights of conscience and the full exercise of the powers of self-government. From their friends in England they received occasional but scanty supplies, and continued to struggle against surrounding difficulties with patience and perseverance. They remained in peace, alike exempt from the notice and oppression of government, yet in consequence of the unproductiveness of their soil and their adherence to the pernicious policy of a community of goods and of labor, they increased more slowly than the other colonies, and in the year 1630 amounted to only 300 souls. Until the year 1630 they possessed no other title to their lands than is derived from occupancy. In that year they obtained a grant from the New Plymouth Company, but were never incorporated as a body politic by royal charter. Having received no powers from the Parliament or King, and being totally disregarded by the Plymouth Company, they remained a mere voluntary association, yielding obedience to laws and to magistrates formed and chosen by themselves. In this situation they continued, undisturbed and almost unknown, more tolerant and more moderate than their neighbors, until their union with a younger and more powerful sister, who advanced with a growth unusually rapid to a state of maturity. The original Company of Plymouth, having done nothing effectual towards settling the territory which had been granted to them, and being unable to preserve the monopoly of their trade and fisheries, applied to James for a new and more enlarged patent. On the 3rd of November he granted that territory, which lies between the 40th and 48th degrees of north latitude, to the Duke of Lennox, the Marquis of Buckingham, and several others in absolute property, and incorporated them under the name of the Council established at Plymouth for planting and governing that country called New England, with jurisdiction and powers similar to those which had before been conferred on the companies of South and North Virginia, and especially that of excluding all other persons whatever from trading within their boundaries and fishing in the neighboring seas. This improvident grant, which excited the indignation of the people of England, then deeply interested in the fur trade and fisheries, soon engaged the attention and received the censure of Parliament. The patentees were compelled to relinquish their odious monopoly, and being thus deprived of the funds on which they had relied to furnish the expense of supporting new settlements, they abandoned the design of attempting them. New England might have remained long unoccupied by Europeans, had not the same causes which occasioned the emigration of the Brownists still continued to operate. The persecution to which the Puritans were exposed increased their zeal and their numbers. In despair of obtaining at home a relaxation of those rigorous penal statutes under which they had long smarted, they looked elsewhere for that toleration which was denied them in their native land. Understanding that their brethren in New Plymouth were permitted to worship their Creator according to the dictates of conscience, their attention was directed towards the same coast, and several small emigrations were made at different times to Massachusetts Bay, so termed from the name of the sachem who was sovereign of the country. 1627. Mr. White, a non-conforming minister at Dorchester, formed an association of several gentlemen who had imbibed puritanical opinions for the purpose of conducting a colony to the Bay of Massachusetts and rendering it an asylum for the persecuted of his own persuasion. In prosecution of these views, a treaty was concluded with the Council of Plymouth for the purchase of part of New England, Sir Henry Rosewell and others, and that corporation in March 1627 sold to Sir Henry Rosewell and others all that part of New England lying 3 miles to the south of Charles River and 3 miles north of Merrimack River and extending from the Atlantic to the South Sea. A small number of planters and servants were soon afterwards dispatched under Endicott, who in September laid the foundation of Salem, the first permanent town in Massachusetts. The purchasers perceived their inability to accomplish the settlement of the extensive regions they had acquired without the aid of more opulent partners. These were soon found in the capital, but they required that a new charter should be obtained from the Crown, comprehending their names, which should confirm the grant to the Council of Plymouth, and confer on the grantees the powers of government. So seldom is man instructed by the experience of others, that, disregarding the lessons furnished by Virginia, they likewise required that the supreme authority should be vested in persons residing in London. 1628. The proprietors having acceded to these requisitions, application was made to Charles for a patent conforming to them, which issued on the 4th day of March, 1628. This charter incorporated the grantees by the name of the Governor and Company of Massachusetts Bay in New England. The whole executive power was vested in a governor, a deputy governor, and 18 assistants, to be named in the first instance by the Crown and afterwards elected by the Company. The governor and 7 or more of the assistants were authorized to meet in monthly courts for the dispatch of such business as concerned the Company or settlement. The legislative power was vested in the body of the proprietors, who were to assemble 4 times a year in person under the denomination of the General Court. Besides electing freemen and the necessary officers of the Company, were empowered to make ordinances for the good of the community and the government of the plantation and its inhabitants, provided they should not be repugnant to the laws of England. Their lands were to be holden in free and common socage, and the same temporary exemption from taxes and from duties on exports and imports which had been granted to the colony of Virginia was accorded to them. As in the Charter of Virginia, so in this, the colonists and their descendants were declared to be entitled to all the rights and privileges of natural-born subjects. The patent being obtained, the governor and council engaged with ardor in the duties assigned to them. To support the expenses of a fresh embarkation, it was resolved that every person subscribing £50 should be entitled to 200 acres of land as the first dividend. 5 vessels sailed in May, carrying about 200 persons, who reached Salem in June. At that place they found Endicott, to whom they brought a confirmation of his commission as governor. The colony consisted of 300 persons, 100 of whom removed to Charlestown. Religion, which had stimulated them to remove from their native land, became the first object of their care in the country they had adopted. Being zealous Puritans, they concurred in the institution of a church, establishing that form of policy which has since been denominated independent. A confession of faith was drawn up, to which the majority assented, and an association was formed in which they covenanted with the Lord and with each other to walk together in all his ways, as he should be pleased to reveal himself to them. Pastors and other ecclesiastical officers were chosen, who were installed into their sacred offices by the imposition of the hands of the brethren. A church being thus formed, several were received as members, who gave an account of their faith and hope as Christians, and those only were admitted into the communion whose morals and religious tenets were approved by the elders. Pleased with the work of their hands, and believing it to be perfect, they could tolerate no difference of opinion. Just escaped from persecution, they became persecutors themselves. Some few of their number, attached to the ritual of the Church of England, were dissatisfied with its total abolition, and withdrawing from communion with the Church, met apart to worship God in the manner they deemed most proper. At the head of this small number were 2 of the first patentees, who were also of the council. 1629, they were called before the governor, who, being of opinion that their nonconformity and conversation tended to sedition, sent them to England. The opposition ceased when deprived of its leaders. The following winter brought with it the calamities which must be uniformly sustained by the first emigrants into a wilderness, where the cold is severe and the privations almost universal. In the course of it, nearly half their number perished, lamenting that they did not live to see the rising glories of the faithful. The fortitude, however, of the survivors was not shaken, nor were their brethren in England deterred from joining them. Religion supported the colonists under all their difficulties, and the intolerant spirit of the English hierarchy diminished, in the view of the Puritans in England, the dangers and the sufferings to be encountered in America, and disposed them to forego every other human enjoyment for the consoling privilege of worshiping the Supreme Being according to their own opinions. Many persons of fortune determined to seek in the New World that liberty of conscience which was denied them in the Old, but foreseeing the misrule insuperable from the residence of the legislative power in England, they demanded, as preliminary to their emigration, that the powers of government should be transferred to New England and be exercised in the colony. The company had already incurred expenses for which they saw no prospect of a speedy reimbursement, and although they doubted the legality of the measure, were well disposed by adopting it to obtain such important aid. Government transferred to Massachusetts Bay. A general court was therefore convened, by whom it was unanimously resolved that the patent should be transferred and the government of the colony removed from London to Massachusetts Bay. It was also agreed that the members of the corporation remaining in England should retain a share in the trading stock and profits for the term of 7 years. 1630. Such was the effect of this revolution in the system of government that early in the following year 1,500 persons, among whom were several of family and fortune, embarked at an expense of upwards of £20,000 and arrived at Salem in July. Boston founded. Dissatisfied with this situation, they explored the country in quest of better stations, and settling in many places around the bay, they laid the foundation of several towns, and among others of Boston. The difficulty of obtaining subsistence, the difference of their food from that to which they had been accustomed, the intense cold of the winter, against which sufficient provision was not yet made, were still severely felt by the colonists, and still carried many of them to the grave. But that enthusiasm which had impelled them to emigrate preserved all its force, and they met with a firm, unshaken spirit the calamities which assailed them. 1631. Our admiration of their fortitude and of their principles sustains, however, some diminution from observing the sternness with which they denied to others that civil and religious liberty which, through so many dangers and hardships, they sought for themselves. Their general court decreed that none should be admitted as freemen, or permitted to vote at elections, or be capable of being chosen as magistrates, or of serving as jurymen, but such as had been received into the church as members. Thus did men who had braved every hardship for freedom of conscience deny the choicest rights of humanity to all those who dissented from the opinion of the majority on any article of faith or point of church discipline. The numerous complaints of the severities exercised by the government of Massachusetts, added to the immense emigration of persons noted for their enthusiasm, seem at length to have made some impression on Charles. 1633. And an order was made by the King and Council to stop the ships at that time ready to sail, freighted with passengers for New England. This order, however, seems never to have been strictly executed, as the emigrations continued without any sensible diminution. Hitherto the legislature had been composed of the whole body of the freemen. Under this system, so favorable to the views of the few who possess popular influence, the real power of the state had been chiefly engrossed by the governor and assistants, aided by the clergy. The emigration, however, having already been considerable, and the settlements having become extensive, it was found inconvenient, if not impracticable, longer to preserve a principle which their charter enjoined. 1634. In the year 1634, by common consent, the people elected delegates who met the governor and council and constituted the general court. This important improvement in their system, rendered familiar and probably suggested by the practice in the mother country, although not authorized by the charter, remained unaltered so long as that charter was permitted to exist. Commission for the Government of the Plantations. The colony of Massachusetts, having been conducted from its commencement very much on the plan of an independent society, at length attracted the partial notice of the jealous administration in England. 1635. And a commission for the regulation and government of the plantations was issued to the great officers of state and to some of the nobility, in which absolute power was granted to the Archbishop of Canterbury and to others to make laws and constitutions concerning either their state public or the utility of individuals. The commissioners were authorized to support the clergy by assigning them tithes, oblations, and other profits according to their discretion, to inflict punishment on those who should violate their ordinances, to remove governors of plantations and to appoint others, and to constitute tribunals and courts of justice, ecclesiastical and civil, with such authority and form as they should think proper. But their laws were not to take effect until they had received the royal assent and had been proclaimed in the colonies. The commissioners were also constituted a committee to hear complaints against the colony, its governor or other officers, with power to remove the offender to England for punishment. They were farther directed to cause the revocation of such letters patent granted for the establishment of colonies as should upon inquiry be found to have been unduly obtained or to contain a grant of liberties hurtful to the royal prerogative. From the first settlement at Salem, the colony of Massachusetts had cultivated the friendship of their neighbors of New Plymouth. The bonds of mutual amity were now rendered more strict, not only by some appearances of a hostile disposition among the natives, but by another circumstance which excited alarm in both colonies. The voyages for discovery and settlement made by the English and French to the coast of North America having been nearly cotemporaneous, their conflicting claims soon brought them into collision with each other. The same lands were granted by the sovereigns of both nations, and under these different grants actual settlements had been made by the French as far south and west as St. Croix, and by the English as far north and east as Penobscot. During the war with France, which broke out early in the reign of Charles I, that monarch granted a commission to Captain Kirke for the conquest of the countries in America occupied by the French, under which in 1629 Canada and Acadie were subdued. But by the Treaty of Saint-Germain, those places were restored to France without any description of their limits, and Fort Royal, Quebec, and Cape Breton were severally surrendered by name. In 1632 a party of French from Acadie committed a robbery on a trading house established at Penobscot by the people of New Plymouth. With the intelligence of this fact, information was also brought that Cardinal Richelieu had ordered some companies to Acadie, and that more were expected the next year with priests, Jesuits, and other formidable accompaniments for a permanent settlement. The governor of Acadie established a military post at Penobscot, and at the same time wrote to the governor of New Plymouth, stating that he had orders to displace the English as far as Pemaquid. Not being disposed to submit quietly to this invasion of territory, the government of New Plymouth undertook an expedition for the recovery of the fort at Penobscot, consisting of an English ship of war under the command of Captain Girling and a bark with 20 men belonging to the colony. The garrison received notice of this armament and prepared for its reception by fortifying and strengthening the fort, in consequence of which Girling, after expending his ammunition and finding himself too weak to attempt the works by assault, applied to Massachusetts for aid. That colony agreed to furnish 100 men and to bear the expense of the expedition by private subscription, but a sufficient supply of provisions, even for this small corps, could not be immediately obtained, and the expedition was abandoned. Girling returned, and the French retained possession of Penobscot till 1654. The apprehensions entertained of these formidable neighbors contributed in no small degree to cement the union between Massachusetts and Plymouth. Two persons afterwards distinguished in English annals arrived this year in Boston. One was Hugh Peters, the coadjutor and chaplain of Oliver Cromwell. The other was Mr. Henry Vane, the son of Sir Henry Vane, who was at that time a privy councillor of great credit with the king. 1636. The mind of this young gentleman was so deeply imbued with the political and religious opinions of the Puritans that he appeared ready to sacrifice for the enjoyment of them all his bright prospects in his native land. His mortified exterior, his grave and solemn deportment, his reputation for piety and wisdom, his strong professions of attachment to liberty and to the public good added to his attention to some of the leading members in the Church, won rapidly the affections of the people, and he was chosen their governor. His administration commenced with more external pomp than had been usual, or would seem to be congenial either with his own professions or with the plain and simple manners of the people whom he governed. When going to court or church, he was always preceded by 2 sergeants who walked with their halberts. Yet his popularity sustained no diminution until the party took in the religious controversies of the country detached from him many of its most judicious inhabitants. Independent of the meetings for public worship on every Sunday, of the stated lecture in Boston on every Thursday, and of occasional lectures in other towns, there were frequent meetings of the brethren of the churches for religious exercises. Mrs. Hutchinson, who had been much flattered by the attentions of the governor and of Mr. Cotton, one of the most popular of the clergy, who added eloquence to her enthusiasm, and whose husband was among the most respected men of the country, dissatisfied with the exclusion of her sex from the private meetings of the brethren, instituted a meeting of the sisters also, in which she repeated the sermons of the preceding Sunday, accompanied with remarks and expositions. These meetings were attended by a large number of the most respectable of her sex, and her lectures were for a time generally approved. At length she drew a distinction between the ministers through the country. She designated a small number as being under a covenant of grace, the others as being under the covenant of works. Contending for the necessity of the former, she maintained that sanctity of life is no evidence of justification or of favor with God, and that the Holy Ghost dwells personally in such as are justified. The whole colony was divided into two parties, equally positive on these abstruse points, whose resentments against each other threatened the most serious calamities. Mr. Vane espoused with zeal the wildest doctrines of Mrs. Hutchinson, and Mr. Cotton decidedly favored them. The Lieutenant Governor, Mr. Winthrop, and the majority of the churches were of the opposite party. Many conferences were held, days of fasting and humiliation were appointed. A general synod was called, and after violent dissensions Mrs. Hutchinson's opinions were condemned as erroneous, and she was banished. Many of her disciples followed her. Vane, in disgust, quitted America, unlamented even by those who had lately admired him. He was thought too visionary, and is said to have been too enthusiastic even for the enthusiasts of Massachusetts. The patentees, having no common object to prosecute, resolved to divide their lands, and in the expectation of receiving a deed of confirmation for the particular portion which fortune should allot to each, cast lots in the presence of James for the shares each should hold in severalty. They continued, however, to act some years longer as a body politic, during which time they granted various portions of the country to different persons, and executed under the seal of the corporation deeds of fiefment for the lots drawn by each member of the company, patents of confirmation for which were solicited, but appear to have been granted only to Gorges for Maine. The charter was surrendered by the company and accepted by the Crown. 1637. Charles, in pursuance of his determination to take the government of New England into his own hands, issued a proclamation directing that none should be transported thither who had not the special license of the Crown, which should be granted to those only who had taken the oaths of supremacy and allegiance and had conformed to the discipline of the Church of England. This order, however, could not be completely executed, and the emigrations, which were entirely of nonconformists, still continued. Those who were disgusted with the ceremonials rigidly exacted in England estimated so highly the simple frame of church policy established in Massachusetts that numbers surmounted every difficulty to seek an asylum in this New Jerusalem. Among them were men of the first political influence and mental attainments, Pym, Hampden, Haslerigg, and Cromwell, with many others who afterwards performed a conspicuous part in that revolution which brought the head of Charles to the block, are said to have been actually on board a vessel prepared to sail for New England, and to have been stopped by the special orders of the Privy Council. 1638. The Commissioners for the Regulation and Government of the Plantations, having reported that Massachusetts had violated its charter, a writ of quo warranto was issued, on which judgment was given in favor of the Crown. The process was never served on any member of the corporation, and it is therefore probable that the judgment was not final. The Privy Council, however, ordered the governor and company to send their patent to England to be surrendered. The General Court answered this order by a petition to the commissioners, in which they said, "We dare not question your lordship's proceedings in requiring our patent to be sent unto you. We only desire to open our griefs, and if in anything we have offended his majesty or your lordships, we humbly prostrate ourselves at the footstool of supreme authority. We are sincerely ready to yield all due obedience to both. We are not conscious that we have offended in anything, as our government is according to law. We pray that we may be heard before condemnation, and that we may be suffered to live in the wilderness." Fortunately for the colonists, Charles and his commissioners found too much employment at home to have leisure for carrying into complete execution a system aimed at the subversions of what was most dear to the hearts of Americans. To the religious dissensions which distracted Massachusetts and to the rigor with which conformity was exacted is to be attributed the first settlement of the other colonies of New England. As early as the year 1634, Roger Williams, a popular preacher at Salem, who had refused to hold communion with the church at Boston because its members refused to make a public declaration of their repentance for having held communion with the Church of England during their residence in that country, was charged with many exceptionable tenets. Among several which mark his wild enthusiasm, one is found in total opposition to the spirit of the times and to the severity of his other doctrines. He maintained that to punish a man for any matter of conscience is persecution, and that even Papists and Armenians are entitled to freedom of conscience in worship, provided the peace of civil society be secured. The divines of Massachusetts, in opposition to this doctrine, contended that they did not persecute men for conscience, but corrected them for sinning against conscience, and so they did not persecute but punish heretics. This unintelligible sophism not convincing Williams, he was for this and for his other heresies banished by the magistrates as a disturber of the peace of the church and of the commonwealth. Plymouth, Massachusetts, in 1622, from the painting by W. L. Williams. Here, under Governor Bradford, who directed their destiny for a precarious quarter of a century, the Pilgrim Fathers strove desperately to maintain a foothold in America, and several times were on the point of abandoning the enterprise. To such straits were they reduced in 1622, a year after the death of Governor Carter, that half rations were doled out, and when in May of that year a ship arrived from England bearing encouraging letters to the Pilgrims, but no substantial supplies, Governor Bradford remarked bitterly, "All this is but cold comfort to fill hungry bellies." Many of his disciples followed him into exile, and traveling south until they passed the line of Massachusetts, purchased a tract of land of the Narragansetts, then a powerful tribe of Indians, where in 1635 Providence settled. They made a settlement to which they gave the name of Providence. After fixing the place of their future residence, they entered into a voluntary association and framed a government composed of the whole body of freemen. After the manner of Massachusetts, they created a church by collecting a religious society, but as one of the causes of their migration had been the tenet that all were entitled to freedom of conscience in worship, entire toleration was established. The new settlers cultivated with assiduity the good will of the natives, with whom a long peace was preserved. The banishment of Williams was soon followed by that of Mrs. Hutchinson, Rhode Island settled. She was accompanied by many of her disciples, who, pursuing the steps of Williams, and arriving in his neighborhood, purchased a tract of land from the same tribe and founded Rhode Island. Imitating the conduct of their neighbors, they formed a similar association for the establishment of civil government and adopted the same principles of toleration. In consequence of this conduct, the island soon became so populous as to furnish settlers for the adjacent shores. 1634. Connecticut, too, is a colony of Massachusetts. As early as the year 1634, several persons, among whom was Mr. Hooker, a favorite minister of the church, applied to the General Court of Massachusetts for permission to pursue their fortunes in some new and better land. This permission was not granted at that time, and it being then the received opinion that the oath of a freeman, as well as the original compact, bound every member of the society so as not to leave him the right to separate himself from it without the consent of the whole, this emigration was suspended. The General Court, however, did not long withhold its assent. Connecticut settled. The country having been explored and a place selected on the west side of the river Connecticut, a commission was granted to the petitioners to remove, on the condition of their still continuing under the jurisdiction of Massachusetts. Some few huts had been erected the preceding year, in which a small number of emigrants had wintered, and the fall succeeding about 60 persons traversed the wilderness in families. 1636. In 1636, about 100 persons, led by Pynchon, Hooker, and Haynes, followed the first emigrants and founded the towns of Hartford, Springfield, and Wethersfield. There are some peculiarities attending this commission and this settlement which deserve to be noticed. The country to be settled was confessedly without the limits of Massachusetts, yet Roger Ludlow was authorized to promulgate the orders which might be necessary for the plantations. to inflict corporal punishment, imprisonment, and fines, to determine all differences in a judicial way, and to convene the inhabitants in a general court if it should be necessary. This signal exercise of authority grew out of the principle solemnly asserted by the General Court of Massachusetts, that the oath of fidelity to the Commonwealth was binding, although the person should no longer reside within its limits. There were other difficulties attending the title of the settlers. The Dutch at Manhattoes or New York claimed a right to the river as its first discoverers. In addition to this hostile title, Lord Say and Seal and Lord Brooke, with some others, contemplating a retreat in the New World from the despotism with which England was threatened, had made choice of Connecticut River for that purpose, and had built a fort at its mouth called Saybrook. The emigrants from Massachusetts, however, kept possession and proceeded to clear and cultivate the country. They purchased the rights of Lord Say and Seal and Lord Brooke and their partners, and the Dutch, being too feeble to maintain their title by the sword, gradually receded from the river. The emigrants, disclaiming the authority of Massachusetts, entered into a voluntary association for the establishment of a government which in its form was like those established in the other colonies of New England. The principal difference between their constitution and that of Massachusetts was that they imparted the right of freemen to those who were not members of the church. These new establishments gave great and just alarm to the Pequods, a powerful tribe of Indians on the south of Massachusetts. They foresaw their own ruin in this extension of the English settlements, and the disposition excited by this apprehension soon displayed itself in private murders and other acts of hostility. With a policy suggested by a strong sense of danger, they sought a reconciliation with the Narragansetts, their ancient enemies and rivals, and requested them to forget their long-cherished animosities and to cooperate cordially against a common enemy whose continuing encroachments threatened to overwhelm both in one common destruction. Noticing the rapid progress of the English settlements, they urged with reason that although a present friendship subsisted between the Narragansetts and the newcomers, yet all in turn must be dispossessed of their country, and this dangerous friendship could promise no other good than the wretched privilege of being last devoured. These representations could not efface from the bosoms of the Narragansetts that deep-rooted enmity which neighbors, not bound together by ligaments of sufficient strength to prevent reciprocal acts of hostility, too often feel for each other. Dreading still less the power of a foreign nation than that of men with whom they had been in the habit of contending, they not only refused to join the Pequods, but communicated their proposition to the government of Massachusetts, with whom they formed an alliance against that tribe. War with the Pequods. Open war being resolved on by both parties, Captain Underhill was sent to the relief of Fort Saybrook, which had been besieged by the Indians, and the three colonies, Massachusetts, Plymouth, and Connecticut, agreed to march their united forces into the country of the Pequods to effect their entire destruction. The troops of Connecticut were first in motion. Those of Massachusetts were detained by the controversy concerning the covenant of works and of grace, which had insinuated itself into all the transactions of that colony. Their little army, when collected, found itself divided by this metaphysical point, and the stronger party, believing that the blessing of God could not be expected to crown with success the arms of such unhallowed men as their opponents in faith on this question, refused to march until their small band was purified by expelling the unclean and introducing others whose tenets were unexceptionable. While this operation was performing, the troops of Connecticut, reinforced by a body of friendly Indians and by a small detachment from Saybrook, determined to march against the enemy. The Pequods had taken two positions which they had surrounded with palisadoes and had resolved to defend. The nearest was on a small eminence, surrounded by a swamp near the head of Mystic River. Against this fort the first attack was made. The Indians, deceived by a movement of the vessels from Saybrook to Narragansett, believed the expedition to have been abandoned, and celebrated in perfect security the supposed evacuation of their country. About daybreak, while they were asleep, the English approached, and the surprise would have been complete had they not been alarmed by the barking of a dog. They immediately gave the war whoop and flew undismayed to arms. The English rushed to the attack, forced their way through the works, and set fire to the Indian wigwams. The confusion soon became general, and almost every man was killed or taken. Soon after this action the troops of Massachusetts arrived, and it was resolved to pursue the victory. Several skirmishes terminated unfavorably to the Pequods, and in a short time they received another total defeat, which put an end to the war. A few only of this once powerful nation survived, who, abandoning their country, dispersed themselves among the neighboring tribes and were incorporated with them. The vigorous essay in arms of the New England colonists impressed on the Indians a high opinion of their courage and military superiority, but their victory was sullied with cruelties which cannot be recollected without mingled regret and censure. 1638, immediately after the termination of this war, New Haven was settled. A small emigration from England, conducted by Eaton and Davenport, arrived at Boston in June. Unwilling to remain where power and influence were already in the hands of others, they refused to continue within the jurisdiction of Massachusetts. New Haven settled, and disregarding the threats at Manhattoes, settled themselves west of Connecticut River on a place which they named New Haven. Their institutions, civil and ecclesiastical, were in the same spirit with those of their elder sister Massachusetts. The colony was now in a very flourishing condition. 21,200 emigrants had arrived from England, and although they devoted great part of their attention to the abstruse points of theology which employed the casuists of that day, they were not unmindful of those solid acquisitions which permanently improved the condition of man. Sober, industrious, and economical, they labored indefatigably in opening and improving the country, and were unremitting in their efforts to furnish themselves with those supplies which are to be drawn from the bosom of the earth. Of these they soon raised a surplus, for which fresh emigrants offered profitable market, and their foreign trade in lumber, added to their fish and furs, furnished them with the means of making remittances to England for those manufactures which they found it advantageous to import. Their fisheries had become so important as to attract the attention of government. For their encouragement, a law was passed exempting property employed in catching, curing, or transporting fish from all duties and taxes, and the fishermen and shipbuilders from militia duty. By the same law, all persons were restrained from using cod or bass fish for manure. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of the Life of Washington, Volume 1, by John Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Massachusetts claims New Hampshire and part of Maine. Dissensions among the inhabitants. Confederation of the New England colonies. Rhode Island excluded from it. Separate chambers provided for the two branches of the legislature. New England takes part with Parliament. Treaty with Acadier. Petition of the Nonconformists. Disputes between Massachusetts and Connecticut. War between England and Holland. Machinations of the Dutch at Manhattoes among the Indians. Massachusetts refuses to join the United Colonies in the war. Application of New Haven to Cromwell for assistance. Peace with the Dutch. Expedition of Sedgwick against Acadier. Religious intolerance. 1639. The government of Massachusetts, induced by the rapidity with which the colony had attained its present strength to form sanguine hopes of future importance, instituted an inquiry into the extent of their patent, with a view to the enlargement of territory. To facilitate this object, commissioners were appointed to explore the Merrimack and to ascertain its northernmost point. The charter conveyed to the grantees all the lands within lines to be drawn 3 miles south of Charles River and the same distance north of the Merrimack. Massachusetts claims New Hampshire and part of Maine. The government construed this description as authorizing a line to be drawn due east from a point 3 miles north of the head of Merrimack, which soon leaves that river and includes all New Hampshire and a considerable part of Maine. In pursuance of this exposition of the charter, the General Court asserted its jurisdiction over New Hampshire, in which there were a few scattered habitations, and proceeded to authorize settlements in that country. The attempts which had been made to colonize the northern and eastern parts of New England had proved almost entirely unsuccessful. Sir Ferdinando Gorges and John Mason had built a small house at the mouth of Piscataqua about the year 1623, and nearly at the same time others erected a few huts along the coast from Merrimack eastward to Sagadahoc for the purpose of fishing. In 1631 Gorges and Mason sent over a small party of planters and fishermen under the conduct of a Mr. Williams, who laid the foundation of Portsmouth. When the Plymouth Company divided New England among its members, that territory lying along the coast from Merrimack River and for 60 miles into the country to the river Piscataqua was granted to Mason and was called New Hampshire. That territory northeastward of New Hampshire to the river Kennebec and 60 miles into the country was granted to Sir Ferdinando Gorges. In 1639 Gorges obtained a patent for this district under the name of Maine, comprehending the lands for 100 instead of 60 miles into the country, together with the powers of sovereignty. He framed a system of government which, being purely executive, could not even preserve itself. After struggling with a long course of confusion and drawing out for several years a miserable political existence, Maine submitted itself to the jurisdiction of Massachusetts and consented to become a part of that colony. In the course of the years 1651 and 1652, this junction was effected, and Maine was erected into a county, the towns of which sent deputies to the General Court at Boston. To this county was conceded the peculiar privilege that its inhabitants, although not members of the Church, should be entitled to the rights of freemen on taking the oath. The settlements in New Hampshire, too, were maintaining only a doubtful and feeble existence when they drew a recruit of inhabitants from the same causes which had peopled Rhode Island and Connecticut. 1637. In 1637, when Mrs. Hutchinson and other antinomians were exiled, Mr. Wheelwright, her brother-in-law, a popular preacher, was likewise banished. He carried with him a considerable number of his followers, and just passing the northeastern boundary of Massachusetts, planted the town of Exeter. These emigrants immediately formed themselves, according to the manner of New England, into a body politic for their own government. 1640, a few persons arrived soon afterwards from England and laid the foundation of the town of Dover. They also established a distinct government. Their first act proved to be the source of future discord. The majority chose one Underbill as governor, but a respectable minority was opposed to his election. To this cause of discontent was added another of irresistible influence. They were divided on the subject of the covenant of works and of grace. These dissensions soon grew into a civil war, which was happily terminated by Williams, who was, according to the practice of small societies torn by civil broils, invited by the weaker party to its aid. He marched from Portsmouth at the head of a small military force, and banishing the governor and the leaders of the antinomian faction, restored peace to this distracted village. Massachusetts had asserted a right over this territory. Her claim derived aid not only from the factions which agitated these feeble settlements, but also from the uncertainty of the tenure by which the inhabitants held their lands. Only the settlers at Portsmouth had acquired a title from Mason, and the others were consequently unfriendly to his pretensions. These causes produced a voluntary offer of submission to the government of Massachusetts, which was accepted, and the General Court passed an order declaring the inhabitants of Piscataqua to be within their jurisdiction, with the privileges of participating in all their rights, and of being exempted from all public charges other than those which shall arise for or among themselves, or from any action or course that may be taken for their own good or benefit. Under the protecting wing of this more powerful neighbor, New Hampshire attained the growth which afterwards enabled her to stand alone, and long remembered with affection the benefits she had received. Charles, environed with difficulties arising from his own misrule, was at length compelled to meet his Parliament, and in November the great council of the nation was again assembled. The circumstances which had caused such considerable emigrations to New England existed no longer. The Puritans were not only exempt from persecution, but became the strongest party in the nation, and from this time New England is supposed to have derived no increase of population from the parent state. Confederation of the New England colonies. About the same period many evidences were given of a general combination of the neighboring Indians against the settlements of New England, and apprehensions were also entertained of hostility from the Dutch at Manhattoes. A sense of impending danger suggested the policy of forming a confederacy of the sister colonies for their mutual defense, and so confirmed had the habit of self-government become since the attention of England was absorbed in her domestic dissensions, that it was not thought necessary to consult the parent state on this important measure. 1643. After mature deliberation, Articles of Confederation were digested, and in May 1643 they were conclusively adopted. By them the United Colonies of New England, viz., Massachusetts, Plymouth, Connecticut, and New Haven, entered into a firm and perpetual league, offensive and defensive. Each colony retained a distinct and separate jurisdiction. No two colonies could join in one jurisdiction without the consent of the whole, and no other colony could be received into the Confederacy without the like consent. The charge of all wars was to be borne by the colonies respectively, in proportion to the male inhabitants of each between 16 and 60 years of age. On notice of an invasion given by 3 magistrates of any colony, the Confederates were immediately to furnish their respective quotas. These were fixed at 100 from Massachusetts and 45 from each of the other parties to the agreement. If a larger armament should be found necessary, commissioners were to meet and ascertain the number of men to be required. 2 commissioners from each government, being church members, were to meet annually on the first Monday in September. 6 possessed the power of binding the whole. Any measure approved by a majority of less than 6 was to be referred to the general court of each colony, and the consent of all was necessary to its adoption. They were to choose annually a president from their own body, and had power to frame laws or rules of a civil nature and of general concern. Of this description were rules which respected their conduct towards the Indians, and measures to be taken with fugitives from one colony to another. No colony was permitted, without the general consent, to engage in war, but in sudden and inevitable cases. If, on any extraordinary meeting of the commissioners, their whole number should not assemble, any 4 who should meet were empowered to determine on a war, and to call for the respective quotas of the several colonies, but not less than 6 could determine on the justice of the war, or settle the expenses, or levy the money for its support. If any colony should be charged with breaking an article of the agreement, or with doing an injury to another colony, the complaint was to be submitted to the consideration and determination of the commissioners of such colonies as should be disinterested. This union, the result of good sense and of a judicious consideration of the real interests of the colonies, remained in force until their charters were dissolved. Rhode Island excluded from it. Rhode Island, at the instance of Massachusetts, was excluded, and her commissioners were not admitted into the Congress of Deputies which formed the Confederation. On her petitioning at a subsequent period to be received as a member, her request was refused unless she would consent to be incorporated with Plymouth. This condition being deemed inadmissible, she never was taken into the Confederacy. From the formation of this league, its members were considered by their neighbors as one body with regard to external affairs and such as were of general concern, though the internal and particular objects of each continued to be managed by its own magistrates and legislature. The vigorous and prudent measures pursued by the United Colonies disconcerted the plans of the Indians and preserved peace. Rhode Island and Providence plantations, excluded from the general Confederacy, were under the necessity of courting the friendship of the neighboring Indians. So successful were their endeavors that in the year 1644 they obtained from the chiefs of the Narragansetts a formal surrender of their country. The first General Assembly, consisting of the collective freemen of the plantations, was convened in May, 1647. In this body the supreme authority of the nation resided. The executive duties were performed by a governor and 4 assistants, chosen from among the freemen by their several towns, and the same persons constituted also the Supreme Court for the administration of justice. Every township, forming within itself a corporation, elected a council of 6 for the management of its peculiar affairs and for the settlement of its disputes. 1644. Hitherto the governor, assistants, and representatives of Massachusetts had assembled in the same chamber and deliberated together. At first their relative powers do not seem to have been accurately understood, nor the mode of deciding controverted questions to have been well defined. The representatives, being the most numerous body, contended that every question should be decided by a majority of the whole, while the assistants asserted their right to a negative. More than once this contest suspended the proceedings of the general court, but the assistants having, with the aid of the clergy, succeeded on each occasion, the representatives yielded the point, and moved that separate chambers should be provided for the two branches of the legislature. This motion being carried in the affirmative, their deliberations were afterwards conducted apart from each other. This regulation was subsequently modified with respect to judicial proceedings, for the legislature was the court of the last resort. If in these the two houses differed, the vote was to be taken conjointly. New England takes part with Parliament. In England, the contest between the King and Parliament at length ripened into open war. The colonies of New England took an early and sincere part on the side of Parliament. Their interests were committed to such agents as might best conciliate the favor of the House of Commons, who in return manifested the impression received from them and from the general conduct of their northern colonies by passing a resolution exempting from the payment of duties or other customs, until the House should order otherwise, all merchandises exported to or from New England. And in 1644 the General Court passed an ordinance declaring that what person soever shall by word, writing, or action endeavour to disturb our peace directly or indirectly by drawing a party under pretence that he is for the King of England, and such as join with him against the Parliament, shall be accounted as an offender of a high nature against this Commonwealth, and to be proceeded with either capitally or otherwise, according to the quality and degree of his offence, provided always that this shall not be extended against any merchants, strangers, and shipmen that come hither merely for trade or merchandise, albeit they should come from any of those parts that are in the hands of the King, and such as adhere to him against the Parliament, carrying themselves here quietly and free from railing or nourishing any faction, mutiny, or sedition among us as aforesaid. These manifestations of mutual kindness were not interrupted by an ordinance of Parliament passed in 1643 appointing the Earl of Warwick Governor-in-Chief and Lord High Admiral of the colonies, with a council of 5 peers and 12 commoners to assist him, and empowering him, in conjunction with his associates, to examine the state of their affairs, to send for papers and persons, to remove governors and officers, appointing others in their places, and to assign over to them such part of the powers then granted as he should think proper. Jealous as were the people of New England of measures endangering their liberty, they do not appear to have been alarmed at this extraordinary exercise of power. So true is it that men close their eyes on encroachments committed by that party to which they are attached, in the delusive hope that power in such hands will always be wielded against their adversaries, never against themselves. This prosperous state of things was still farther improved by a transaction which is the more worthy of notice as being an additional evidence of the extent to which the colonies of New England then exercised the powers of self-government. Treaty with Acadier, a treaty of peace and commerce, was entered into between the governor of Massachusetts, styling himself governor of New England, and Monsieur d'Aulnay, lieutenant general of the King of France in Acadier. This treaty was laid before the commissioners for the colonies and received their sanction. 1646. The rigid adherence of Massachusetts to the principle of withholding the privilege of a freeman from all who dissented from the majority in any religious opinion could not fail to generate perpetual discontents. Petition of the Nonconformists. A petition was presented to the General Court, signed by several persons highly respectable for their situation and character, but not being church members, excluded from the common rights of society, complaining that the fundamental laws of England were not acknowledged by the colony, and that they were denied those civil and religious privileges to which they were entitled as free-born Englishmen of good moral conduct. Their prayer to be admitted to the rights, or to be relieved from the burdens of society, was accompanied with observations conveying a very intelligible censure on the proceedings of the colony, and a threat of applying to Parliament should the prayer of their petition be rejected. The most popular governments, not being always the most inclined to tolerate opinions differing from those of the majority, this petition gave great offense, and its signers were required to attend the court. Their plea that the right to petition government was sacred was answered by saying that they were not accused for petitioning, but for using contemptuous and seditious expressions. They were required to find sureties for their good behavior, and on refusing to acknowledge their offense were fined at the discretion of the court. An appeal from this decision having been refused, they sent deputies to lay their case before Parliament, but the clergy exerted themselves on the occasion, and the celebrated Cotton, in one of his sermons, asserted that if any should carry writings or complaints against the people of God in that country to England, it would be as Jonas in the ship. A storm having risen during the passage, the mariners, impressed with the prophecy of Cotton, insisted that the obnoxious papers should be thrown overboard, and the deputies were constrained to consign their credentials to the waves. On their arrival in England, they found Parliament but little disposed to listen to their complaints. The agents of Massachusetts had received instructions to counteract their efforts, and the governments of New England were too high in favor to admit of a rigid scrutiny into their conduct. In some of the internal dissensions which agitated Massachusetts, Winthrop, a man of great influence, always among their first magistrates, and often their governor, was charged, while deputy governor, with some arbitrary conduct. He defended himself at the bar, in the presence of a vast concourse of people, and having been honorably acquitted, addressed them from the bench in a speech which was highly approved. As this speech tends to illustrate the political opinions of the day, an extract from it may not be unworthy of regard. The questions, he said, which have troubled the country of late, and from which these disturbances in the state have arisen, have been about the authority of the magistrate and the liberty of the people. Magistracy is certainly an appointment from God. We take an oath to govern you according to God's law and our own, and if we commit errors, not willingly, but for want of skill, you ought to bear with us, because being chosen from among yourselves, we are but men, and subject to the like passions as yourselves. Nor would I have you mistake your own liberty. There is a freedom of doing what we list, without regard to law or justice. This liberty is indeed inconsistent with authority. But civil, moral, and federal liberty consists in every man's enjoying his property, and having the benefit of the laws of his country, which is very consistent with a due subjection to the civil magistrate, and for this you ought to contend with the hazard of your lives. During the remnant of his life he was annually chosen governor. 1649. About this time, a controversy which had long subsisted between Massachusetts and Connecticut was terminated. The latter, for the purpose of maintaining Saybrook, had laid a duty on all goods exported from Connecticut River. The inhabitants of Springfield, a town of Massachusetts lying on the river, having refused to pay this duty, the cause was laid before the commissioners of the United Colonies, and after hearing the parties, those of Plymouth and New Haven adjourned the final decision of the case until the next meeting, in order to hear farther objections from Massachusetts, but directed that in the meantime the duty should be paid. At the meeting in 1648, Massachusetts insisted on the production of the patent of Connecticut. It was perfectly well known that the original patent could not be procured, and the agents for Connecticut, after stating this fact, offered an authentic copy. The commissioners recommended that the boundary line should be run to ascertain whether Springfield was really in Massachusetts, but still directed that the duty should continue to be paid. On this order being made, the commissioners of Massachusetts produced a law of their general court, reciting the controversy with the orders which had been made in it, and imposing a duty on all goods belonging to the inhabitants of Plymouth, Connecticut, or New Haven, which should be imported within the castle or exported from any part of the bay, and subjecting them to forfeiture for non-payment. The commissioners remonstrated strongly against this measure, and recommended it to the General Court of Massachusetts seriously to consider whether such proceedings were reconcilable with the law of love and the tenor of the Articles of Confederation. In the meantime, they begged to be excused from all farther agitations concerning Springfield. In this state of the controversy, Fort Saybrook was consumed by fire, and Connecticut forbore to rebuild it or to demand the duty. In the following year, Massachusetts repealed the ordinance which had so successfully decided the contest. Thus does a member of a confederacy, feeling its own strength and the weakness of those with whom it is associated, deride the legitimate decisions of the federal body when opposed to its own interest or passions, and obey the general will only when that will is dictated by itself. Although, while civil war raged in the mother country, New England had been permitted to govern itself as an independent nation, Parliament seems to have entertained very decisive opinions respecting the subordination of the provinces and its own controlling power. The measures taken for giving effect to these opinions involved all the colonies equally. The Council of State was authorized to displace governors and magistrates and to appoint others. Massachusetts was required to take a new patent and to hold its courts not in the name of the colony, but in the name of the Parliament. 1651, the General Court, unwilling to comply with these requisitions, transmitted a petition to Parliament styling that body the supreme authority and expressing for it the highest respect. They stated their uniform attachment to Parliament during the Civil War, the aid they had given, and the losses they had sustained. After speaking of the favors they had received, they expressed the hope that it will not go worse with them than it did under the late King, and that the frame of this government will not be changed and governors and magistrates imposed on them against their will. They declared, however, their entire submission to the will of Parliament, and avowing for that body the most zealous attachment, prayed a favorable answer to their humble petition. But the United Colonies had lately given great umbrage by supplying Virginia and Barbados, then enemies of the Commonwealth, with warlike stores and other commodities. It was also matter of real complaint that their exemption from the payment of duties enabled them to enrich themselves at the expense of others, and a revocation of their privileges in this respect was seriously contemplated. Yet the requisitions concerning their charter were never complied with, and do not appear to have been repeated. In this year war was declared by England against Holland. The United Colonies, accustomed to conduct their affairs in their own way, did not think themselves involved in this contest, unless engaged in it by some act of their own. The Dutch at Manhattoes, too weak to encounter their English neighbors, solicited the continuance of peace, and as the trade carried on between them was mutually advantageous, this request was readily granted. 1653, machinations of the Dutch with the Indians. Intelligence, however, was soon brought by the Indians that the Dutch were privately inciting them to a general confederacy for the purpose of extirpating the English. This intelligence gave the more alarm because the massacre of Amboyna was then fresh in the recollection of the colonists. An extraordinary meeting of the commissioners was called at Boston, who were divided in opinion with regard to the propriety of declaring war. In consequence of this division, a conference was held before the General Court and several elders of Massachusetts. The elders, being requested to give their opinion in writing, stated that the proofs and presumptions of the execrable plot tending to the destruction of so many of the dear saints of God, imputed to the Dutch governor and the fiscal, were of such weights as to induce them to believe the reality of it, yet they were not so fully conclusive as to clear up a present proceeding to war before the world, and to bear up their hearts with that fullness of persuasion which was meet in commending the case to God in prayer and to the people in exhortations, and that it would be safest for the colonies to forbear the use of the sword, but advised to be in a posture of defense until the mind of God should be more fully known, either for a settled peace or more manifest grounds of war. With this opinion of the elders, the vote of the General Court concurred. The intelligence of the practices of the Dutch governor with the Indians becoming more certain, all the commissioners except Mr. Bradstreet of Massachusetts declared in favor of war. Their proceedings were immediately interrupted by a declaration of the General Court of Massachusetts that no determination of the commissioners, although they should be unanimous, should bind the General Court to join in an offensive war which should appear to be unjust. A serious altercation ensued, in the course of which the other colonies pressed the war as a measure essential to their safety, but Massachusetts adhered inflexibly to its first resolution. This additional evidence of the incompetency of their union to bind one member, stronger than all the rest, threatened a dissolution of the Confederacy, and that event seems to have been prevented only by the inability of the others to stand alone. Alarmed at their situation and irritated by the conduct of their elder sister, Connecticut and New Haven represented Cromwell, then Lord Protector of England, the danger to which the colonies were exposed from the Dutch and the Indians, and the hazard the smaller provinces must continue to incur unless the league between them could be maintained and executed according to its true intent and the interpretation which its articles had uniformly received. With his usual promptness and decision, Cromwell detached a small armament for the reduction of the Dutch colony and recommended to Massachusetts to furnish aid to the expedition. Although the legitimate requisitions of the government of the Union had been ineffectual, the recommendation of the Lord Protector was not to be disregarded, and the General Court passed a resolution conforming to it. 1654, a treaty of peace, which was signed in April, saved the Dutch colony. The progress of the French in their neighborhood had been viewed with regret and apprehension by all New England. Expedition against Acadier. Sedgwick, the commander of the forces which had been destined against Manhattoes, animated with the vigor of his master, was easily prevailed on to turn his arms against a people whose religious tenets he detested and whose country he hated. He soon dislodged the French from Penobscot and subdued all Acadier. 1655, the ministers of His Most Christian Majesty, pending the negotiations for the Treaty of Westminster, demanded restitution of the forts Pentagoet, St. John's, and Port Royal, but each nation having claims on the country, their pretensions were referred to the arbitrators appointed to adjust the damages committed on either side since the year 1640, and the restitution of Acadier was postponed for future discussion. 1656. Cromwell seems not to have intended to restore the countries he had conquered. He granted to St. Etienne, Crown and Temple, forever the territory denominated Acadier, and part of the country commonly called Nova Scotia, extending along the coast to Pentagoet to the river St. George. Until the Restoration, the colonies of New England continued in a state of unexampled prosperity. Those regulations respecting navigation which were rigorously enforced against others less in favor were dispensed with for their benefit. They maintained external peace by the vigor and sagacity with which their government was administered, and improved their advantages which the times afforded them by industry and attention to their interests. In this period of prosperity they acquired a degree of strength and consistence which enabled them to struggle through the difficulties that afterwards assailed them. These sober, industrious people were peculiarly attentive to the instruction of youth. Education was among the first objects of their care. In addition to private institutions, they had brought the college at Cambridge to a state of forwardness which reflects much credit on their character. As early as the year 1636, the General Court had bestowed £400 on a public school at Newtown, the name by which Cambridge was then known. 2 years afterwards, an additional donation was made by the Reverend Mr. John Harvard, in consequence of which the institution received the name of Harvard College. In 1642, this college was placed under the government of the governor and deputy governor and of the magistrates and ministers of the 6 next adjacent towns, who, with the president, were incorporated for that purpose, and in 1650 its first charter was granted. It is to be lamented that the same people possessed a degree of bigotry in religion and a spirit of intolerance which their enlightened posterity will view with regret. During this period of prosperity, the government maintained the severity of its institutions against all those who dissented from the Church, and exerted itself assiduously in what was thought the holy work of punishing heretics and introducing conformity in matters of faith. In this time the sect denominated Quakers appeared. They were fined, imprisoned, whipped, and at length put to death, but could not be totally suppressed. As enthusiastic as their persecutors, they gloried in their sufferings and deemed themselves the martyrs of truth. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of the Life of Washington, Volume 1, by John Marshall, This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Transactions succeeding the restoration of Charles II. Contest between Connecticut and New Haven. Discontents in Virginia. Grant to the Duke of York. Commissioners appointed by the Crown. Conquest of the Dutch settlements. Conduct of Massachusetts to the Royal Commissioners. Their recall. Massachusetts evades a summons to appear before the King and Council. Settlement of Carolina. Form of government. Constitution of Mr. Locke. Discontents in the county of Albemarle. Invasion from Florida. Abolition of the Constitution of Mr. Locke. Bacon's rebellion. His death. Assembly deprived of judicial power. Discontents in Virginia. Population of the colony. 1660. The restoration of Charles II was soon known in America and excited in the different colonies very different emotions. In Virginia and in Maryland the intelligence was received with transport, and the King was proclaimed amidst acclamations of unfeigned joy. In Massachusetts the unwelcome information was heard with doubt and in silence. Republicans in religion and in politics, all their affections were engaged in favor of the revolutionary party in England, and they saw in the restoration of monarchy much more to fear than to hope for themselves, nor were they mistaken in their forebodings. No sooner was Charles seated on the throne than Parliament voted a duty of 5 per centum on all merchandises exported from or imported into any of the dominions belonging to the English Crown. And in the course of the same session the celebrated Navigation Act was re-enacted. The difficulty of carrying this system into execution among a distant people accustomed to the advantages of a free trade was foreseen, and the law directed that the governors of the several plantations should, before entering into office, take an oath faithfully to observe it. As some compensation to the colonists for these commercial restraints, it was also enacted that no tobacco should be planted or made in England or Ireland, Guernsey or Jersey. These regulations confined the trade of the colonies to England and confined on them exclusively the production of tobacco. Charles, on ascending the throne, transmitted to Sir William Berkeley a commission as governor of Virginia, with instructions to summon an assembly and to assure it of his intention to grant a general pardon to all persons other than those who were attainted by act of Parliament, provided all acts passed during the rebellion, derogating from the obedience due to the King and his government, should be repealed. 1661. The Assembly, which had been summoned in March 1660 in the name of the King, though he was not then acknowledged in England, and which had been prorogued by the governor to the following March, then convened and engaged in the arduous task of revising the laws of the colony. One of the motives assigned for this revision strongly marks the temper of the day. It is that they may repeal and expunge all unnecessary acts, and chiefly such as might keep in memory their forced deviation from His Majesty's obedience. This laborious work was accomplished, and in its execution the first object of attention was religion. The Church of England was established by law, and provision was made for its ministers to preserve the purity and unity of its doctrines and discipline those only who had been ordained by some bishop in England, and who should subscribe an engagement to conform to the Constitution of the Church of England and the laws there established, could be inducted by the governor, and no others were permitted to preach. The day of the execution of Charles I was ordered to be kept as a fast, and the anniversaries of the birth and of the restoration of Charles II to be celebrated as holy days. The duties on exports and tonnage were rendered perpetual. The privilege of the burgesses from arrest was established, and their number fixed. The courts of justice were organized, and many useful laws were passed regulating the interior affairs of the colony. An effort was made to encourage manufactures, especially that of silk. For each pound of that article which should be raised, a premium of 50 pounds of tobacco was given, and every person was enjoined to plant a number of mulberry trees proportioned to his quantity of land, in order to furnish food for the silkworm. But the labor of the colony had been long directed to the culture of tobacco and Indian corn, and new systems of culture can seldom be introduced until their necessity becomes apparent. This attempt to multiply the objects of labor did not succeed, and the acts on the subject were soon repealed. In Maryland the legislature was also convened, and, as in Virginia, their first employment was to manifest their satisfaction with the Restoration, after which they entered upon subjects of general utility. 1662. Rhode Island incorporated. Rhode Island, excluded from the confederacy of the other New England colonies, and dreading danger to her independence from Massachusetts, was well pleased at the establishment of an authority which could overawe the strong and protect the weak. Charles II was immediately proclaimed, and an agent was deputed to the court of that monarch for the purpose of soliciting a patent confirming the right of the inhabitants to the soil and jurisdiction of the country. The object of the mission was obtained, and the patentees were incorporated by the name of the Governor and Company of the English colony of Rhode Island and Providence. The legislative power was vested in an assembly to consist of the governor, deputy governor, the assistants, and such of the freemen as should be chosen by the towns. The presence of the governor or his deputy and of 6 assistants was required to constitute an assembly. They were empowered to pass laws adapted to the situation of the colony and not repugnant to those of England. That part of the dominions of the Crown in New England, containing the islands in Narragansett's Bay and the countries and parts adjacent, was granted to the Governor and Company and their successors, with the privilege to pass through and trade with any other English colonies. Patent to Connecticut. In Connecticut the intelligence of the Restoration was not attended by any manifestation of joy or sorrow. Winthrop was deputed to attend to the interests of the colony, and in April 1662 he obtained a charter incorporating them by the name of the Governor and Company of the English colony of Connecticut in New England. The executive, as in the other colonies of New England, consisted of a governor, deputy governor, and assistants. The legislature was composed of the members of the executive and of 2 deputies from every town. It was authorized to appoint annually the governor, assistants, and other officers, to erect courts of justice, and to make such laws as might be necessary for the colony, with the usual proviso that they should not be contrary to those of England. To this corporation the King granted that part of his dominions in New England bounded on the east by Narragansett's Bay, on the north by the southern line of Massachusetts, on the south by the sea, and extending in longitude from east to west with the line of Massachusetts to the South Sea. 1663. Contest between Connecticut and New Haven. By this charter New Haven was, without being consulted, included in Connecticut. The freemen of that province, dissatisfied with this measure, determined in general meeting that it was not lawful to join, and unanimously resolved to adhere to their former association. A committee was appointed to address the Assembly of Connecticut on this interesting subject. They insisted, not that the charter was void, but that it did not include them. A negotiation between the 2 provinces was commenced, in which the people of New Haven maintained their right to a separate government with inflexible perseverance and with a considerable degree of exasperation. They appealed to the Crown from the explanation given by Connecticut to the charter, and Governor Winthrop, the agent who had obtained that instrument and who flattered himself with being able, on his return, to conciliate the contending parties, deemed it advisable to arrest all proceeding on their petition by pledging himself that no injury should be done to New Haven by Connecticut, and that the incorporation of the 2 colonies should be effected only by the voluntary consent of both. The government of Connecticut, however, still persisting to assert its jurisdiction, attempted to exercise it by claiming obedience from the people, appointing constables in their towns, disavowing the authority of the General Court of New Haven, and protecting those who denied it, Complaints of these proceedings were laid before the commissioners of the United Colonies, who declared that New Haven was still an integral member of the Union and that its jurisdiction could not be infringed without a breach of the Articles of Confederation. Disregarding this decision, Connecticut pursued unremittingly the object of incorporation. The inhabitants of New Haven were encouraged to refuse the payment of taxes imposed by their legislature, and when distress was made on the disobedient, assistance was obtained from Hartford. These proceedings seemed only to increase the irritation on the part of New Haven, where a deep sense of injury was entertained and a solemn resolution taken to break off all farther treaty on the subject. This state of things was entirely changed by a piece of intelligence which gave the most serious alarm to all New England. Information was received that the King had granted to his brother, the Duke of York, all the lands claimed by the Dutch, to which he had annexed a considerable part of the territory over which the northern colonies had exercised jurisdiction, and that an armament for the purpose of taking possession of the grant might soon be expected. To this it was added that commissioners were to come at the same time, empowered to settle the disputes and to new model the governments of the colonies. The commissioners of the United Colonies, perceiving the necessity of accommodating internal differences, now took a decided part in favor of the proposed incorporation. The most intelligent inhabitants of New Haven became converts to the same opinion, but the prejudices imbibed by the mass of the people being still insurmountable, a vote in favor of the Union could not be obtained. At length, after the arrival of the commissioners appointed by the Crown and a manifestation of their opinion in favor of the incorporation, after a long course of negotiation which terminated in a compact establishing certain principles of equality required by the jealousy of New Haven, the Union was completed, and the representatives of the two colonies met in the same assembly. During the frequent changes which took place in England after the death of Cromwell, Massachusetts preserved a cautious neutrality, and seemed disposed to avail herself of any favorable occurrences without exposing herself to the resentments of that party which might ultimately obtain the ascendancy. Although expressly ordered, she did not proclaim Richard as Lord Protector, nor did she take any step to recognize the authority of Parliament. The first intelligence of the restoration of Charles was received with the hesitation of men who are unwilling to believe a fact too well supported by evidence to be discredited. And when they were informed of it in a manner not to be questioned, they neither proclaimed the king nor manifested by any public act their admission of his authority. This was not the only testimony of their dissatisfaction. Whaley and Gough, two of the judges of Charles I, came passengers in the vessel which brought this intelligence, and were received with distinction by the government and with affection by the people. In a session of the General Court held in October 1660, an address to the king was moved, but reports of the yet unsettled state of the kingdom being received, the motion did not prevail. They had seen so many changes in the course of a few months as to think it not improbable that an address to the king might find the executive power in the hands of a committee of safety or council of state. This uncertain state of things was not of long continuance. In November a ship arrived from Bristol, bringing positive advices of the joyful and universal submission of the nation to the king, with letters from their agent and from others informing them that petitions had been presented against the colony by those who thought themselves aggrieved by its proceedings. The time for deliberation was past. A general court was convened, and a loyal address to the king was voted, in which, with considerable ability, though in the peculiar language of the day, they justified their whole conduct, and without abandoning any opinion concerning their own rights, professed unlimited attachment to their sovereign. A similar address was made to Parliament, and letters were written to those noblemen who were the known friends of the colony, soliciting their interposition in its behalf. A gracious answer being returned by the king, a day of thanksgiving was appointed to acknowledge their gratitude to Heaven for inclining the heart of his Majesty favorably to receive and answer their address. Their apprehensions, however, of danger from the revolution in England still continued. Reports prevailed that their commercial intercourse with Virginia and the islands was to be interdicted, and that a governor general might be expected whose authority should extend over all the colonies. On this occasion the General Court came to several resolutions respecting the rights of the people and the obedience due from them, which are strongly expressive of their deliberate opinions on these interesting subjects. It was resolved that the patent under God is the first and main foundation of the civil polity of the colony; that the governor and company are, by the patent, a body politic, invested with the power to make freemen; that the freemen have authority to choose annually a governor, deputy governor, assistants, representatives, and all other officers; that the government thus constituted hath full power, both legislative and executive, for the government of all the people, whether inhabitants or strangers, without appeals, save only in the case of laws repugnant to those of England; that the government is privileged by all means, even by force of arms, to defend itself both by land and sea against all who should attempt injury to the plantation or its inhabitants; and that in their opinion any imposition prejudicial to the country, contrary to any just law of theirs, not repugnant to the laws of England, would be an infringement of their rights. These strong and characteristic resolutions were accompanied by a recognition of the duties to which they were bound by their allegiance. These were declared to consist in upholding that colony as belonging of right to His Majesty, and not to subject it to any foreign prince, and in preserving his person and dominions, and in settling the peace and prosperity of the king and nation by punishing crimes and by propagating the gospel. It was at the same time determined that the royal warrant, which had been received some time before for apprehending Whaley and Goffe, ought to be faithfully executed. These persons, however, were permitted to escape to Connecticut, where they were received with every demonstration of regard, and to remain during life in New England, only taking care not to appear in public. At length, in August 1661, it was determined to proclaim the king, but as if unable to conceal the reluctance with which this step was taken, an order was made on the same day prohibiting all disorderly behavior on the occasion, and in particular directing that no man should presume to drink His Majesty's health, which, adds the order, he hath in a special manner forbid. Farther intelligence being received from England of the increasing complaints against the government of Massachusetts, agents were deputed with instructions to represent the colonists as loyal and obedient subjects, to remove any ill impressions that had been made against them, and to learn the disposition of His Majesty toward them, but to do nothing which might prejudice their charter. The agents who engaged reluctantly in a service from which they rightly augured to themselves censure rather than approbation, were received more favorably than had been expected. They soon returned with a letter from the king, confirming their charter and containing a pardon for all treasons committed during the late troubles, with the exception of those only who were attainted by Act of Parliament. But the royal missive also required that the General Court should review its ordinances and repeal such of them as were repugnant to the authority of the Crown; that the oath of allegiance should be taken by every person; that justice should be administered in the King's name; that all who desired it should be permitted to use the Book of Common Prayer, and to perform their devotions according to the ceremonials of the Church of England; and that freeholders of competent estates, not vicious, should be allowed to vote in the election of officers, though they were of different persuasions in church government. These requisitions gave much disquiet, and that alone seems ever to have been complied with which directed judicial proceedings to be carried on in the name of the king. The agents on their return were ill received by the people, and were considered as having sacrificed the interests of their country, because with the agreeable were mingled some bitter though unavoidable ingredients. During these transactions the Parliament of England proceeded to complete its system of confining the trade of the colonies to the mother country. It was enacted that no commodity of the growth or manufacture of Europe shall be imported into the settlements of England in Asia, Africa, or America, but such as shall be shipped in England and proceed directly in English bottoms navigated by English men. Salt for the fisheries, wine from Madeira and the Azores, and servants, horses, and victuals from Scotland and Ireland were excepted from this general rule. To counterbalance these restrictions, duties were imposed on salted and dried fish caught or imported by other vessels than those belonging to subjects of the Crown, and additional regulations were made for enforcing the prohibition of the culture of tobacco in England. These commercial restrictions were the never-failing source of discontent and controversy between the mother country and her colonies. Even in those of the South, where similar restraints had been enforced by Cromwell, they were executed imperfectly. But in New England, where the governors were elected by the people, they appear to have been for some time entirely disregarded. Discontents in Virginia. The good humor which prevailed in Virginia on the restoration of Charles to the throne was not of long duration. The restraints on commerce and the continually decreasing price of tobacco soon excited considerable discontents. The legislature endeavored, by prohibiting its culture for a limited time, to raise its value. But Maryland refusing to concur in the measure, the attempt was unsuccessful. Other legislative remedies were applied with as little advantage. Acts were passed suspending all proceedings in the courts of law except for goods imported, giving to country creditors priority in payment of debts, and to contracts made within the colony precedence in all courts of justice. Such expedients as these have never removed the discontents which produced them. 1664. Grant to the Duke of York. The English government seems at all times to have questioned the right of the Dutch to their settlements in America, and never to have formally relinquished its claim to that territory. Charles now determined to assert it, and granted to his brother, the Duke of York, all that part of the main land of New England, beginning at a certain place called and known by the name of St. Croix, next adjoining to New England in America, and from thence extending along the sea coast unto a certain place called Pemaquid or Pemaquid, and so up the river thereof to the farthest head of the same, as it tendeth northward, and extending from thence to the river Kernbequin, and so upwards by the shortest course to the river Canada northward, and also all that island or islands commonly called by the general name or names of Mitowax or Long Island, situate and being towards the west of Cape Cod, and the narrow Hygansets abutting upon the main land between the two rivers there called and known by the several names of Connecticut and Hudson's rivers, and all the land from the west side of Connecticut River to the east side of Delaware Bay, and also all those several islands called or known by the names of Martha's Vineyard or Nantucks, otherwise Nantucket. Commissioners appointed by the Crown. To reduce this country, part of which was then in the peaceable possession of the Dutch, Colonel Nichols was dispatched with 4 frigates carrying 300 soldiers. In the same ships came 4 commissioners, of whom Colonel Nichols was one, empowered to hear and determine complaints and appeals in causes, as well military as civil and criminal, within New England, and to proceed in all things for settling the peace and security of the country. Intelligence of this deputation preceded its arrival, and the preparation made for its reception evidences the disposition then prevailing in Massachusetts. A committee was appointed to repair on board the ships as soon as they should appear, and to communicate to their commanders the desire of the local government that the inferior officers and soldiers should be ordered, when they came on shore, to refresh themselves at no time to exceed a convenient number, to come unarmed, to observe an orderly conduct, and to give no offense to the people and laws of the country. As if to manifest in a still more solemn manner their hostility to the objects of the commissioners, a day of fasting and prayer was appointed to implore the mercy of God under their many distractions and troubles. The commissioners arrived in July, and their commission was immediately laid before the council with a letter from the king requiring prompt assistance for the expedition against New Netherlands. The general court, which was immediately convened, after having first resolved that they would bear faith and true allegiance to His Majesty, and adhere to their patent, so dearly obtained and so long enjoyed by undoubted right in the sight of God and man, determined to raise 200 men for the expedition. In the meantime, Colonel Nichols proceeded to Manhattoes. The auxiliary force raised by Massachusetts was rendered unnecessary by the capitulation of New Amsterdam, which was soon followed by the surrender of the whole province. Conquest of the Dutch colony. The year after Captain Argall had subdued Manhattoes, the garrison, having obtained a reinforcement from Holland, returned to their ancient allegiance. In 1621 the States General made a grant of the country to the West India Company, who erected a fort called Good Hope on Connecticut, which they denominated Fresh River, and another called Nassau on the east side of Delaware Bay. The fort on Connecticut River, however, did not protect that frontier against the people of New England, who continued to extend their settlements towards the south. The Dutch remonstrated in vain against these encroachments, and were under the necessity of receding as their more powerful neighbors advanced, until the eastern part of Long Island and the country within a few miles of the Hudson were relinquished. Farther south the Dutch had built Fort Casimir, now Newcastle on the Delaware. This fort was taken from them by the Swedes, who claimed the western shore of that river, but was retaken by the Dutch, who at the same time conquered Christina and received the submission of the few Swedes who were scattered on the margin of the river. They also made a settlement at Cape Henlopen, which attracted the attention of Lord Baltimore, who sent a commission to Newcastle ordering the Dutch governor to remove beyond the 40th degree of north latitude to which his lordship's claim extended. This mandate, however, was not obeyed. On the appearance of Colonel Nichols before New Amsterdam, Stuyvesant, the governor, was disposed to defend the place, but the inhabitants, feeling no inclination for the contest, took part with their invaders, and Stuyvesant was compelled to sign a capitulation by which he surrendered the town to the English, stipulating for the inhabitants their property and the rights of free denizens. New Amsterdam took the name of New York, and the island of Manhattan's that of York Island. Hudson's and the South or Delaware River were still to be reduced. Carteret commanded the expedition against Fort Orange up Hudson's River, which surrendered on the 24th of September and received the name of Albany. While at that place he formed a league with the Five Nations, which proved eminently useful to the views of the English in America. The command of the expedition against the settlement on the Delaware was given to Sir Robert Carr, who completed the conquest of that country. Thus did England acquire all that fine country lying between her southern and northern colonies, an acquisition deriving not less importance from its situation than from its extent and fertility. Nichols took possession of the conquered territory, but was compelled to surrender a part of it to Carteret. Soon after the patent to the Duke of York, and before the conquest of New Netherlands, that prince had granted to Lord Berkeley and Sir George Carteret all that tract of land adjacent to New England, to the westward of Long Island, bounded on the east, south, and west by the river Hudson, the sea, and the Delaware, and on the north by 41 degrees and 40 minutes north latitude. This country was denominated New Jersey. The conquest of New Netherlands being achieved, the commissioners entered on the other duties assigned them. A great part of Connecticut had been included in the patent to the Duke of York, and a controversy concerning limits arose between that colony and New York. In December their boundaries were adjusted by the commissioners in a manner which appears to have been satisfactory to all parties. In Plymouth and in Rhode Island the commissioners found no difficulty in the full exercise of the powers committed to them. In Massachusetts they were considered as men clothed with an authority subversive of the liberties of the colony, which the sovereign could not rightly confer. The people of that province had been long in habits of self-government, and seemed to have entertained opinions which justified their practice. They did not acknowledge that allegiance to the crown which is due from English subjects residing within the realm, but considered themselves as purchasers from independent sovereigns of the territory which they occupied, and as owing to England only that voluntary subjection which was created and defined by their charter. They considered this instrument as a compact between the mother country and themselves, and as enumerating all the cases in which obedience was due from them. In this spirit they agreed, soon after the arrival of the commissioners, on an address to the Crown. This address, in which they expressed great apprehension of danger to their rights from the extraordinary powers granted to men not appointed in conformity with their charter, is drawn up in a style of much earnestness and sincerity, and concludes with these remarkable words: "Let our government live, our patent live, our magistrates live, our religious enjoyments live, so shall we all yet have farther cause to say from our hearts, Let the King live forever." This address was accompanied with letters to many of the nobility supposed to possess influence at court, praying their intercession in behalf of the colony, but neither the address nor the letters were favorably received. 1665. Conduct of Massachusetts to the Royal Commissioners. In April the commissioners arrived at Boston, and their communications with the general court commenced. The suspicions which these two bodies entertained of each other opposed great obstacles to any cordial cooperation between them. The papers on the part of the commissioners display high ideas of their own authority, as the representatives of the Crown, and a preconceived opinion that there was a disposition in the government to resist that authority. Those on the part of the General Court manifest a wish to avoid a contest with the Crown, and a desire to gratify His Majesty so far as professions of loyalty and submission could gratify him, but they manifest also a conviction of having done nothing improper, and a steadfast determination to make no concession incompatible with their rights. With these impressions the correspondence soon became an altercation, the commissioners, finding their object was to be obtained neither by reasoning nor by threats, attempted a practical assertion of their powers by summoning the parties before them in order to hear and decide a complaint against the governor and company. The General Court, with a decision which marked alike their vigor and the high value they placed on their privileges, announced by sound of trumpet their disapprobation of this proceeding, which they termed inconsistent with the laws and established authority, and declared that, in observance of their duty to God and to His Majesty, and of the trust reposed in them by His Majesty's good subjects in the colony, they could not consent to such proceedings, nor countenance those who would so act, or such as would abet them. As a ground of compromise, the court stated their willingness to hear the case themselves in the presence of the commissioners, who would thereby be enabled to understand its merits, but this proposition was at once rejected, and every effort towards reconciliation proved unavailing. 1666. From Massachusetts the commissioners proceeded to New Hampshire and Maine. They decided in favor of the claims of Mason and Gorgas, and erected a royal government in each province, appointed justices of the peace, and exercised other acts of sovereignty, after which they returned to Boston. The General Court, declaring that their proceedings to the eastward tended to the disturbance of the public peace, asked a conference on the subject, which was refused with a bitterness of expression that put an end to all farther communication between the parties. Massachusetts soon afterwards reestablished her authority both in New Hampshire and Maine. They are recalled. Charles, on being informed of these transactions, recalled his commissioners, and ordered the General Court to send agents to England to answer the complaints made against its proceedings. The court, having more than once experienced the benefits of procrastination, affected at first to disbelieve the authenticity of the letter, and afterwards excused themselves from sending agents by saying that the ablest among them could not support their cause better than had already been done. During these transactions in the North, new colonies were forming in the South. In the year 1663, that tract of country extending from the 36th degree of north latitude to the river San Mateo was made a province by the name of Carolina, and granted to Lord Clarendon, the Duke of Albemarle, Lord Craven, Lord Berkeley, and Lord Ashley, Sir George Carteret, Sir John Colleton, and Sir William Berkeley, in absolute property forever. This charter bears a strong resemblance to that of Maryland, and was probably copied from it. Settlement of Carolina. The proprietors took immediate measures for the settlement of their colony. Its constitution consisted of a governor, to be chosen by themselves from 13 persons nominated by the colonists, and an assembly to be composed of the governor, council, and representatives of the people, who should have power to make laws not contrary to those of England, which were to remain in force until the descent of the proprietors should be published. Perfect freedom in religion was promised, and as an inducement to emigration, 100 acres of land, at the price of a halfpenny for each acre, were allowed for every freeman, and 50 for every servant, who should within the space of 5 years be settled in the province. A small settlement had been made on Albemarle Sound by some emigrants from Virginia, the superintendence of which had been conferred by the proprietors on Sir William Berkeley, then governor of that colony, with instructions to visit it, to appoint a governor and council of 6 persons for the management of its affairs, and to grant lands to the inhabitants on the same terms that those in Virginia might be obtained. The attention of the proprietors was next turned to the country south of Cape Fear, which, as far as the river San Mateo, was erected into a county by the name of Clarendon. Considerable numbers from Barbados emigrated into it, one of whom, Mr. John Yeamans, was appointed commander-in-chief. And in 1665 a separate government was erected in it, similar to that in Albemarle. The proprietors, having discovered some valuable lands not comprehended in their original patent, obtained a new charter which bestowed on them a more extensive territory. This charter grants that province within the King's dominions in America, extending northeastward to Tuck Inlet, thence in a straight line to Wyandotte, which lies under 36 degrees 30' north latitude, southwestward to the 29th degree of north latitude, and from the Atlantic Ocean to the South Sea. Powers of government and privileges analogous to those comprised in other colonial charters were also contained in this. 1667. The people of Albemarle, employed like those of Virginia in the cultivation of corn and tobacco, received their scanty supplies principally from New England, and carried on their small commerce in the vessels of those colonies. Their progress was slow, but they were contented. A new constitution was given them, by which the executive power was placed in a governor, to act by the advice of a council of 12, 6 of whom were to be chosen by himself, and the others by the assembly, which was composed of the governor, the council, and 12 delegates, to be elected annually by the freeholders. Perfect freedom in religion was established, and all were entitled to equal privileges on taking the oaths of allegiance to the king and of fidelity to the proprietors. The first acts of this legislature indicate the condition and opinions of the people. It was declared that none should be sued during 5 years for any cause of action arising out of the country, and that no person should accept a power of attorney to receive debts contracted abroad. 1669. Constitution of Mr. Locke. The proprietors, dissatisfied with their own systems, applied to Mr. Locke for the plan of a constitution. They supposed that this profound and acute reasoner must be deeply skilled in the science of government. In compliance with their request, he framed a body of fundamental laws, which were approved and adopted. A Palatine for life was to be chosen from among the proprietors, who was to act as president of the Palatine Court, which was to be composed of all those who were entrusted with the execution of the powers granted by the charter. A body of hereditary nobility was created, to be denominated landgraves and caciques, the former to be invested with 4 baronies, consisting each of 4,000 acres, and the latter to have 2, containing each 2,000 acres of land. These estates were to descend with the dignities forever. The provincial legislature, denominated a parliament, was to consist of the proprietors, in the absence of any one of whom his place was to be supplied by a deputy appointed by himself, of the nobility, and of the representatives of the freeholders who were elected by districts. These discordant materials were to compose a single body, which could initiate nothing. The bills to be laid before it were to be prepared in a grand council composed of the governor, the nobility, and the deputies of the proprietors, who were invested also with the executive power. At the end of every century the laws were to become void, without the formality of a repeal. Various judicatories were erected, and numerous minute perplexing regulations were made. This constitution, which was declared to be perpetual, soon furnished additional evidence to the many afforded by history of the great but neglected truth that experience is the only safe school in which the science of government is to be acquired, and that the theories of the closet must have the stamp of practice before they can be received with implicit confidence. 1670. The Duke of Albemarle was chosen the first Palatine, but did not long survive his election, and Lord Berkeley was appointed his successor. The other proprietors were also named to high offices, and Mr. Locke was created a landgrave. After this change of constitution, the attention of the proprietors was first directed to the south. A settlement was made at Port Royal under the conduct of William Sale, who had been appointed governor of that part of the coast which lies southwest of Cape Carteret. He was accompanied by Joseph West, who was entrusted with the commercial affairs of the proprietors, and who, with the governor, conducted the whole mercantile business of the colony. William Sale, after leading the first colony to Port Royal and convening a parliament in which there were neither landgraves nor caciques, became the victim of the climate, after which the authority of Sir John Yeamans, who had hitherto governed the settlement at Cape Fear, was extended over the territory southwest of Cape Carteret. In the same year the foundation of Old Charlestown was laid, which continued for some time to be the capital of the southern settlements. While these exertions were making in the south, great dissatisfaction was excited in Albemarle. In 1670 Stevens, the governor, had been ordered to introduce into that settlement the constitution prepared by Mr. Locke. This innovation was strenuously opposed, and the discontent it produced was increased by a rumor, which was not the less mischievous for being untrue, that the proprietors designed to dismember the province. There was also another cause which increased the ill humor pervading that small society. The proprietors attempted to stop the trade carried on in the vessels of New England, and the attempt produced the constant effect of such measures, much ill temper both on the part of those who carried on the traffic and of those for whom it was conducted. At length these discontents broke out into open insurrection,
The insurgents, led by Culpeper, who had been appointed Surveyor General of Carolina, obtained possession of the country, seized the revenues, and imprisoned the President, with 7 deputies who had been named by the proprietors. Having taken possession of the government, they established courts of justice, appointed officers, called a parliament, and for several years exercised the powers of an independent state, yet they never formally disclaimed the power of the proprietors. All this time the tithables of Albemarle, a term designating all the men, with the negroes and Indian women between 16 and 60 years of age, amounted only to 1,400, and the exports consisted of a few cattle, a small quantity of Indian corn, and about 800,000 weight of tobacco. 1688. About this time an event occurred in the Southern settlements showing as well the poverty of the people as the manner in which the affairs of the proprietors were conducted. Joseph West, their agent, was appointed to succeed Yeamans in the government, and the colony being unable to pay his salary, the plantation and mercantile stock of the proprietors were assigned to him in satisfaction of his claims. In England, the opinion had been long entertained that the southern colonies were adapted to the production of those articles which succeed in the warmer climates of Europe. In pursuance of this opinion, Charles, in 1679, employed 2 vessels to transport foreign Protestants into the southern colony for the purpose of raising wine, oil, silk, and other productions of the South, and to encourage the growth of these articles, exempted them for a limited time from taxation. The effort, however, did not succeed. Old Charlestown being found an inconvenient place for the seat of government, the present Charleston became the metropolis of South Carolina. This situation was deemed so unhealthy that directions were given to search out some other position for a town. The seat of government, however, remained unaltered until the connection with Great Britain was dissolved. Carolina continued to increase slowly in wealth and population without any remarkable incident except the invasion of its most southern settlement by the Spaniards from St. Augustine. This was occasioned in part by the jealousy with which the English colony inspired its neighbors, but was principally and immediately attributable to the countenance given in Charleston to the buccaneers who then infested those seas, and who were particularly hostile to the Spaniards. It was with difficulty the colonists were prevented by the proprietors from taking ample vengeance for this injury. Their resentments, though restrained, were not extinguished, and until the annexation of the Floridas to the British Crown, these colonies continued to view each other with distrust and enmity. Constitution of Mr. Locke abandoned. The dissatisfaction of the colony with its constitution grew with its population. After some time a settled purpose was disclosed to thwart and oppose the wishes of the proprietors in everything. We read, with a continued struggle to support a system not adapted to the condition of the people, the proprietors at length abandoned the Constitution of Mr. Locke and restored the ancient form of government. Discontents of Virginia. The discontents which arose in Virginia soon after the Restoration continued to augment. To the regularly decreasing price of tobacco and the restraints imposed on commerce by the acts of navigation, other causes of dissatisfaction were soon added. Large grants of land were made to the favorites of the Crown, and considerable burdens were produced and injuries inflicted by the hostility of the Indians. Agents were deputed to remonstrate against these improvident grants, as well as to promote the views of the colony with regard to other objects of great moment, and a considerable tax was imposed to support the expense of the deputation. They are said to have been on the point of obtaining the objects of their mission when all farther proceedings were suspended in consequence of a rebellion, which for a time wore a very serious aspect. 1663. Bacon's Rebellion. At the head of the insurgents was Colonel Nathaniel Bacon, a gentleman who had received his education in England at the Inns of Court and had been appointed a member of the council soon after his arrival in Virginia. Young, bold, and ambitious, possessing an engaging person and commanding elocution, he was well calculated to rouse and direct the passions of the people. Treading the path by which ambition marches to power, he harangued the people on their grievances, increased their irritation against the causes of their disgust, and ascribed the evils with which they thought themselves oppressed to those who governed them, while he professed no other object than their good. He declaimed particularly against the languor with which the Indian War had been prosecuted, and striking the note to which their feelings were most responsive, declared that by proper exertions it might have been already terminated. The people, viewing him as their only friend, and believing the zeal he manifested to be produced solely by his devotion to their cause, gave him their whole confidence and elected him their general. In return, he assured them that he would never lay down his arms until he had avenged their sufferings on the savages and redressed their other grievances. 1676. he applied to the governor for a commission appointing him general to prosecute the war against the Indians. A temporizing policy being pursued, he entered Jamestown at the head of 600 armed men and obtained all he demanded from an intimidated government. No sooner had he withdrawn from the capital than the governor, at the request of the Assembly, which was then in session, issued a proclamation declaring him a rebel and commanding his followers to deliver him up and to retire to their respective homes. Bacon and his army, equally incensed at this piece of impotent indiscretion, returned to Jamestown, and the governor fled to Accomac. The general of the insurgents called a convention of his friends, who inveighed against the governor for having, without cause, endeavored to foment a civil war in the country, and after failing in this attempt, for having abdicated the government, to the great astonishment of the people. They stated farther that the governor, having informed the king that their commander and his followers were rebellious, and having advised his majesty to send forces to reduce them, it consisted with the welfare of the colony and with their allegiance to his sacred majesty to oppose and suppress all forces whatsoever until the king be fully informed of the state of the case by such persons as shall be sent by Nathaniel Bacon in behalf of the people. This extraordinary manifesto was concluded with the recommendation of an oath, first taken by the members of the convention, to join the general and his army against the common enemy in all points whatever, and to endeavor to discover and apprehend such evil disposed persons as design to create a civil war by raising forces against him and the army under his command. His death. In the meantime, the governor collected a considerable force, which crossed the bay under the command of Major Robert Beverly, and several sharp skirmishes were fought. A civil war was commenced. Agriculture declined. Jamestown was burnt by the insurgents. Those parts of the country which remained in peace were pillaged, and the wives of those who supported the government were carried to camp, where they were very harshly treated. Virginia was relieved from this threatening state of things and from the increasing calamities it portended by the sudden death of Bacon. 1677. Having lost their leader, the malcontents were incapable of farther agreement among themselves. They began separately to make terms with the government, and all opposition soon ended. Sir William Berkeley was reinstated in his authority, and an assembly was convened which seems to have been actuated by the spirit of revenge common to those who suffer in civil contests. The real motives and objects of this rebellion are not perfectly understood. Many were disposed to think that Bacon's original design extended no farther than to gratify the common resentments against the Indians, and to acquire that reputation and influence which result from conducting a popular war successfully. Others believed that he intended to seize the government. Whatever may have been his object, the insurrection produced much misery and no good to Virginia. 1680. Soon after the restoration of domestic quiet, Sir William Berkeley returned to England and was succeeded by Herbert Jeffreys, who relieved the colony from one of its complaints by making peace with the Indians. Assembly deprived of judicial power. About the year 1680, an essential change was made in the jurisprudence of Virginia. In early times, the Assembly was the supreme appellate court of the province. During the administration of Lord Culpeper, a controversy arose between the burgesses and councillors, who composed also the general court, concerning the right of the latter to sit as a part of the Assembly on appeals from their own decisions. The burgesses claimed exclusively the privilege of judging in the last resort. This controversy was determined by taking all judicial power from the Assembly and allowing an appeal from judgments of the general court to the King and Council, where the matter in contest exceeded the value of £300 sterling. From the rebellion of Bacon to the Revolution in 1688, the history of Virginia affords no remarkable occurrence. The low price of tobacco, that perpetual source of dissatisfaction, still continued to disquiet the country. Combinations were formed among the people to raise its value by preventing for a time the growth of the article, and disorderly parties assembled to destroy the tobacco plants in the beds when it was too late to sow the seed again. Violent measures were adopted to prevent these practices, and several individuals were executed. These discontents did not arrest the growth of the colony. A letter from Sir William Berkeley, dated in June 1671, states its population at 40,000 and its militia at 8,000. A letter from Lord Culpeper in December 1681 supposes that there might then be in the colony 15,000 fighting men. This calculation, however, is probably exaggerated, as the report of General Smith, prepared in 1680 from actual returns, represents the militia as then consisting of 8,568 men, of whom 1,300 were cavalry. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of the Life of Washington, Volume 1, by John Marshall, This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Prosperity of New England. War with Philip. Edward Randolph arrives in Boston. Maine, adjudged to Gorges. Purchased by Massachusetts. Royal government erected in New Hampshire. Complaints against Massachusetts. Their letters patent cancelled. Death of Charles II. James II proclaimed. New commissioner for the government of New England. Sir Edmund Andros. The charter of Rhode Island abrogated. Odious measures of the new government. Andros deposed. William and Mary proclaimed. Review of proceedings in New York and the Jerseys. Pennsylvania granted to William Penn. Frame of government. Foundation of Philadelphia laid. Assembly convened. First acts of the legislature. Boundary line with Lord Baltimore settled. 1680. Prosperity of New England. After the departure of the commissioners, New England was for some time quiet and prosperous. The plague, the fire of London, and the discontents of the people of England engrossed the attention of the king and suspended the execution of his plans respecting Massachusetts. In the meantime, that colony disregarded the acts of navigation, traded as an independent state, and governed New Hampshire and Maine without opposition. War with Philip. This state of prosperous repose was interrupted by a combination of Indians so formidable and a war so bloody as to threaten the war with very existence of all New England. This combination was formed by Philip, the second son of Massasoit. The father and the eldest son had cultivated the friendship of the colonists, but Philip, equally brave and intelligent, saw the continuing growth of the English with apprehension, and by his conduct soon excited their suspicion. 1675. He gave explicit assurances of his pacific disposition, but from the year 1670 till 1675, when hostilities commenced, he was secretly preparing for them. The war was carried on with great vigor and various success. The savages, led by an intrepid chief who believed that the fate of his country depended on the entire destruction of the English, made exertions of which they had not been thought capable. Several battles were fought, and all that barbarous fury which distinguishes Indian warfare was displayed in its full extent. Wherever the Indians marched, their route was marked with murder, fire, and desolation. Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and Plymouth were the greatest sufferers. In those provinces especially, the Indians were so intermingled with the whites that there was scarcely a part of the country in perfect security, or a family which had not to bewail the loss of a relation or friend. For a considerable time no decisive advantage was gained. 1676. At length the steady efforts of the English prevailed, and in August 1676, when the tide of success was running strong in favor of the colonists, Philip, after losing his family and chief counselors, was himself killed by one of his own nation whom he had offended. After his death, the war was soon terminated by the submission of the Indians. Never had the people of New England been engaged in so fierce, so bloody, and so desolating a conflict. Though the warriors of the nation of which Philip was prince were estimated at only 500 men, he had by alliances increased his force to 3,000. In this estimate the Eastern Indians are not included. Many houses and flourishing villages were reduced to ashes, and 600 persons were either killed in battle or murdered privately. While this war was raging with its utmost violence, the government of Massachusetts was under the necessity of directing a part of its attention to the claims of Mason and Gorges. The efforts of Charles to procure an appearance of the colony before the council having proved ineffectual, he determined to give judgment in its absence, unless an appearance should be entered within 6 months. Edward Randolph. Edward Randolph, who was dispatched to give notice of this determination, arrived in Boston in the summer of 1676, and, as other letters brought by the same vessel gave assurance that this resolution would be adhered to, the General Court hastened the departure of deputies to represent the colony and support its interests. Maine, adjudged to Gorges. It was the opinion of the King in council that the line of Massachusetts did not run
more than 3 miles north of the Merrimack, and Maine was adjudged to Gorges. The claim of Mason to New Hampshire being confined to the soil, all title to which, though so long exercised, was now waived by Massachusetts, and the terra tenants not being before the court, that part of the case was decided so far only as respected the boundary of Massachusetts, which being against the pretensions of that colony, its jurisdiction over New Hampshire ceased. Charles had been for some time treating for the purchase both of New Hampshire and Maine, which he intended to bestow on his favorite son, the Duke of Monmouth, but his poverty had prevented the contract. Massachusetts, though not ignorant of this fact, finding that the decision respecting Maine would be in favor of Gorges, purchased his title for £1,200 sterling. The offended monarch insisted on a relinquishment of the contract, but Massachusetts, apologizing for what had been done, retained the purchase and governed the country as a subordinate province. 1679. Royal government in New Hampshire. New Hampshire having become a distinct colony, a royal government was erected in that province, the legislature of which voted an affectionate address to Massachusetts, avowing a willingness to have retained their ancient connection, had such been the pleasure of their common sovereign. The temper and conduct of Massachusetts remaining unchanged, the charges against its government were renewed. The complaints of the Quakers were perseveringly urged, and the neglect of the acts of navigation constituted a serious accusation against the colony. The General Court, in a letter to their agents, declared these acts to be an invasion of the rights, liberty, and property of the subjects of His Majesty in the colony, they not being represented in Parliament. But as His Majesty had signified his pleasure that they should be conformed to, they had made provision by a law of the colony that they should be strictly attended to from time to time, although it greatly discouraged trade and was a great damage to His Majesty's plantation. Their agents gave correct information of the state of things in England, and assured them that only a fair compliance with the regulations respecting trade could secure them from an open breach with the Crown. These honest representations produced the usual effect of unwelcome truths. They diminished the popularity of the agents, and excited a suspicion in Boston that they had not supported the interests of the colony with sufficient zeal. On their return, they brought with them a letter containing the requisitions of the king, and were soon followed by Randolph, who had been appointed collector at Boston. The General Court began to manifest some disposition to appease their sovereign and passed several laws for this purpose, but still declined complying with his directions to send agents with full powers to attend to the new ordering of the province, and the collector encountered insuperable obstacles in his attempts to execute the laws of trade. Almost every suit he instituted for the recovery of penalties or forfeitures was decided against him at the costs of the prosecutor. These difficulties induced him to return to England to solicit additional powers, which were equally disregarded. The complaints of the king on these subjects were answered by professions of loyalty and by partial compliances with the demands of the Crown, but the main subject of contest remained unaltered. 1684. At length, being convinced that the king was determined to annul the charter, Massachusetts so far yielded to his will as to appoint agents to represent the colony. But persons empowered to submit to such regulations as might be made by government were, in other words, persons appointed to surrender the charter. They were therefore instructed not to do or consent to anything that might infringe the liberties granted by charter or the government established thereby. These powers were declared to be insufficient, and the agents were informed that, unless others, in every respect satisfactory, should be immediately obtained, it was His Majesty's pleasure that a quo warranto should be issued without delay. This unpleasant intelligence was immediately communicated to the General Court, accompanied with information of the proceedings which had lately taken place in England. In that country many corporations had surrendered their charters, and on the refusal of London, a quo warranto had issued against the city, which had been decided in favor of the Crown. The question whether it was advisable to submit to His Majesty's pleasure or to permit the quo warranto to issue was seriously referred to the General Court, and was as seriously taken into consideration throughout the colony. In concurrence with the common sentiment, the General Court determined that it was better to die by other hands than their own. On receiving this final resolution, the fatal writ was issued and was committed to the care of Randolph, who brought also a declaration of the king that if the colony, before the writ should be prosecuted, would submit to his pleasure, he would regulate their charter for his service and their good, and would make no farther alterations in it than should be necessary for the support of his government in the province. The governor and assistants passed a vote of submission, but the deputies refusing their assent thereto, the High Court of Chancery, in Trinity Term 1684, decreed against the governor and company that their letters patent and the enrollment thereof be cancelled. 1685. Death of Charles II. James II proclaimed. Charles did not survive this decree long enough to complete his system respecting the New England colonies, or to establish a new government for Massachusetts. He died early in the following year, and his successor, from whose stern temper and high-toned opinions the most gloomy presages had been drawn, was proclaimed in Boston with melancholy pomp. Their presages were soon verified. Immediately after James had ascended the throne, a commission was issued for a president and council as a temporary government for Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Maine, and Narragansett, whose powers were entirely executive and judicial. 1686. This commission reached Boston in May and was laid before the General Court, not as a body invested with political authority, but as one composed of individuals of the first respectability and influence in the province. The General Court agreed unanimously to an address in answer to this communication, declaring that the liberty of the subject is abridged by the new system, both in matters of legislation and in laying taxes, and that it highly concerns them to whom it is directed to consider whether it be safe, and added that if the newly appointed officers mean to take upon themselves the government of the people, though they could not give their assent thereto, they should demean themselves as loyal subjects, and humbly make their addresses to God, and in due time to their gracious prince, for relief. Mr. Dudley, the president named in the commission, was a native of Massachusetts, and seems to have mingled with his respect for the constitutional prerogative of the Crown a due regard for the rights of the people. Any immediate alterations, therefore, in the interior arrangements of the country were avoided, and the commissioners transmitted a memorial to the Lords of the Council for the Colonies, stating the necessity of a well-regulated assembly to represent the people, and soliciting an abatement of the taxes. This moderate conduct did not accord with the wishes of that class of men who court power wherever it may be placed. These sought the favor of their sovereign by prostrating every obstacle to the execution of his will, and soon transmitted complaints to administration, charging the commissioners with conniving at violations of the laws respecting trade, and countenancing ancient principles in religion and government. Sir Edmund Andros. James was dissatisfied with the conduct of his commissioners, and was also of opinion that a wise policy required a consolidation of the colonies and a permanent administration for New England. With a view to this object, he appointed Sir Edmund Andros, who had governed New York, Captain General and Vice Admiral of Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Maine, New Plymouth, Pemaquid, and Narragansett, and empowered him with the consent of a council to be appointed by the Crown to make ordinances not inconsistent with the laws of the realm, which should be submitted to the king for his approbation or dissent, and to impose taxes for the support of government. In December 1685, Andros arrived at Boston, where he was received with the respect which was due to the representative of the Crown. In pursuance of his orders, he dissolved the government of Rhode Island, broke its seal, and assumed the administration of the colony. In the preceding year, articles of high misdemeanor had been exhibited against that colony and referred to Sayre, the Attorney General, with orders to issue a writ of quo warranto to annul their patent. The Assembly stopped farther proceedings by passing an act formally surrendering their charter. Their submission, however, availed them nothing. Their fate was involved in that of Massachusetts. Odious measures of government. In pursuance of the determination to break the charters and unite the colonies, articles of misdemeanor had been also exhibited against the governor and company of Connecticut, on which a writ of quo warranto had been issued. The government of that colony addressed a letter to the Secretary of State, desiring, with many professions of loyalty, to remain in its present situation, but if it should be the purpose of His Majesty to dispose otherwise of them, submitting to his royal commands and requesting to be annexed to Massachusetts. No farther proceedings were had on the quo warranto, and Andros was ordered to accept the submission of the colony and annex it to Massachusetts. 1687. This order was executed in October, when Andros appeared in Hartford at the head of a small corps of regular troops, demanded the charter, and declared the government to be dissolved. The colony submitted, but the charter was concealed in a tree, which was venerated long afterwards and is still in existence. The Grand Legislative Council, composed of individuals selected by the Crown throughout the United Colonies, readily assembled and proceeded to execute the duties assigned to it. The measures of the new government were not calculated to diminish the odium excited by its objectionable form. The fees of office were enormous, and the regulations respecting divine worship, marriages, the acts of navigation, and taxes were deemed highly oppressive. In addition to these causes of discontent, the Governor-General took occasion to cast a doubt on the validity of the titles by which lands were holden. 1688. To obtain relief from these oppressive grievances, Mather, an eminent politician and divine, was deputed by the colonies of New England to lay their complaints before the king. He was graciously received, but could effect no substantial change in the colonial administration. James had determined to reduce all the governments, proprietary as well as royal, to an immediate dependence on the Crown, and to effect this purpose had directed writs of quo warranto to issue against those charters which still remained in force. This plan was adopted not only for the purpose of establishing his favorite system of government, but also forming a barrier to the encroachments of France by combining the force of the colonies as far as the Delaware. During this reign, Canada was pushed south of Lake Champlain, and fortresses were erected within the immense forests, which then separated that province from New York and New England. With a view to this union of force, a new commission was made out for Andros, annexing New York and the Jerseys to his government, and appointing Francis Nicholson his lieutenant. 1689. The dissatisfaction of the people continued to increase, and every act of the government, even those which were in themselves laudable, was viewed through the medium of prejudice. At length these latent ill humors burst forth into action. Some vague intelligence was received concerning the proceedings of the Prince of Orange in England. The old magistrates and leading men silently wished and secretly prayed that success might attend him, but determined to commit nothing unnecessarily to hazard, and quietly to await an event which no movement of theirs could accelerate or retard. Andros deposed. The people were less prudent. Stung with the recollection of past injuries, their impatience, on the first prospect of relief, could not be restrained. On the 18th of April, without any apparent preconcerted plan, a sudden insurrection broke out in Boston, and about 50 of the most unpopular individuals, including the governors, were seized and imprisoned, and the government was once more placed in the hands of the ancient magistrates. William and Mary proclaimed. All apprehensions of danger from this precipitate measure were soon quieted by the information that William and Mary had been crowned King and Queen of England. They were immediately proclaimed in Boston with unusual pomp and with demonstrations of proclaimed unaffected joy. The example of Massachusetts was quickly followed by Connecticut and Rhode Island. Andros was no sooner known to be in prison than he was deposed also in Connecticut, and in both colonies the ancient form of government was restored. In New Hampshire a convention was called, which determined to reannex that colony to Massachusetts, and deputies were elected to represent them in the general court. This reunion continued to be their wish, but was opposed by the king, who in 1692 appointed for it a distinct governor. In order to bring the affairs of the middle colonies to this period, it will be necessary briefly to review the transactions of several years. Review of proceedings in New York and New Jersey. The Treaty of Breda, which restored Acadier to France, confirmed New Netherlands to England. Quiet possession of that valuable territory was retained until 1673, when, England being engaged again in war with Holland, a small Dutch squadron appeared before the fort at New York, which surrendered without firing a shot. The example was followed by the city and country, and in a few days the submission of New Netherlands was complete. After this acquisition, the old claim to Long Island was renewed, and some attempts were made to wrest it from Connecticut. That province, however, after consulting its confederates and finding that offensive operations would be agreeable to the Union, declared war against the Dutch, and not content with defending its own possessions, prepared an expedition against New York. The termination of the war between England and Holland prevented its prosecution and restored to the English the possessions they had lost. To remove all controversy concerning his title, which had been acquired while the granted lands were in possession of the Dutch, the Duke of York, after the peace of 1674, obtained a renewal of his patent and appointed Sir Edmund Andros governor of his territories in America. This commission included New Jersey, his former grant of which he supposed to be annulled by the conquest thereof in 1673. Andros, disregarding the decision of the commissioners, claimed for the Duke that part of Connecticut which lies west of the river of that name, and during the war with Philip endeavored to support his claim by force. The determined resistance of Connecticut compelled him to relinquish an attempt on Saybrook, after which he returned to New York. The taxes which had been laid by the Dutch were collected, and duties for a limited time were imposed by authority of the Duke. This proceeding excited great discontent. The public resentment was directed first against the governor, whose conduct was inquired into and approved by his master, and afterwards against the collector, who was seized and sent to England, but never prosecuted. The representatives of the Duke in New York, feeling the difficulty of governing a high-spirited people on principles repugnant to all their settled opinions, repeatedly but ineffectually urged him to place the colony on the same footing with its neighbors by creating a local legislature, one branch of which should be elected by the people. It was not until the year 1683, when the revenue laws were about to expire, when the right of the Duke to reenact them was denied in America and doubted in England, that he could be prevailed on to appoint a new governor with instructions to convene an assembly. In 1674, Lord Berkeley assigned his interest in the Jerseys to William Penn and his associates. They afterwards acquired the title of Sir George Carteret also, and immediately conveyed one half of their interest to the Earl of Perth and others, who in 1683 obtained a conveyance from the Duke of York directly to themselves. During these transactions continual efforts were made to re-annex the Jerseys to New York. Carteret had endeavored to participate in the advantages of commerce by establishing a port at Amboy, but Andros seized and condemned the vessels trading thither, and was supported by the Duke in this exercise of power. The Assembly of New York claimed the right of taxing the people of Jersey, and the collector continued to exercise his former authority within their territory. On his complaining, after the accession of the Duke of York to the throne, that every vessel he prosecuted was discharged by the verdict of the jury, a writ of quo warranto was directed. The English judges did not then hold their offices during good behavior, and the proprietors of East Jersey, confident that the cause would be decided against them, surrendered their patent to the Crown, praying only a grant of the soil. The Jerseys were soon afterwards annexed to New England. Dongan, who in 1683 had succeeded Andros in the government of New York, took a deep interest in the affairs of the Five Nations, who had been engaged in bloody wars with Canada. The French, by establishing a settlement at Detroit and a fort at Michilimackinac, had been enabled to extend their commerce among the numerous tribes of Indians who hunted on the banks of the Great Lakes and the upper branches of the Mississippi. They excluded the people of New York from any share in this gainful commerce, in consequence of which Dongan solicited and obtained permission to aid the Five Nations. This order, however, was soon countermanded, and a treaty was concluded stipulating that no assistance should be given to the savages by the English colonists, soon after which Dongan was recalled, and New York was annexed to New England. From the accession of James to the throne, he had discontinued the assemblies of New York, and empowered the governor, with the consent of his council, to make laws as near as might be to those of England. The reinstatement of this arbitrary system gave general disgust, and, together with the apprehension that the Roman Catholic religion would be established, prepared the people of New York, as well as those of the other colonies, for that revolution which wrested power from hands accustomed to abuse it. On receiving intelligence of the revolution at Boston, the militia were raised by a Captain Jacob Leisler, who took possession of the fort in the name of King William, and drove Nicholson, the lieutenant governor, out of the country. This event gave rise to two parties who long divided New York, and whose mutual animosities were the source of much uneasiness and mischief to the province. Pennsylvania granted to William Penn. William Penn, having gained some knowledge of the country west of the Delaware, formed the design of acquiring that territory as a separate estate. On his petition, a charter was issued in 1681, granting to him, in absolute property, by the name of Pennsylvania, that tract of country bounded on the east by the river Delaware, extending westward 5 degrees of longitude, stretching to the north from 12 miles north of Newcastle to the 43rd degree of latitude, and limited on the south by a circle of 12 miles, drawn round Newcastle to the beginning of the 40th degree of latitude. In this charter the acts of navigation were recognized, a local legislature was created, and provision made that a duplicate of its laws should be transmitted within 5 years to the king in council, any of which that were repugnant to those of England or inconsistent with the authority of the crown might be declared void in 6 months. This charter conveyed nearly the same powers and privileges with that of Maryland, but recognized the right of Parliament to tax the colony. Penn soon commenced the settlement of the province, and immediately asserted a claim to a part of the territory which had been supposed by Lord Baltimore to be within the bounds of Maryland. In this claim originated a controversy between the two proprietors, productive of considerable inconvenience and irritation to both. He published a frame of government for Pennsylvania, the chief intention of which was declared to be for the support of power in reverence with the people, and to secure the people from the abuse of power, that they may be free by their just obedience, and the magistrates honorable for their just administration. For liberty without obedience is confusion, and obedience without liberty is slavery. This scheme of fundamental law contains many provisions indicating good sense and just notions of government, but was too complex for an infant settlement, and after many fruitless attempts to amend it was laid aside, and a more simple form was adopted, resembling in its principal features those established in the other colonies, which remained until the proprietary government itself was dissolved. In August 1682, Penn obtained from the Duke of York a conveyance of the town of Newcastle, with the territory 12 miles around it, and that tract of land extending thence southward on the Delaware to Cape Henlopen. Soon after this grant was issued, he embarked for America, accompanied by about 2,000 emigrants, and in the October following landed on the banks of the Delaware. In addition to the colonists sent out by himself, he found on his arrival several small settlements of Swedes, Dutch, Finlanders, and English, amounting to about 3,000 persons. Penn cultivated the goodwill of the natives, from whom he purchased such lands as were necessary for the present use of the colonists. Foundation of Philadelphia. At this time the foundation of Philadelphia was laid, which we are assured contained near 100 houses, within 12 months from its commencement. An assembly was convened which, instead of being composed of all the freemen, according to the frame of government, was, at the request of the people themselves, constituted of their representatives. Among the laws which were enacted was one annexing the territories lately purchased from the Duke of York to the province, and extending to them all its privileges. Universal freedom in religion was established, and every foreigner who promised allegiance to the king and obedience to the proprietor was declared a free man. In the hope of extending his limits to the Chesapeake, Penn, soon after his arrival, met Lord Baltimore for the purpose of adjusting their boundaries. The patent of that nobleman calls for the 40th degree of north latitude, and he proposed to determine the intersection of that degree with the Delaware by actual observation. Penn, on the contrary, insisted on finding the 40th degree by mensuration from the Capes of Virginia, the true situation of which had been already ascertained. Each adhering firmly to his own proposition, the controversy was referred to the Committee of Plantations, who, after the Crown had descended on James, decided that the peninsula between the bays of Chesapeake and Delaware should be divided into 2 equal parts by a line drawn from the latitude of Cape Henlopen to the 40th degree, and adjudged that the land lying from that line towards the Delaware should belong to His Majesty, and the other moiety to Lord Baltimore. This adjudication was ordered to be immediately executed. Pennsylvania was slow in acknowledging the Prince and Princess of Orange. The government continued to be administered in the name of James for some time after his abdication was known. At length, however, William and Mary were proclaimed, and Penn had the address to efface the unfavorable impressions which this delay was calculated to make on them. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of the Life of Washington, Volume 1, by John Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, New Charter of Massachusetts, Affairs of New York, War with France, Schenectady destroyed, Expedition against Port Royal, against Quebec, Acadier recovered by France, Pemaquid taken, Attempt on St. John's, Peace, Affairs of New York, of Virginia, Disputes between England and France respecting boundary in America, Recommencement of hostilities, Quotas of the respective colonies, Treaty of Neutrality between France and the Five Nations, Expedition against Port Royal, Incursion into Massachusetts, Plan for the invasion of Canada, Port Royal taken, Expedition against Quebec, Treaty of Utrecht, Affairs of New York, of Carolina, Expedition against St. Augustine, Attempt to establish the Episcopal Church,
Invasion of the colony. Bills of credit issued. Legislature continues itself. Massacre in North Carolina by the Indians. Tuscaroras defeated. Scheme of a bank. 1689. The Revolution, which placed the Prince and Princess of Orange on the throne, revived in Massachusetts the hope of recovering the ancient charter. Elections were held by authority of the temporary government, and the representatives requested the council to exercise, until orders should be received from England, the powers and authorities vested in that body by the charter. The council acceded to this proposition, and the ancient system was reestablished. It was soon perceived by the agents of Massachusetts that the old charter would not be restored, and that the king was determined to retain the appointment of the governor in his own hands. The colony, however, was authorized to exercise the powers of government according to the ancient system until a new arrangement should be made. The vessel by which these directions were transmitted carried also orders that Sir Edmund Andros and those imprisoned with him should be sent to England. The General Court deputed additional agents with instructions to solicit the confirmation of their beloved charter, but these solicitations were ineffectual. 1691. New Charter. The king was inflexible, and at length a new charter was framed, introducing some changes which affected radically the independence that had been long practically possessed by the colony. The governor was to be appointed by the Crown, was enabled to call, adjourn, prorogue, and dissolve the assembly at pleasure. He had the appointment solely of all military officers, and with the consent of his council, of all officers belonging to the courts of justice. 1692. Sir William Phipps, the first governor, arrived in May, and immediately issued writs for a General Assembly, which met in June and accepted the charter, though a considerable party had been formed to oppose it. This instrument annexed Plymouth and Nova Scotia to Massachusetts, but contrary to the wishes of both colonies, omitted New Hampshire, which became permanently a separate government. Affairs of New York. In New York, Leisler, who had obtained the entire control of the lower country, associated with himself in the government a few trusty partisans, denominated a Committee of Safety, over whom he presided. Some of the principal inhabitants of the city, dissatisfied at seeing a man of low birth, without education, in possession of supreme power, retired to Albany, where a convention of the people was assembled to determine to hold the fort and country for the king and queen, but not to submit to the authority of Leisler. On receiving intelligence of these transactions, Jacob Milborne was detached with a small force to reduce the place, but finding that the people adhered to the convention, and that his harangues against James and popery made no impression on them, he returned to New York. The next spring he appeared again before the fort, and being favored by an irruption of the Indians, obtained possession of it. The principal members of the convention absconded, upon which their effects were seized and confiscated. This harsh measure produced resentments which were transmitted from father to son. Leisler retained the supreme power without farther opposition until the arrival of Sir Henry Sloughter, who had been appointed governor of the province. Though informed of the commission which Sloughter bore, this infatuated man refused to yield the government to him, and showed a disposition without the ability to resist. This ill-judged obstinacy threw the governor, who soon obtained possession of the fort, into the arms of the opposite party. Leisler and Milborne were arrested, tried for high treason, condemned, and executed. Their estates were confiscated, but were afterwards restored to their families. While these things were passing in the interior, the colonies of New England and New York were engaged in a bloody and desolating war with the French of Canada and with the Indians. The English people had long viewed with apprehension the advances of France towards universal dominion, and with infinite disgust the influence of Louis XIV in their cabinet. On the elevation of the Prince of Orange to the throne, they entered with alacrity into all his views for opposing barriers to the power and restraints on the ambition of that haughty monarch. War with France, the war which was proclaimed between the two nations, extended itself to their possessions in America. De Cailles, who sailed from Canada to France in 1688, had formed a plan for the conquest of New York, which was adopted by his government. Cavaignac commanded the ships which sailed from Rochefort on this expedition, subject, however, to the Count de Frontenac, who was general of the land forces destined to march from Canada by the route of the River Sorrel and of Lake Champlain. The fleet and troops arrived at Chebucto, whence the Count proceeded to Quebec, leaving orders with Cavaignac to sail to New York. On reaching Quebec, the Count found all Canada in the utmost distress. In the preceding summer, 1,200 warriors of the Five Nations had suddenly landed on the island of Montreal and put to death about 1,000 of the inhabitants, whom they found in perfect security. The place was again attacked in October, and the lower part of the island entirely destroyed. In consequence of these calamitous events, Fort Frontenac on Lake Ontario was evacuated, and 2 vessels which had been constructed there were burnt. Count Frontenac, who in his 68th year possessed the activity of youth, after remaining a few days on shore, re-embarked in a canoe for Montreal. In the hope of conciliating the Five Nations, he held a great council with them at Onondaga, where the Indians showed some disposition towards a peace without concluding one. To influence their deliberations and raise the depressed spirits of the Canadians, he sent out several parties against the English colonies, that against New York consisting of about 200 French and some Indians. After marching 22 days with their provisions on their backs through a wilderness covered deep with snow, arrived on 8th of February, 1690, about 11 at night at Schenectady, a village a few miles northwest of Albany. Schenectady destroyed. Finding the gates open and unguarded, they immediately entered the town, the inhabitants of which were asleep, and dividing themselves into small parties, invested every house at the same time. No alarm was given until the doors were broken open, and then was commenced the perpetration of those barbarities which add so much to the ordinary horrors of war. The whole village was instantly in flames. Pregnant women were ripped open and their infants cast into the flames or dashed against the posts of the doors. 60 persons were massacred, 27 carried into captivity, and those who escaped fled naked through a deep snow and storm to Albany. In the flight, 25 lost their limbs from the intensity of the cold. The town was pillaged until about noon the next day, when the enemy marched off with their plunder. Being pursued by a party of young men from Albany, about 25 of them were killed and captured. In the spring and summer of 1689, several settlements and forts in New Hampshire and Maine were successfully attacked by the Indians, who, wherever they were victorious, perpetrated their usual cruelties. Expedition against Port Royal. Knowing that these depredations originated in Canada and Acadier, the General Court of Massachusetts planned an expedition against both Port Royal and Quebec. Early in the spring, 8 small vessels carrying 700 or 800 men sailed under the command of Sir William Phipps, and almost without opposition took possession of Port Royal and of the whole coast between that place and New England. The fleet returned in May, having taken nearly plunder enough to discharge the expense of the equipment. But 2 detachments made about the same time by Count Frontenac attacked the Simon Falls and Fort Casco, where they killed and took about 180 persons. Penn seeking freedom for imprisoned friends. The reference made in the panel inscription at the top of this picture is to William Penn's imprisonment in the Tower of London for publishing The Sandy Foundation Shaken, in which he attacked the doctrines of the Trinity. While in prison, he wrote his most famous and popular book, No Cross, No Crown, and Innocency with Her Open Face, in vindication of his Quaker faith. In 1681, Penn obtained from the British Crown, in lieu of a debt of £16,000 due him as heir to his father, Admiral Penn, a grant of territory now comprising the state of Pennsylvania. There he founded Philadelphia as a Quaker colony in the following year. A vessel had been dispatched to England in April with letters urging the importance of conquering Canada and soliciting the aid of the king to that enterprise. He was, however, too much occupied in Europe to attend to America, and it was determined to prosecute the expedition without his assistance. Against Quebec, New York and Connecticut engaged to furnish a body of men to march by the way of Lake Champlain against Montreal, while the troops of Massachusetts should proceed by sea to Quebec. The fleet, consisting of between 20 and 30 vessels, the largest of which carried 44 guns, sailed from Nantucket the 9th of August, having on board 2,000 men. This expedition also was commanded by Sir William Phipps, a brave man, but not qualified for so difficult an enterprise. He did not arrive before Quebec until October, when it was too late for a regular siege. Instead of availing himself of the first impression, Sir William is charged with having wasted 2 or 3 days in sight of the place, after which he summoned it to surrender. Having performed this ceremony, he landed between 12 and 1,300 men, and marched until night under a scattering fire from an enemy concealed in the woods. At night a deserter gave such an account of the French force as entirely discouraged him. Connecticut and New York were disappointed in receiving the assistance expected from the Five Nations, who furnished neither the warriors they had promised nor canoes to transport their troops over the lakes. The commissary, too, had neglected to lay up the necessary supplies of provisions. These disappointments obliged the party destined against Montreal to retreat without making an attempt on that place, which enabled the French general to oppose the whole force of Canada to Phipps. The evening after the troops were landed, the ships were drawn up before the place, but received more damage from the batteries than they could do to the town. After wasting a few days in unavailing parade, the army reembarked with precipitation and returned to Boston. The general court, so far from suspecting that the expedition might possibly miscarry, seemed to have counted not only on success but on acquiring sufficient treasure from the enemy to pay their soldiers. The army, finding the government totally unprepared to satisfy its claims, was on the point of mutinying. In this state of difficulty, bills of credit were issued and were received in lieu of money. A tax was imposed at the same time, payable in the paper notes of the colony at 5 per centum above par. Notwithstanding the exertions to keep up its credit, the paper depreciated to 14 shillings in the pound, which depreciation was almost entirely sustained by the army. As the time for collecting the tax approached, the paper rose above par, but this appreciation was gained by the holders. Colonel Phipps, soon after his return from Canada, embarked for England to renew the solicitations of the colony for aid in another attempt on Quebec. Though unsuccessful in this application, the government of the province was bestowed on him, and in this character he returned to Boston. A desultory war continued to be carried on, which, without furnishing any events that would now be interesting, produced heavy expense and much individual misery. 1693, Canada being considered as the source of all these evils, its conquest continued to be the favorite object of Massachusetts. At length King William yielded to the solicitations of that colony and determined to employ a force for the reduction of Quebec. Unfortunately, the first part of the plan was to be executed in the West Indies, where the capture of Martinique was contemplated. While on that service, a contagious fever attacked both the land and sea forces, and before they reached Boston, 1,300 sailors and 1,800 soldiers were buried. The survivors not being in a condition to prosecute the enterprise, it was abandoned. On the conquest of Acadiana by Sir William Phipps, the government of Massachusetts had been extended over that province, but as the prejudices and affections of the inhabitants were entirely on the side of France, it was soon perceived that a military force alone could preserve the acquisition, and Massachusetts was unable at her own expense to support a sufficient body of troops for the defense of the country. 1696, Port Royal was recovered by Villebon, after which all Acadiana shook off the government of Massachusetts and resumed its allegiance to France. About the same time, a fort at Pemaquid was attacked and carried by Iberville. Peace. In December, the Treaty of Peace, which had been concluded at Ryswick, was proclaimed at Boston, and hostilities with the French in Canada immediately ceased. The depredations of the Indians continued only a short time after this event, and in the course of the following year general tranquillity was restored. 1697, the frontiers of New Hampshire had been not less exposed during the war than those of Massachusetts. Perpetual and distressing incursions had been made into the country, which were marked by the burning of undefended habitations and the massacre of men, women, and children. Affairs of New York. The frontiers of New York were covered by the Five Nations. Hostilities were carried on between them and the French, but they were not attended by any material circumstance. During the war, the English government meditated a union of the colonies for the purpose of forming an army to defend New York, and the governors were instructed to propose to the several provinces to raise the quota of troops assigned to each by the Crown. Though this plan never took effect, the fact is of some interest. The influence of the French, not yet extending far enough south to involve the colonies beyond New York in the calamities of Indian warfare, few occurrences took place among them which deserve attention. Of Virginia. In Virginia, the College of William and Mary, to which a charter had been granted in 1692, was liberally endowed and was established at Williamsburg by an act of assembly which passed in the year 1693. In 1698, the State House at Jamestown, with many valuable papers, was consumed by fire, and in the following year the legislature passed an act for removing the seat of government to Williamsburg, then called the Middle Plantation, and for building a capital at that place. By the Treaty of Ryswick, it was agreed that France and England should mutually restore to each other all conquests made during the war, and it was farther stipulated that commissioners should be appointed to examine and determine the rights and pretensions of each monarch to the places situated in Hudson's Bay. The consequences of not ascertaining boundaries were soon perceived. The English claimed as far west as the St. Croix, while France asserted her right to the whole country east of the Kennebec. War renewed. These claims remained unsettled and were mingled with other differences of more importance, which soon occasioned the recommencement of hostilities. 1702. The whole weight of the war in America fell on New England. Previous to its commencement, the Earl of Bellomont, who was at that time governor of New York, as well as of Massachusetts and of New Hampshire, had required that the quotas of men assigned by the Crown to the different colonies for the defense of New York should be furnished. This requisition, however, was not complied with, and before hostilities began, a treaty of neutrality was negotiated between the Five Nations and the Governor of Canada, which was assented to by Lord Cornbury, then Governor of New York. This treaty preserved the peace of that province, but left Massachusetts and New Hampshire to struggle with the combined force of the French and their Indian allies, a struggle which seems to have been viewed by New York with the utmost composure. Hostilities between Great Britain and France were immediately followed by incursions of French and Indians into the exposed parts of New England, a predatory and desolating war, attended with no striking circumstance but with considerable expense and great individual distress, was carried on for some years. During its continuance, propositions were made for a cessation of hostilities, and the negotiations on this subject were protracted to a considerable length. But Dudley, who had succeeded the Earl of Bellomont as governor of Massachusetts and New Hampshire, declined engaging for the neutrality of those provinces in the hope that Nova Scotia and Canada might be subdued in the course of the war. 1707. The Battle of Almanza in Spain, having induced the British cabinet to direct an armament intended for New England to European objects, Dudley determined to make an attempt on Acadiae, though no aid should arrive from England. With this view he applied early in the spring to the assemblies of both his provinces and to the colonies of Connecticut and Rhode Island, requesting them to raise 1,000 men for the expedition. Connecticut declined furnishing her quota, but the other three colonies raised the whole number, who were disposed into two regiments, one commanded by Colonel Wainwright and the other by Colonel Hilton. On the 13th of May they embarked at Nantucket on board a fleet of transports furnished with whaleboats under convoy of a man of war and a galley. The chief command was given to Colonel March, who had behaved gallantly in several encounters with the Indians, but had never been engaged in such service as this. They arrived before Port Royal in a few days and landed without opposition. After making some ineffectual attempts to bombard the fort, a disagreement among the officers and a misapprehension of the state of the fort and garrison induced the troops to re-embark in a disorderly manner. Dudley, who was unwilling to relinquish the enterprise, directed the army to remain in its position till farther orders. March was beloved by the soldiers and was known to be brave, but his capacity was doubted. It was therefore thought unsafe either to recall him, to place an officer over him, or to continue him in the chief command. The expedient devised in this perplexity was to send a commission to the army, composed of 3 members of the council, invested with all the powers which the governor himself, if present, would possess. These commissioners arrived at Casco about the middle of July, where they found the army insubordinate and indisposed to the service. The troops, however, were again embarked and arrived at Passamaquoddy on the 7th of August. The spirits of the general were broken and his health was impaired. While dispositions for landing the army were making, he declared his inability to act, and the command devolved on Colonel Wainwright. The landing was effected on the 10th of August, but the troops could not be inspired with that union and firmness which are essential to success. After devoting 10 days to inefficient, unmeaning operations, they reembarked and returned, sickly, fatigued, and dispirited. 1708. During this unfortunate expedition, the frontiers were kept in perpetual alarm by small parties of Indians, and in the succeeding year a formidable armament was destined by Vaudreuil, the governor of Canada, against New England. This enterprise was not fully prosecuted in consequence of the failure of several Indian tribes to furnish the number of warriors expected from them. Incursion into Massachusetts. A considerable force, however, penetrated into Massachusetts and burnt a part of the town of Haverhill, where about 100 persons were killed and many others carried off as prisoners. These invaders were pursued and overtaken by a body of troops collected in the neighborhood, who killed a few of them and recovered several of their own countrymen. The New England colonies, still attributing all these calamities to the French, were earnest in their solicitations to the Crown for aids which might enable them to conquer Canada. Their application was supported by the representations of Francis Nicholson, who had been lieutenant governor first of New York and afterward of Virginia, of Samuel Fietch, a trader to Nova Scotia, and of Colonel Schuyler, a gentleman of great influence in New York, who undertook a voyage to England for the purpose of communicating his sentiments more fully to administration, and carried with him resolutions of the Assembly expressing the high opinion that body entertained of his merit. Influenced by these representations, the British cabinet determined to undertake an expedition against the French settlements on the continent of North America and on Newfoundland, to consist of a squadron having on board 5 regiments of regular troops, 1709, which were to be at Boston by the middle of May, 1709, where they were to be joined by 1,200 men to be raised in Massachusetts and Rhode Island. 1,500 men also were to be raised in the governments south of Rhode Island, who should proceed by the way of Lake Champlain against Montreal. All the colonies except Pennsylvania executed with punctuality the part assigned to them. Nicholson, who was appointed to command the troops destined against Montreal, marched to Wood Creek, where he was ordered to continue until the arrival of the forces from Europe, that the 2 armies might cooperate with each other. The New England troops who had been assembled at Boston remained at that place till September, expecting the arrival of the fleet and army from England. About that time Nicholson returned from Wood Creek, and it was obviously too late to proceed against Quebec. A meeting of the commanding officers and governors of provinces was requested in order to deliberate on further operations. A few days before this meeting was to take place, a ship arrived from England with the intelligence that the armament intended for America had been ordered to Portugal, and with directions to hold a council of war in order to determine on the propriety of employing the troops raised in America against Port Royal, in which event the ships of war then at Boston were to aid the expedition. The commanders of the ships, except Captain, afterwards Admiral Matthews, refused to engage in this service, and it being unsafe to proceed without convoy, the men were disbanded. A Congress, composed of governors and of delegates from several of the assemblies, met at Rhode Island and recommended the appointment of agents to assist Colonel Nicholson in representing the state of the country to the Queen and soliciting troops for an expedition against Canada the next spring. Government seems at first to have thought favorably of this proposal, but finally determined to proceed only against Port Royal. 1710. 5 frigates and a bomb ketch, which were assigned for this service, arrived with Nicholson in July. Although the troops were then to be raised, the whole armament, consisting of 1 regiment of Marines and 4 regiments of infantry, sailed from Boston the 18th of September, and on the 24th arrived before Port Royal. The place was immediately invested, and after the exchange of a few shot and shells was surrendered. Vietch was appointed governor, and its name, in compliment to the Queen, was changed to Annapolis. After the reduction of Port Royal, Nicholson returned to England to renew the often repeated solicitations for an expedition against Canada. The ministry was now changed, and the colonists despaired of obtaining from those in power any aids against the French. Contrary to the general expectation, his application succeeded, 1711, and he arrived at Boston in June, with orders to the governors as far south as Pennsylvania to get their quotas of men and provisions in readiness to act with the fleet and army expected from Europe. Within 16 days, while the several governors were yet deliberating on the subject of these orders, the fleet arrived. The service according perfectly with the wishes of the people as well as of the governors, every practical exertion was made, and difficulties were overcome which on other occasions might have been deemed insurmountable. To supply the money which the English treasury could not then advance, the General Court of Massachusetts issued bills of credit to the amount of £40,000, and the example was followed by Connecticut, New York, and New Jersey. Provisions were obtained by impressment. The army consisted of 7 veteran regiments who had served under the Duke of Marlborough, 1 regiment of Marines, and 2 regiments of provincials, amounting in the whole to 6,500 men, a force equal to that which afterwards reduced Quebec, when in a much better state of defense. This armament sailed from Boston on the 30th of July. Their sanguine hopes were all blasted in one fatal night. On the 23rd of August, in the river St. Lawrence, the weather being thick and dark, 8 transports were wrecked on Egg Island near the north shore, and 1,000 persons perished. The next day the fleet put back and was 8 days beating down the river against an easterly wind, which in 2 would have carried it to Quebec. After holding a fruitless consultation respecting an attempt on Placentia, the expedition was abandoned, and the squadron sailed for England. Loud complaints were made, and heavy charges reciprocated on this occasion. The ignorance of the pilots, the obstinacy of the admiral, the detention of the fleet at Boston, its late arrival there, the want of seasonable orders, and the secret intentions of the ministry were all subjects of bitter altercation, but no regular inquiry was ever made into the causes of the miscarriage. The plan of this campaign embraced also an attack on Montreal. 4,000 men raised in Connecticut, New York, and New Jersey, and commanded by Colonel Nicholson, marched against that place by the way of Albany and Lake Champlain. The failure of the expedition against Quebec enabling the governor of Canada to turn his whole force towards the lakes, Nicholson was under the necessity of making a precipitate retreat. Peace. No other event of importance took place during this war, which was terminated by the Treaty of Utrecht. By the 12th article of this treaty, France ceded to England all Nova Scotia or Acadie with its ancient boundaries, as also the city of Port Royal, now called Annapolis Royal, and all other things in those parts which depend on the said lands. This territory, which had been comprehended in the grant made to the Plymouth Company, was, with the consent of that company, afterwards granted by James as King of Scotland, under the name of Nova Scotia, to Sir William Alexander. Affairs of New York. In New York, the Leislerian and anti-Leislerian parties continued to persecute each other. To this calamity was added, in the year 1702, the still heavier affliction of a malignant fever imported in a vessel from the West Indies, which in almost every instance proved mortal. A similar disease raged about the same time in several other seaport towns, and was probably the same which has since produced such fatal effects under the name of the yellow fever. In the same year, Lord Cornbury, a needy and profligate nobleman, was appointed governor of the province. He embraced the anti-Leislerian party, that being then the strongest. On meeting the Assembly, he urged the necessity of providing money for the public exigencies, and as he had arranged himself with the ruling party, the vote of supply was liberal. It was soon perceived that the confidence in the governor was misplaced. Considerable sums levied for objects of great interest were applied to his private use. The system adopted in New York for collecting and keeping public money was calculated to favor this peculation. The colony having no treasurer, its revenue came into the hands of the Receiver General for the Crown, whence it was drawn by a warrant from the governor. Contests soon arose between his lordship and the legislature on the subject of money, the House requiring a statement of disbursements and the appointment of a treasurer to be controlled by them. At length, in 1706, an act was passed raising £3,000 for fortifications and directing the money to be placed in the hands of a person named by the legislature. The assent of the governor to this act was not given till the succeeding year, and was then accompanied with a message stating that he had it in command from the Queen to permit the General Assembly to name their own treasurer when they raised extraordinary supplies for particular uses, and which are no part of the standing and constant revenue. The continual demands of the governor for money, his misapplication of it, his extortion in the form of fees, and his haughty, tyrannical conduct increased the irritation subsisting between him and the legislature. At length the Queen yielded to the complaints of both New York and New Jersey, and consented to recall him. During these altercations some spirited resolutions were entered into by the Assembly, one of which claims particular notice. It is in these words: Resolved, that the imposing and levying of any moneys upon Her Majesty's subjects in this colony, under any pretense or color whatsoever, without their consent in General Assembly, is a grievance and violation of the people's property. This strong assertion of a principle which afterwards dismembered the British Empire then passed away without notice. It was probably understood to be directed only against the assumption of that power by the governor. In Carolina, the vexatious contests with the proprietors still continued. The public attention was for a time diverted from these by hostilities with their neighbors of Florida. 1702, before the declaration of war made against France and Spain had been officially communicated, it was reported in the colonies that this event had taken place, and Mr. Moore, the governor of the Southern settlements, proposed to the Assembly an expedition against St. Augustine. Temperate men were opposed to this enterprise, but the assurances of the governor that Florida would be an easy conquest, and that immense treasure would be the reward of their valor, were too seductive to be resisted. A great majority of the Assembly declared in favor of the expedition, and voted the sum of £2,000 for its prosecution. 600 militia were embodied for the service, and an equal number of Indians engaged as auxiliaries. Expedition against St. Augustine. In the plan of operations which had been concerted, Colonel Daniel was to move by the inland passage with a party of militia and Indians, and attack the town by land, while the governor with the main body should proceed by sea and block up the harbor. Colonel Daniel executed his part of the plan with promptitude and vigor. He advanced against the town, which he entered and plundered before the governor reached the harbor. The Spaniards, however, had been apprised of the preparations making at Charleston, and had laid up provisions for 4 months in the castle, into which they retired as Daniel entered the town. On the arrival of the governor, the place was completely invested, but it being impossible to carry the castle without battering artillery, Colonel Daniel was dispatched to Jamaica for cannon, bombs, and mortars. During his absence, 2 small Spanish vessels of war were seen off the mouth of the harbor, upon which the governor raised the siege, abandoned his transports, and made a precipitate retreat to Carolina. Colonel Daniel returned soon afterwards, and having no suspicion that the siege was raised, stood in for the harbor. He fortunately discovered his situation in time to escape, though with much difficulty. This rash and ill-conducted expedition entailed on the colony a debt of £6,000. The ignominy attached to it was soon wiped off by one that was attended with better success. The Appalachian Indians, who were attached to the Spaniards, had become extremely troublesome to the inhabitants of the frontiers. The governor, at the head of a body of militia and friendly Indians, marched into the heart of their settlements, laid their towns in ashes, made several prisoners, and compelled them to sue for peace and submit to the British government. Governor Johnson. Soon after this transaction, Sir Nathaniel Governor Johnson, who had been appointed to succeed Mr. Moore, arrived in Charleston. He endeavored, but ineffectually, to turn the attention of the colonists to the culture of silk. This article, as well as cotton, was neglected, and rice became the great staple of the country. Attempt to establish the Episcopal Church. During his administration, the contest between the proprietors and the people increased. An attempt to establish the Episcopal Church was added to other pre-existing causes of discord. The colony having been settled by emigrants from different nations of different religious persuasions, the indiscreet endeavor to produce uniformity could not fail to increase their irritation. The influence of the governor in the legislature obtained the passage of such acts as were necessary for his purpose, but many petitions against them were laid before Parliament, and the House of Lords presented so decisive an address to Her Majesty on the subject that a writ of quo warranto against the charter was directed. This measure, however, was not put in execution, and the attention of the colonists was diverted for a time from these intestine broils by the appearance of danger from abroad. 1704. Spain claimed the whole country. as part of Florida and was preparing an expedition to enforce this claim. Governor Johnson, who had acquired some military skill in European service, having received intelligence of these preparations, made great exertions to fortify the entrance into the harbor of Charleston and to put the province in a state of defense. There was reason to rejoice that these precautions were used, for although no armament arrived from Europe, yet an expedition planned in the Havana was carried into execution. Colony invaded. A French frigate and 4 armed Spanish sloops, commanded by Monsieur Lefebvre, sailed for Charleston with orders to touch at St. Augustine for men. His force is said to have amounted to about 800. A government cruiser descried this squadron off the bar of St. Augustine and brought the intelligence to Charleston. Scarcely had the captain delivered his information when signals from Sullivan's Island announced its appearance off the coast. The alarm was immediately given, and the militia of the town were under arms. In the evening the fleet reached Charleston Bar, but deferred attempting to pass it until the morning. After consuming a day in sounding the South Bar, the Spanish flotilla crossed it and anchored above Sullivan's Island. The governor then directed some pieces of heavy artillery to be placed in the vessels in the harbor, and gave the command of them to William Rhett. A summons to surrender being rejected, a party of the enemy landed on James Island and burnt a few houses. Another party, consisting of 160 men, landed about the same time on the opposite side of the river. Both these were attacked and defeated. Encouraged by this success, Johnson determined to attack the invaders by sea. In execution of this determination, Rhett, with 6 small vessels, proceeded down the river to the place where the hostile flotilla rode at anchor, which at his approach precipitately recrossed the bar. For some days it was believed that the enterprise was abandoned, but while the inhabitants were rejoicing at their deliverance, advice was received that a ship of force had been seen in Sewee Bay and had landed a number of men. On examining his prisoners, the governor was informed that the enemy had expected a ship of war with a reinforcement of 200 men under the command of Monsieur Arbousset. Taking his measures with the promptness of an experienced officer, he ordered Captain Fenwick to pass the river and march against the detachment which had landed, while Rhett, with 2 small armed vessels, sailed round by sea with orders to meet the ship in Sewee Bay. Fenwick came up with the party on shore, charged them briskly, and drove them to their ship, which, on the appearance of Rhett, surrendered without firing a shot. The prize, with about 90 prisoners, was brought up to Charleston. Thus was terminated, with the loss of near 300 men killed and prisoners, among the latter of whom were the general and some naval officers, the invasion of Carolina by Monsieur Lefebvre. It seems to have been undertaken in the confidence that the colony was too weak for resistance, and was conducted without skill or courage. Bills of credit to defray the expenses incurred in repelling this invasion. Bills of credit to the amount of £8,000 were issued. The effect of this emission was such a depreciation of the currency under the form of a rise in the price of commodities and of exchange that £150 in paper were given for £100 sterling. 1707. Lord Granville, the Palatine, a bigoted churchman, under whose influence violent measures had been taken for the establishment of religious conformity in Carolina, died in the year 1707. He was succeeded by Lord Craven, who, though of the same religious tenets, supported them with moderation. His disposition to indulge and thereby mollify the dissenters was considered by the zealots of the established church as endangering religion, and the legislature, which was elected under the influence of the late Palatine and of his governor, dreading a change in the administration, 1708, legislature continues itself, adopted the extraordinary measure of continuing itself for 2 years, and for the time and a term of 18 months after the change of government, whether by the death of the present governor or the succession of another in his time. Thus adding one other humiliating proof to those which perpetually occur, that principles are deplorably weak when opposed by the passions. 1712. Massacre in North Carolina by the Indians. In the year 1712, the Indians in North Carolina, alarmed, as their countrymen had been in the other colonies, by the increasing population and regular encroachments of the whites, formed with their accustomed secrecy the plan of exterminating in one night these formidable neighbors. No indication of their design was given until they broke into the houses of the planters. The slaughter on Roanoke was immense. In that settlement alone 137 persons were murdered. A few escaped by concealing themselves in the woods, who the next day gave the alarm. The remaining whites were collected together in a place of safety and guarded by the militia until assistance could be received from South Carolina. This was prompt and effectual. The Assembly at Charleston voted £4,000 for the service. and Colonel Barnwell was detached with 600 militia and 360 Indians to the relief of the afflicted North Carolinians. With the utmost celerity he passed through the difficult and dangerous wilderness which then separated the northern from the southern settlements. Indians defeated, and attacking the savages with unexpected fury, killed 300 of them and made 100 prisoners. The survivors retreated to the Tuscarora town and took refuge within a wooden breastwork in which they were surrounded by the whites. After sustaining considerable loss, they sued for peace and obtained it, but soon afterwards abandoned their country and united themselves with the Iroquois, or Five Nations. The expense of this expedition greatly transcended the scanty means of South Carolina. To supply the exigencies of government and to promote the convenience of commerce, the legislature determined to issue 48,000 pounds in bills of credit, to be denominated bank bills. This money was to be lent out at interest on security, and to be redeemed gradually by the annual payment of 1/12 part of the sum loaned. The bills were made a legal tender, and the creditor who should refuse them lost his debt. After the emission of these bills, exchange rose the first year to 150, and in the second to 200 per centum above par. The effect of this depreciation of the tender laws which accompanied it on creditors and on morals was obvious and certain. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of the Life of Washington, Volume 1, by John Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Proceedings of the Legislature of Massachusetts, intrigues of the French among the Indians, war with the savages, peace, controversy with the governor, decided in England, contest concerning the governor's salary, the assembly adjourned to Salem, contest concerning the salary terminated, great depreciation of the paper currency, scheme of a land bank, company dissolved by act of Parliament, Governor Shirley arrives, review of transactions in New York. 1714, the heavy expenses of Massachusetts during the late war had produced such large emissions of paper money that a considerable depreciation took place, and specie disappeared. The consequent rise of exchange, instead of being attributed to its true cause, was ascribed to the decay of trade. The colony, having now leisure for its domestic concerns, turned its attention to this interesting subject. Affairs of Massachusetts. 3 parties were formed. The first, a small one, actuated by the principle that honesty is the best policy, was in favor of calling in the paper money and relying on the industry of the people to replace it with a circulating medium of greater stability. The second proposed a private bank, which was to issue bills of credit to be received by all the members of the company, but at no certain value compared with gold and silver. It was not intended to deposit specie in the bank for the redemption of its notes, as they might be offered, but to pledge real estates as security that the company would perform its engagements. The third party was in favor of a loan of bills from the government to any of the inhabitants who would mortgage real estate to secure their repayment in a specified term of years, the interest to be paid annually and applied to the support of government. The first party, perceiving its numerical weakness, joined the third, and the whole province was divided between a public and private bank. At length the party for the public bank prevailed in the general court, and 50,000 pounds were issued and placed in the hands of trustees to be lent for 5 years at an interest of 5 per centum per annum, 1/5 part of the principal to be paid annually. 1716, this scheme failing to improve the commerce of the colony, Governor Shute, who had succeeded Dudley, reminded the Assembly of the bad state of trade, which he ascribed to the scarcity of money, and recommended the consideration of some effectual measures to supply this want. The result of this recommendation was a second loan of 100,000 pounds for 10 years to be placed in the hands of commissioners in each county in proportion to its taxes. The whole currency soon depreciated to such a degree that the entire sum in circulation did not represent more real value than was represented by that which was circulating before the emission. The governor had now sufficient leisure, and the general court furnished him with sufficient motives to reflect on the policy he had recommended. An attempt to raise his salary as money depreciated did not succeed, and only the usual nominal sum was voted for his support. 1719, in Massachusetts, peace abroad was the signal for dissension at home. Independent in her opinions and habits, she had been accustomed to consider herself rather as a sister kingdom, acknowledging one common sovereign with England, than as a colony. The election of all the branches of the legislature a principle common to New England, contributed, especially while the mother country was occupied with her own internal divisions, to nourish these opinions and habits. Although the new charter of Massachusetts modified the independence of that colony by vesting the appointment of the governor in the Crown, yet the course of thinking which had prevailed from the settlement of the country had gained too much strength to be immediately changed, and Massachusetts sought, by private influence over her chief magistrate, to compensate herself for the loss of his appointment. With this view, it had become usual for the general court to testify its satisfaction with his conduct by presents, and this measure was also adopted in other colonies. Apprehending that this practice might dispose the governors to conciliate the legislatures at the expense of their duty to the Crown, the Queen had given peremptory orders to receive no more gifts, and to obtain acts fixing their salaries permanently at a sum named by herself. The mandate respecting presents was of course obeyed, and some of the colonies complied with the requisition respecting the salary, but in Massachusetts and New York it was steadily resisted. A controlling power over salaries was a source of influence which was pertinaciously maintained, and its efficacy was tried in all the conflicts between Massachusetts and her governor. Almost every important measure brought before the legislature was productive of contests between these departments. They disagreed not only on the policy of particular acts, but on the limits of their power. The governor claimed the right of negativing the speaker chosen by the representatives, which was denied by them. And each party persisting in its pretensions, the assembly was dissolved and new elections took place. The same members being generally rechosen, the House of Representatives assembled with increased irritation and passed some angry resolutions respecting its dissolution. The governor, in turn, charged the House with encroachments on the power of the executive, among other instances of which he mentions certain resolutions passed on the commencement of hostilities by the Indians, which were deemed equivalent to a declaration of war, and had therefore been rejected. 1721, disagreements were multiplied between them. Paper money and trade were inexhaustible sources of discontent. New elections produced no change of temper. After war was formally declared against the Indians, the House endeavored to exercise executive powers in its prosecution, and the Council not concurring with them, the representatives attempted in one instance to act alone. The measures recommended by the governor to successive assemblies were disregarded. Irritating resolves were adopted and reiterated, and a course of angry crimination and recrimination took place between them, in the progress of which the governor's salary was reduced in its nominal as well as real amount, and the sum granted, instead of being voted, as had been usual at the commencement of the session, was reserved to its close. 1722, in the midst of these contests, Governor Shute, who had privately solicited and obtained leave to return to England, suddenly embarked on board the Sea Horse man of war, leaving the controversy concerning the extent of the executive power to devolve on the lieutenant governor. The House of Representatives persisted in asserting its control over objects which had been deemed within the province of the executive, but its resolutions were generally negatived by the council. This produced some altercation between the two branches of the legislature, but they at length united in the passage of a resolution desiring their agent in England to take the best measures for protecting the interests of the colony, which were believed to be in danger from the representations of Governor Shute. Intrigues of the French with the Indians. During these contests in the interior, the frontiers had suffered severely from the depredations of the Indians. The French had acquired great influence over all the eastern tribes. Jesuit missionaries generally resided among them, who obtained a great ascendancy in their councils. After the cession of Nova Scotia to Great Britain, Father Raleigh, a missionary residing among the savages of that province, exerted successfully all his address to excite their jealousies and resentments against the English. By his acts and those of other missionaries, all the eastern Indians, as well as those of Canada, were combined against New England. They made incursions into Massachusetts, in consequence of which some troops were detached to the village in which Raleigh resided for the purpose of seizing his person. He received intimation of their approach in time to make his escape, but they secured his papers, among which were some showing that in exciting the savages to war against the English colonists, he had acted under the authority of the governor of Canada, who had secretly promised to supply them with arms and ammunition. 1726, envoys were deputed with a remonstrance against conduct so incompatible with the state of peace then subsisting between France and England. The governor received this embassy politely, and at first denied any interference in the quarrel, alleging that the Indians were independent nations who made war and peace without being controlled by him. On being shown his letters to Raleigh, he changed his language and gave assurances of his future good offices in effecting a peace. On the faith of these assurances, conferences were held with some Indian chiefs then in Canada. Several captives were ransomed. Peace. And soon after the return of the commissioners to New England, the war was terminated by a treaty of peace signed at Boston. Decision against the House on the controversy with the governor. Meanwhile, the complaints of Governor Shute against the House of Representatives were heard in England. Every question was decided against the House. In most of them the existing charter was deemed sufficiently explicit, but on 2 points it was thought advisable to have explanatory articles. These were the right of the governor to negative the appointment of the Speaker, and the right of the House on the subject of the adjournment. New Charter. An explanatory charter, therefore, affirming the power claimed by the governor to negative a Speaker, and denying to the House of Representatives the right of adjourning itself for a longer time than 2 days. This charter was submitted to the General Court to be accepted or refused, but it was accompanied with the intimation that, in the event of its being refused, the whole controversy between the governor and House of Representatives would be laid before Parliament. The conduct of the representatives had been so generally condemned in England as to excite fears that an act to vacate the charter would be the consequence of a parliamentary inquiry. The temper of the House, too, had undergone a change. The violence and irritation which marked its proceedings in the contest with Governor Shute had subsided, and a majority determined to accept the new charter. 1727, the trade of the province still languished, and complaints of the scarcity of money were as loud as when only specie was in circulation. To remedy these evils, a bill for emitting a farther sum in paper passed both houses, but was rejected by the lieutenant governor as being inconsistent with his instructions. The House of Representatives thereupon postponed the consideration of salaries till the next session. The Assembly was then adjourned at its own request, and after a recess of a fortnight was again convened. As an expedient to elude the instructions to the governor which interdicted his assent to any act for issuing bills of credit, except for charges of government, a bill passed with the title of An Act for Raising and Settling a Public Revenue for and towards defraying the necessary charges of government by an emission of £60,000 in bills of credit. This bill, providing for the payment of the salaries to which several members of the council were entitled, passed that house also, and the lieutenant governor gave a reluctant assent to it. Its passage into a law furnishes strong evidence of the influence which the control over salaries gave to the House of Representatives. 1728, contest respecting salary. Mr. Burnet, who had been appointed governor of Massachusetts and New Hampshire, was received with great pomp in Boston. At the first meeting of the Assembly, he stated the King's instructions to insist on an established salary, and his intention firmly to adhere to them. The Assembly was not less firm in its determination to resist this demand, and that no additional and unnecessary obloquy might be encountered, resolved not to mingle any difference concerning the amount of the salary with the great question of its depending on the will of the legislature. As soon, therefore, as the compliments usual on the arrival of a governor had passed, the House voted £1,700 towards his support, and to defray the charges of his journey. This vote was understood to give him, as a present salary, a sum equal to £1,000 sterling per annum. The governor declared his inability to assent to this bill, it being inconsistent with his instructions. After a week's deliberation, the Assembly granted £300 for the expenses of his journey, which he accepted, and in a distinct vote the farther sum of £1,400 was granted toward his support. The latter vote was accompanied with a joint message from both houses, wherein they asserted their undoubted right as Englishmen and their privilege by the charter to raise and apply money for the support of government, and their willingness to give the governor an ample and honorable support. But they apprehended it would be most for his Majesty's service to do so without establishing a fixed salary. The governor returned an answer on the same day, in which he said that if they really intended to give him an ample and honorable support, they could have no just objection to making their purpose effectual by fixing his salary, for he would never accept a grant of the kind then offered. The council was disposed to avoid the contest and to grant a salary to the present governor for a certain time, but the House of Representatives remaining firm to its purpose, sent a message to the governor requesting that the court might rise. He answered that a compliance with this request would put it out of the power of the legislature to pay immediate regard to the king's instructions, and he would not grant a recess until the business of the session should be finished. The representatives then declared that in faithfulness to the people they could not come into an act for establishing a salary on the governor or commander-in-chief for the time being, and therefore renewed their request that the court might rise. Both the governor and the House of Representatives seem thus far to have made their declarations with some reserve. A salary during his own administration might perhaps have satisfied him, though he demanded that one should be settled generally on the commander-in-chief for the time being, and the House had not yet declared against settling a salary on him for a limited time. Each desired that the other should make some concession. Both declined. Both were irritated by long altercation, and at length, instead of mutually advancing, fixed at the opposite extremes. After several ineffectual efforts on each side, the representatives sent a message to the governor, stating at large the motives which induced the resolution they had formed. The governor returned a prompt answer, in which he also detailed the reasons in support of the demand he had made. These two papers, manifesting the principles and objects of both parties, deserve attention even at this period. The House, not long after receiving this message, far from making any advances towards a compliance with his request, came to two resolutions strongly expressive of its determination not to recede from the ground which had been taken. These resolutions gave the first indication, on the part of the representatives, of a fixed purpose to make no advance towards a compromise. They induced the governor to remind the court of the danger to which the proceedings of that body might expose the charter. This caution did not deter the House from preparing and transmitting to the several towns of the province a statement of the controversy, which concludes with saying, "We dare neither come into a fixed salary on the governor forever, nor for a limited time, for the following reasons. First, because it is an untrodden path which neither we nor our predecessors have gone in, and we cannot certainly foresee the many dangers that may be in it, nor can we depart from that way which has been found safe and comfortable. Secondly, because it is the undoubted right of all Englishmen by Magna Carta to raise and dispose of money for the public service of their own free accord, without compulsion. Thirdly, because it must necessarily lessen the dignity and freedom of the House of Representatives in making acts and raising and applying taxes, etc., and consequently cannot be thought a proper method to preserve that balance in the three branches of the legislature which seems necessary to form, maintain, and uphold the Constitution. Fourthly, because the Charter fully empowers the General Assembly to make such laws and orders as they shall judge for the good and welfare of the inhabitants, and if they or any part of them judge this not to be for their good, they neither ought nor could come into it, for as to act beyond or without the powers granted in the Charter might justly incur the King's displeasure, so not to act up and agreeable to those powers might justly be deemed a betraying of the rights and privileges therein granted, and if they should give up this right, they would open a door to many other inconveniences. Many messages passed in quick succession between the governor and the House, in the course of which the arguments stated in the papers which have been mentioned were enlarged and diversified. At length the House repeated its request for an adjournment, but the governor replied that unless His Majesty's pleasure had due weight with them, their desires would have very little with him. The council now interposed with a resolution declaring that it is expedient for the court to ascertain a sum as a salary for His Excellency's support, as also the term of time for its continuance. This resolution was transmitted to the House of Representatives and immediately rejected. After much controversy, a small seeming advance towards an accommodation was made. Instead of voting a salary, as had been usual for half a year, a grant was made to the governor of £3,000, equal to £1,000 sterling, to enable him to manage the affairs of the province. This was generally understood to be a salary for a year. The governor having withheld his assent from this vote, the House entreated him to accept the grant, and added, "We cannot doubt but that succeeding assemblies, according to the ability of the province, will be very ready to grant as ample a support, and if they should not, your Excellency will then have an opportunity of showing your resentment." The governor, however, persisted to withhold his assent from the vote. The colony generally, and especially Boston, was opposed to a compliance with the instructions of the Crown, At a general meeting of the inhabitants, the town passed a vote purporting to be unanimous against fixing a salary on the governor. Adjournment of the Assembly to Salem. In consequence of this vote, and of an opinion that the members of the House were influenced by the inhabitants of the town, the governor determined to change the place at which the court should hold its session, and on the 24th of October adjourned it to the 30th, then to meet at Salem in the country of Essex. Change of place did not change the temper of the House. This was not, as in the contest with Governor Shute, an angry altercation into which the representatives were precipitated by a restless and encroaching temper, but a solemn and deliberate stand made in defense of a right believed to be unquestionable, and of a principle deemed essential to the welfare of the colony. The ground taken was considered well and maintained with firmness. Votes and messages of the same tenor with those which had been often repeated continued to pass between the representatives and the governor until the subject was entirely exhausted. Each party being determined to adhere to its principles, the House met and adjourned daily without entering on business. In the meantime, the governor received no salary. To the members of Boston, who had not been accustomed to the expense of attending the legislature at a distant place, a compensation above their ordinary wages was made by that town. The House, firmly persuaded of the propriety of its conduct, prepared a memorial to the king, praying a change in the royal instructions to the governor. Agents were appointed to represent the general court in England, and a vote was passed for defraying the expenses attendant on the business. The council refused to concur in this vote because the agents had been appointed by the House of Representatives singly, and the measure must have been abandoned for want of money had not the inhabitants of Boston raised the sum required by subscription. 1729 letters were soon received from these agents, enclosing a report from the Board of Trade, before whom they had been heard by counsel, entirely disapproving the conduct of the House. The letters also indicated that, should the House persist in its refusal to comply with the king's instructions, the affair might be carried before Parliament. But, should even this happen, the agents thought it more advisable that the salary should be fixed by the supreme legislature than by that of the province. It was better, they said, that the liberties of the people should be taken from them than given up by themselves. The governor at length refused to sign a warrant on the Treasury for the wages of the members. One branch of the legislature, he said, might as well go without their pay as the other. The act and the reason for it were alike unsatisfactory to the House. Death of Governor Burnet. After a recess from the 20th of December to the 2nd of April, the General Court met again at Salem. Repeated meetings at that place having produced no accommodation, the governor adjourned the legislature to Cambridge. A few days after the commencement of the session, he was seized with a fever, of which he died. Mr. Burnet is said to have possessed many valuable qualities, and had he not been engaged by a sense of duty in this long contest, he would, in all probability, have been a favorite of the province. 1730. Arrival of Governor Belcher. Mr. Belcher, who succeeded Burnet, arrived at Boston early in August, where he was cordially received. At the first meeting of the General Court, he pressed the establishment of a permanent salary, and laid before them his instructions, in which it was declared that in the event of the continued refusal of the Assembly, His Majesty will find himself under the necessity of laying the undutiful behavior of the province before the legislature of Great Britain, not only in this single instance, but in many others of the same nature and tendency, whereby it manifestly appears that this Assembly, for some years last past, have attempted by unwarrantable practices to weaken, if not cast off, the obedience they owe to the Crown, and the dependence which all colonies ought to have on the mother country. At the close of these instructions, His Majesty added his expectation that they do forthwith comply with this proposal, as the last signification of our royal pleasure to them on this subject, and if the said Assembly shall not think fit to comply therewith, it is our will and pleasure, and you are required immediately to come over to this kingdom of Great Britain, in order to give us an exact account of all that shall have passed on this subject, that we may lay the same before our Parliament. The House proceeded, as in the case of Governor Burnet, to make a grant to Mr. Belcher of £1,000 currency for defraying the expense of his voyage, and as a gratuity for his services while the agent of the colony in England, and some time after voted a sum equal to £1,000 sterling to enable him to manage the public affairs, etc., but fixed no time for which the allowance was made. The council concurred in this vote, adding an amendment, and that the same sum be annually allowed for the governor's support. The House not agreeing to this amendment, the Council carried it so as to read that the same sum should be annually paid during His Excellency's continuance in the government and residence here. This also was disagreed to, and the resolution fell. The smallpox being in the town of Cambridge, the Assembly was adjourned to Roxbury. 2 or 3 sessions passed with little more on the part of the governor than a repetition of his demand for a fixed salary and an intimation that he should be obliged to return to England and state the conduct of the House of Representatives to the King. Some unsuccessful attempts were made by his friends to pass a bill fixing the salary during his administration, with a protest against the principle and against that bill's being drawn into precedent. Failing in this expedient, and finding the House inflexible, he despaired of succeeding with that body, and turned his attention to the relaxation of his instructions. 1731, he advised an address from the House to His Majesty, praying that he might be permitted to receive the sum which the legislature had offered to grant him. This was allowed by the Crown, with the understanding that he was still to insist on a compliance with his instructions. Leave to accept particular grants was obtained for 2 or 3 years successively, and at length a general permission was conceded to accept such sums as might be given by the Assembly. Contest concerning the salary terminated. Thus was terminated the stubborn contest concerning a permanent salary for the governor. Its circumstances have been given more in detail than consists with the general plan of this work, because it is considered as exhibiting in genuine colors the character of the people engaged in it. It is regarded as an early and an honorable display of the same persevering temper in defense of the principle of the same unconquerable spirit of liberty, which at a later day and on a more important question tore the British colonies from a country to which they had been strongly attached. 1733, the immense quantity of depreciated paper which was in circulation throughout New England had no tendency to diminish the complaints of the scarcity of money. Massachusetts and New Hampshire were restrained from farther emissions by the instructions of their governors, who received their appointments from the Crown. Connecticut, engaged chiefly in agricultural pursuits, suffered less from this depreciated medium than her neighbors, and was less disposed to increase its evils. Rhode Island, equally commercial with Massachusetts and equally fond of paper, chose her own governor, and might therefore indulge, without restraint, her passion for a system alike unfavorable to morals and to industry. That colony now issued £100,000 on loan to its inhabitants for 20 years. The merchants of Boston, apprehensive that this capital would transfer the stock of Massachusetts to Rhode Island, associated against receiving the new emission, and many of them formed a company which issued £110,000, redeemable with specie in 10 years, a 10th part annually, at the then current value of paper. The association against receiving the new emission of Rhode Island was not long observed, and the bills of New Hampshire and Connecticut were also current. Silver immediately rose to 27 shillings the ounce, and the notes issued by the merchants soon disappeared, leaving in circulation only the government paper. 1739. Great uneasiness prevailed through Massachusetts on this subject. The last installment of the bills would become due in 1741, and no power existed to redeem them by new emissions. Serious consequences were apprehended from calling in the circulating medium without substituting another in its place, and the alarm was increased by the circumstance that the taxes had been so lightly apportioned on the first years as to require the imposition of heavy burdens for the redemption of what remained in circulation. The discontents excited by these causes were manifested in the elections, and were directed against the governor, who was openly hostile to the paper system. Land Bank, the projector of the bank, again came forward, and placing himself at the head of 700 or 800 persons, some of whom possessed property, proposed to form a company which should issue £150,000 in bills. By this scheme, every borrower of a sum larger than £100 was to mortgage real estate to secure its repayment. The borrowers of smaller sums might secure their repayment either by mortgage or by bond with 2 securities. Each subscriber or partner was to pay annually 3 per centum interest on the sum he should take, and 5 per centum of the principal, either in the bills themselves or in the produce and manufactures of the country, at such rates as the directors should from time to time establish. Although the favorers of this project were so successful at the elections as to obtain a great majority in the general court, men of fortune and the principal merchants refused to receive these bills. Many small traders, however, and other persons interested in the circulation of a depreciated currency gave them credit. The directors themselves, it was said, became traders and issued bills without limitation and without giving security for their redemption. The governor, anticipating the pernicious effects of the institution, exerted all his influence against it. He displaced such executive officers as were members of it, and negatived the speaker and 13 members elected to the council, who were also of the company. 1740, company dissolved. General confusion being apprehended, application was made to Parliament for an act to suppress the company. This being readily obtained, the company was dissolved, and the holders of the bills were allowed their action against its members individually. About this time, Governor Belcher was recalled, and Mr. Shirley was appointed to succeed him. He found the land bank interest predominant in the House and the Treasury empty. 1741, in the state of things, he deemed it necessary to depart from the letter of his instructions in order to preserve their spirit. A bill was passed declaring that all contracts should be understood to be payable in silver at 6 shillings and 8 pence the ounce, or in gold at its comparative value. Bills of a new form were issued, purporting to be 4 ounces of silver, which were to be received in payment of all debts, with this proviso that if they should depreciate between the time of contract and of payment, a proportional addition should be made to the debt. Affairs of New York. While these transactions were passing in New England, symptoms of that jealousy which an unsettled boundary must produce between neighbors began to show themselves in Canada and New York. The geographical situation of these colonies had, at an early period, directed the attention of both towards the commerce of the lakes. Mr. Burnet, the governor both of New York and New Jersey, impressed with the importance of acquiring the command of Lake Ontario, had in the year 1722 erected a trading house at Oswego in the country of the Senecas. This measure excited the jealousy of the French, who launched 2 vessels on the lake and transported materials to Niagara for building a large storehouse and for repairing the fort at that place. These proceedings were strongly opposed by the Senecas and by the government of New York. Mr. Burnet remonstrated against them as encroachments on a British province, and also addressed administration on the subject. Complaints were made to the Cabinet of Versailles, but the governor of Canada proceeded to complete the fort. To countervail the effects of a measure which he could not prevent, Governor Burnet erected a fort at Oswego, soon after the building of which, while Mr. Van Dam was governor of New York, the French took possession of Crown Point, which they fortified, and thus acquired the command of Lake Champlain. Obviously, as this measure was calculated to favor both the offensive and defensive operations of France and America, the English minister, after an unavailing remonstrance, submitted to it. End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of the Life of Washington, Volume 1, by John Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, War with the Southern Indians, Dissatisfaction of Carolina with the Proprietors, Rupture with Spain, Combination to subvert the proprietary government, Revolution completed, Expedition from the Havana against Charleston, Peace with Spain, the proprietors surrender their interest to the Crown, the province divided, Georgia settled, impolicy of the first regulations, intrigues of the Spaniards with the slaves of South Carolina, insurrection of the slaves. 1715. In Carolina, the contest between the inhabitants and the proprietors added to the favor with which the Queen heard the complaints of the dissenters, had turned the attention of the people towards the Crown, and produced a strong desire to substitute the regal for the proprietary government. This desire was increased by an event which demonstrated the incompetency of their government. War with the Indians. The Yamassees, a powerful tribe of Indians on the northeast of the Savannah, instigated by the Spaniards at St. Augustine, secretly prepared a general combination of all the southern Indians against the province. Having massacred the traders settled among them, they advanced in great force against the southern frontier, spreading desolation and slaughter on their route. The inhabitants were driven into Charleston, and Governor Craven proclaimed martial law. He also obtained an act of assembly empowering him to impress men
to seize arms, ammunition, and stores, to arm such negroes as could be trusted, and generally to prosecute the war with the utmost vigor. Agents were sent to Virginia and to England to solicit assistance, and bills were issued for the payment and subsistence of the army. At the same time the Indians entered the northern part of the province and were within 50 miles of the capital. Thus surrounded by enemies, the governor took the course which was suggested equally by courage and by prudence. Leaving the less active part of the population to find security in the forts at Charleston, he marched with the militia towards the southern frontier, which was invaded by the strongest body of Indians, and at a place called Salt Catchers attacked and totally defeated them. The victors pursued them into their own country, expelled them from it, and drove them over the Savannah River. The fugitives found protection in Florida, where they made a new settlement, from which they continued long afterwards to make distressing incursions into Carolina. The agent who had been sent by the legislature to England to implore the protection of the proprietors had received ulterior instructions, should he not succeed with them, to apply directly to the king. Being dissatisfied with his reception by the proprietors, he petitioned the House of Commons, who addressed the king, praying his interposition and immediate assistance to the colony. The king referred the matter to the Lords Commissioners of Trade and Plantations, whose report was unfavorable to the application because the province of Carolina was a proprietary government. They were of opinion that if the colony was to be protected at the expense of the nation, its government ought to be vested in the Crown. On receiving this opinion, the proprietors in a general meeting avowed their inability to protect the province and declared that unless His Majesty would graciously please to interpose, they could foresee nothing but the utter destruction of his faithful subjects in those parts. A government unable to afford protection to the people was ill adapted to the situation of Carolina. The dissatisfaction growing out of this cause was still farther augmented by the unpopular and in some instances unwise acts of the proprietors. To relieve the distress produced by war, considerable sums of paper money had been issued, and the proprietors, on the complaint of the merchants of London engaged in the trade of the province, had given instructions to reduce the quantity in circulation. 1715 to 1717, the Assembly had appropriated the country of the Yamassees to the use of such of His Majesty's European subjects as would settle it. Extracts from the law on this subject being published in England and in Ireland, 500 men from the latter kingdom emigrated to Carolina. The proprietors repealed this law, and to the utter ruin of the emigrants, as well as to the destruction of this barrier against the savages, ordered the lands to be surveyed and erected into baronies for themselves. While the population was confined to the neighborhood of Charleston, all the members of the Assembly had been elected at that place. As the settlements extended, this practice became inconvenient, and an act was passed declaring that every parish should choose a certain number of representatives and that the elections should be held in each at the parish church. As if to destroy themselves in the province, the proprietors repealed this popular law also. Heavy expenses being still incurred for defense against the inroads of the Southern Indians, the people complained loudly of the insufficiency of that government which, unable itself to protect them, prevented the interposition of the Crown in their favor. In this temper, Governor Johnson, son of the former governor of that name, found the province. He met the Assembly with a conciliatory speech and received an answer expressing great satisfaction at his appointment. His original popularity was increased by the courage he displayed in 2 expeditions against a formidable band of pirates who had long infested the coast, which he entirely extirpated. 1717. These expeditions occasioned still farther emissions of paper money. The governor, being instructed to diminish its quantity, had influence enough with the Assembly to obtain an act for redeeming the bills of credit in 3 years by a tax on lands and negroes. This tax falling heavily on the planters, they sought to elude it by obtaining an act for a farther emission of bills. The proprietors, being informed of this design and also of an intention to make the produce of the country a tender in payment of all debts at a fixed value, enjoined the governor not to give his assent to any bill until it should be laid before them. About the same time the king, by an order in council, signified his desire to the proprietors that they would repeal an act passed in Carolina for imposing a duty of 10 per centum on all goods of British manufacture imported into the province. The repeal of this act and of one declaring the right of the Assembly to name a receiver of the public money and of the election law were transmitted to the governor in a letter directing him to dissolve the Assembly and to hold a new election at Charleston according to ancient usage. 1718, the Assembly being employed in devising means of raising revenue, their dissolution was deferred, but the repeal of the law imposing duties and the royal displeasure at the clause laying a duty on British manufactures were immediately communicated, with a recommendation to pass another act omitting that clause. Meanwhile the governor's instructions were divulged. They excited great irritation and produced a warm debate on the right of the proprietors to repeal a law enacted with the consent of their deputy in the province. About this time Chief Justice Trott, who had become extremely unpopular in the colony, was charged with many iniquitous proceedings, and the governor, the major part of the council, and the Assembly united in a memorial representing his malpractices to the proprietors. 1719, Mr. Young was deputed their agent to enforce these complaints. Soon after his arrival in London, he presented a memorial to the proprietors, detailing the proceedings of Carolina and stating the objections of the Assembly to the right of their lordships to repeal laws which had been approved by their deputies. This memorial was very unfavorably received, and the members of the council who had subscribed it were displaced. The proprietors asserted their right to repeal all laws passed in the province, approved the conduct of the Chief Justice, censured that of the governor in disobeying their instructions respecting the dissolution of the Assembly, and repeated their orders on this subject. However the governor might disapprove the instructions given him, he did not hesitate to obey them. The new council was summoned, the Assembly was dissolved, and writs were issued for electing another at Charleston. The public mind had been gradually prepared for a revolution, and these irritating measures completed the disgust with which the people viewed the government of the proprietors. An opportunity to make the change so generally desired was soon afforded. War with Spain, a rupture having taken place between Great Britain and Spain, advice was received from England of a plan formed in the Havana for the invasion of Carolina. The governor convened the council and such members of the Assembly as were in town, and laid his intelligence before them. He at the same time stated the ruinous condition of the fortifications, and proposed that a sum for repairing them should be raised by voluntary subscription, of which he set the example by a liberal donation. The Assembly declared a subscription to be unnecessary, as the duties would afford an ample fund for the object. The repeal of the law imposing them was said to be utterly void, and would be disregarded. Combination to subvert the government. The members of the new Assembly, though they had not been regularly convened at Charleston, had held several private meetings in the country to concert measures of future resistance. They had drawn up an association for uniting the whole province in opposition to the proprietary government, which was proposed to the militia at their public meetings and subscribed almost unanimously. This confederacy was formed with such secrecy and dispatch that, before the governor was informed of it, almost every inhabitant of the province was engaged in it. The members of the Assembly, thus supported by the people, resolved to subvert the power of the proprietors. The governor, who resided in the country, had no intimation of these secret meetings and transactions until he received a letter from a committee of the representatives of the people, offering him the government of the province under the king, it having been determined to submit no longer to that of the proprietors. Mr. Johnson resolved to suppress this spirit of revolt, and hastened to town in order to lay the letter before his council. They advised him to take no notice of it until the legislature should be regularly convened. On meeting, the Assembly declared that the laws pretended to be repealed continued to be in force, and that no power other than the General Assembly could repeal them, that the writs under which they were elected were void, inasmuch as they had been issued by advice of an unconstitutional council, that the representatives cannot therefore act as an assembly, but as a convention delegated by the people to prevent the utter ruin of the government, and lastly, that the lords proprietors had unhinged the frame of the government, and forfeited their right thereto, and that an address be prepared to desire the Honorable Robert Johnson, the present governor, to take on himself the government of the province in the name of the king. The address was signed by Arthur Middleton as president of the convention and by 22 members. After several unavailing efforts on the part of the Assembly to induce Mr. Johnson to accept the government under the king, and on his part to reinstate the government of the proprietors, he issued a proclamation dissolving the Assembly and retired into the country. The proclamation was torn from the hands of the officer, and the Assembly elected Colonel James Moore, chief magistrate of the colony. Revolution completed. After proclaiming him in the name of the king and electing a council, the legislature published a declaration stating the revolution that had taken place, with the causes which produced it, and then proceeded deliberately to manage the affairs of the province. While Carolina was effecting this revolution, the agent of the colony obtained a hearing before the lords of the Regency and Council in England, the king being then in Hanover, who were of opinion that the proprietors had forfeited their charter. They ordered the Attorney General to take out a scire facias against it, and appointed Francis Nicholson provisional governor of the province under the king. He was received with universal joy, and the people of Carolina passed with great satisfaction from the proprietary government to the immediate dominion of the Crown. The proprietors surrendered to the Crown. This revolution was completed by an agreement between the Crown and 7 of the proprietors, whereby, for the sum of £17,500 sterling, they surrendered their right and interest both in the government and soil. This agreement was confirmed by an Act of Parliament, soon after which John Lord Carteret, the remaining proprietor, also surrendered all his interest in the government, but retained his rights of property. 1721. Carolina received with joy the same form of government which had been bestowed on her sister colonies. The people, pleased with their situation and secure of protection, turned their attention to domestic and agricultural pursuits, and the face of the country soon evidenced the happy effects which result from contented industry, directed by those who are to receive its fruits. 1732. The province divided. For the convenience of the inhabitants, the province was divided, and was thenceforward distinguished by the names of North and South Carolina. About this period the settlement of a new colony was planned in England. The tract of country lying between the rivers Savannah and Altamaha being unoccupied by Europeans, a company was formed for the humane purpose of transplanting into this wilderness the suffering poor of the mother country. This territory, now denominated Georgia, was granted to the company, and a corporation consisting of 21 persons was created under the name of trustees for settling and establishing the colony of Georgia. Large sums of money were subscribed for transporting and furnishing with necessaries such poor people as should be willing to pass the Atlantic and to seek the means of subsistence in a new world. 116 persons embarked at Gravesend, under the conduct of Mr. James Oglethorpe, one of the trustees, who, after landing at Charleston, proceeded to the tract of country allotted for the new colony, and laid the foundation of the town of Savannah on the river which bears that name. Georgia settled. A small fort was erected on its bank, in which some guns were mounted, and a treaty was held with the Creek Indians, from whom the cession of a considerable tract was obtained. The trustees continued to make great efforts for the accomplishment of their object, and settled several companies of emigrants in Georgia. Unfortunately, the wisdom of their regulations did not equal the humanity of their motives. Totally unacquainted with the country they were to govern, they devised a system for it, rather calculated to impede than to promote its population. 1733. Considering each male inhabitant, both as a soldier and a planter, to be provided with arms and ammunition for defense, as well as with utensils for cultivation, they adopted the pernicious resolution of introducing such tenures for holding lands as were most favorable to a military establishment. Impolicy of the first regulation. Each tract granted was considered as a military fief, for which the possessor was to appear in arms and take the field when required for the public defense. The grants were in tail male, and on the termination of the estate, the lands were to revert to the trust, to be regranted to such persons as would most benefit the colony. Any lands which should not be enclosed, cleared, and cultivated within 18 years reverted to the trust. The importation of negroes and of rum was prohibited, and those only were allowed to trade with the Indians to whom a license should be given. However specious the arguments in support of these regulations might appear to the trustees, human ingenuity could scarcely have devised a system better calculated to defeat their hopes. The tenure of lands drove the settlers into Carolina, where that property might be acquired in fee simple. The prohibition of slavery rendered the task of opening the country too heavy to be successfully undertaken in that burning climate, and the restriction on their trade to the West Indies deprived them of the only market for lumber, an article in which they abounded. 1734, Mr. Oglethorpe's first employment was the construction of fortifications for defense. He erected one fort on the Savannah at Augusta and another on an island of the Altamaha called Frederica for defense against the Indians and the inhabitants of Florida. The Spaniards remonstrated against them, and a commissioner from the Havana insisted on the evacuation of the country to the 33rd degree of north latitude, which he claimed in the name of the King of Spain, but this remonstrance and claim were equally disregarded. The restrictions imposed by the trustees on the inhabitants of Georgia were too oppressive to be endured in silence. They remonstrated, particularly against the tenure by which their lands were held, and against the prohibition of the introduction of slaves. These complaints, the result of experience, were addressed to persons ignorant of the condition of the petitioners, and were neglected. The colony languished, while South Carolina, not unlike Georgia both in soil and climate, advanced with considerable rapidity. Although emigration was encouraged by paying the passage money of the emigrants, by furnishing them with clothes, arms, ammunition, and implements of husbandry, by maintaining their families for the first year, and in some instances by furnishing them with stock, yet the unwise policy which has been mentioned more than counterbalanced these advantages, and for 10 years, during which time the exports from Carolina more than doubled, the settlers in Georgia could with difficulty obtain a scanty subsistence. 1737. The differences between Great Britain and Spain not admitting of adjustment, both nations prepared for war. The Spaniards strengthened East Florida, and the British government ordered a regiment consisting of 600 effective men into Georgia. The command of the troops, both of Georgia and Carolina, was given to Major General Oglethorpe, who fixed his headquarters at Frederica. Before hostilities had commenced, the Spaniards at St. Augustine engaged in criminal intrigues among the blacks of Carolina. Agents had been secretly employed in seducing the slaves of that province to escape to St. Augustine, where liberty was promised them, and where they were formed into a regiment officered by themselves. Hitherto these practices had been attended only with the loss of property, but about this time the evil assumed a much more alarming form. Insurrection of the slaves. A large number of slaves assembled at Stono, where they forced a warehouse containing arms and ammunition, murdered the whites in possession of it, and after choosing a captain, directed their march south-westward, with drums beating and colors flying. On their march they massacred the whites, seized all the arms they could find, and forced such blacks as did not voluntarily join them to follow their party. Intoxicated with ardent spirits, and with their short-lived success, they considered their work as already achieved, and halted in an open field where the time which might have been employed in promoting their design was devoted to dancing and exultation. Fortunately, the people of the neighborhood had assembled on the same day to attend divine service, and as was then directed by law, all the men came armed. They marched immediately against the blacks, whom they completely surprised. Many were killed, and the residue dispersed or taken. Thus the insurrection was suppressed on the day of its commencement, and such of its leaders as survived the battle were immediately executed. During the long repose which the pacific temper of the Duke of Orleans, regent of France during the minority of Louis XV, and the equally pacific temper of Sir Robert Walpole, Minister of England, gave to their respective countries, the British colonies in America had increased rapidly in population and in wealth. Lands were cheap and subsistence easily acquired. From New York to Virginia inclusive, no enemy existed to restrain new settlements, and no fears of inability to maintain a family checked the natural propensity to early marriages. The people were employed in cultivating the earth and in spreading themselves over the vast regions which were open to them, and during this period their history furnishes none of those remarkable events which interest posterity. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of the Life of Washington, Volume 1 by John Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. War declared against Spain. Expedition against St. Augustine. Georgia invaded. Spaniards land on an island in the Altamaha. Appearance of a fleet from Charleston. Spanish army re-embarks. Hostilities with France. Expedition against Louisbourg. Louisbourg surrenders. Great plans of the belligerent powers. Misfortunes of the armament under the Duc d'Anville. The French fleet dispersed by a storm. Expedition against Nova Scotia. Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle. Paper money of Massachusetts redeemed. Contest between the French and English respecting boundaries. Statement respecting the discovery of the Mississippi. Scheme for connecting Louisiana with Canada. Relative strength of the French and English colonies. Defeat at the Little Meadows. Convention at Albany. Plan of Union. Objected to both in America and Great Britain. 1739. War with Spain. The increasing complaints of the merchants and the loud clamors of the nation at length forced the minister to abandon his pacific system, and war was declared against Spain. A squadron commanded by Admiral Vernon was detached to the West Indies with instructions to act offensively, and General Oglethorpe was ordered to annoy the settlements in Florida. He planned an expedition against St. Augustine and requested the assistance of South Carolina. That colony, ardently desiring the expulsion of neighbors alike feared and hated, entered zealously into the views of the general and agreed to furnish the men and money he requested. A regiment commanded by Colonel Vander Dusen was immediately raised in Virginia and the two Carolinas. A body of Indians was also engaged, and Captain Price, who commanded the small fleet on that station, promised his cooperation. These arrangements being made in the mouth of the St. Johns River, on the coast of Florida being appointed as the place of rendezvous, General Oglethorpe hastened to Georgia to prepare his regiment for the expedition. 1740. Those unexpected impediments which always embarrass military movements conducted by men without experience, having delayed the arrival of his northern troops, Oglethorpe entered Florida at the head of his own regiment, aided by a party of Indians, and invested Diego, a small fort about 25 miles from St. Augustine, which capitulated after a short resistance. He then returned to the place of rendezvous, where he was joined by Colonel Vander Dusen and by a company of Highlanders under the command of Captain McIntosh, a few days after which he marched with his whole force, consisting of about 2,000 men, to Fort Moussa in the neighborhood of St. Augustine, which was evacuated on his approach. The general now perceived that the enterprise would be attended with more difficulty than had been anticipated. In the time which intervened between his entering Florida and appearing before the town, supplies of provisions had been received from the country, and 6 Spanish half-galleys carrying long brass 9-pounders and 2 sloops laden with provisions had entered the harbor. Finding the place better fortified than had been expected, he determined to invest it completely and to advance by regular approaches. In execution of this plan, Colonel Palmer, with 95 Highlanders and 42 Indians, remained at Fort Moussa, while the army took different positions near the town and began an ineffectual bombardment from the island of Anastasia. The general was deliberating on the plan for forcing the harbor and taking a nearer position when Colonel Palmer was surprised and his detachment cut to pieces. At the same time, some small vessels from the Havana, with a reinforcement of men and supply of provisions, entered the harbor through the narrow channel of the Matanzas. The army began to despair of success, and the provincials, enfeebled by the heat, dispirited by sickness, and fatigued by fruitless efforts, marched away in large bodies. The navy being ill supplied with provisions, and the season for hurricanes approaching, Captain Price was unwilling to hazard His Majesty's ships on that coast. The general, laboring under a fever, finding his regiment, as well as himself, worn out with fatigue and rendered unfit for action by disease, reluctantly abandoned the enterprise and returned to Frederica. The colonists, disappointed and chagrined by the failure of the expedition, attributed this misfortune entirely to the incapacity of the general, who was not less dissatisfied with them. Whatever may have been the true causes of the failure, it produced a mutual and injurious distrust between the general and the colonists. 1742. The events of the war soon disclosed the dangers resulting from this want of confidence in General Oglethorpe, and still more from the want of power to produce a cooperation of the common force for the common defense. Spain had ever considered the settlement of Georgia as an encroachment on her territory, and had cherished the intention to seize every proper occasion to dislodge the English by force.
With this view, an armament consisting of 2,000 men, commanded by Don Antonio de Redondo, embarked at the Havana under convoy of a strong squadron, and arrived at St. Augustine in May. The fleet having been seen on its passage, notice of its approach was given to General Oglethorpe, who communicated the intelligence to Governor Glenn of South Carolina, and urged the necessity of sending the troops of that province to his assistance. Georgia being a barrier for South Carolina, the policy of meeting an invading army on the frontiers of the former, especially one containing several companies composed of negroes who had fled from the latter, was too obvious not to be perceived. Yet, either from prejudice against Oglethorpe, or the disposition inherent in separate governments to preserve their own force of their own defense, Carolina refused to give that general any assistance. Its attention was directed entirely to the defense of Charleston and the inhabitants of its southern frontier, instead of marching to the camp of Oglethorpe, fled to that city for safety. In the meantime, the general collected a few Highlanders and Rangers of Georgia, together with as many Indian warriors as would join him, and determined to defend Frederica. Georgia invaded. Late in June, the Spanish fleet, consisting of 32 sail, carrying above 3,000 men, crossed Simon's Bar into Jekyll Sound, and passing Simon's Fort, then occupied by General Oglethorpe, proceeded up the Altamaha out of the reach of his guns, after which the troops landed on the island and erected a battery of 20 18-pounders. Fort Simons being indefensible, Oglethorpe retreated to Frederica. His whole force, exclusive of Indians, amounted to little more than 700 men, a force which could only enable him to act on the defensive until the arrival of reinforcements, which he still expected from South Carolina. The face of the country was peculiarly favorable to this system of operations. Its thick woods and deep morasses opposed great obstacles to the advance of an invading enemy, not well acquainted with the paths which passed through them. Oglethorpe turned these advantages to the best account. In an attempt made by the Spanish general to pierce these woods in order to reach Frederica, several sharp rencounters took place, in one of which he lost a captain and 2 lieutenants killed, and above 100 privates taken prisoners. He then changed his plan of operations, and abandoning his intention of forcing his way to Frederica by land, called in his parties, kept his men under cover of his cannon, and detached some vessels up the river with a body of troops on board to reconnoiter the fort and draw the attention of the English to that quarter. About this time an English prisoner escaped from the Spaniards and informed General Oglethorpe that a difference existed between the troops from Cuba and those from St. Augustine, which had been carried so far that they encamped in separate places. This intelligence suggested the idea of attacking them while divided, and his perfect knowledge of the woods favored the hope of surprising one of their encampments. In execution of this design, he drew out the flower of his army and marched in the night, unobserved, within 2 miles of the Spanish camp. There his troops halted, and he advanced himself at the head of a select corps to reconnoiter the situation of the enemy. While he was using the utmost circumspection to obtain the necessary information without being discovered, a French soldier of his party discharged his musket and ran into the Spanish lines. Discovery defeating every hope of success, the general retreated to Frederica. Oglethorpe, confident that the deserter would disclose his weakness, devised an expedient which turned the event to advantage. He wrote to the deserter, as if in concert with him, directing him to give the Spanish general such information as might induce him to attack Frederica, hinting also at an attempt meditated by Admiral Vernon on St. Augustine, and at late advices from Carolina, giving assurances of a reinforcement of 2,000 men. He then tampered with one of the Spanish prisoners, who, for a small bribe, promised to deliver this letter to the deserter, after which he was permitted to escape. The prisoner, as was foreseen, delivered the letter to his general, who ordered the deserter to be put in irons, and was in no small degree embarrassed to determine whether the letter ought to be considered as a stratagem to save Frederica and induce the abandonment of the enterprise, or as real instructions to direct the conduct of a spy. While hesitating on the course to be pursued, his doubts were removed by one of those incidents which have so much influence on human affairs. The Assembly of South Carolina had voted a supply of money to General Oglethorpe, and the governor had ordered some ships of force to his aid. These appeared off the coast, while the principal officers of the Spanish army were yet deliberating on the letter. They deliberated no longer. Spanish army reembarks in confusion. The whole army was seized with a panic, and after setting fire to the fort, embarked in great hurry and confusion. leaving behind several pieces of heavy artillery and a large quantity of provisions and military stores. Thus was Georgia delivered from an invasion which threatened the total subjugation of the province. The ill success of these reciprocal attempts at conquest seems to have discouraged both parties, and the Spanish and English colonies in the neighborhood of each other contented themselves for the residue of the war with guarding their own frontiers. The connection between the branches of the House of Bourbon was too intimate for the preservation of peace with France during the prosecution of war against Spain. Both nations expected and prepared for hostilities. War had commenced, in fact, though not in form, on the continent of Europe. But as they carried on their military operations as auxiliaries in support of the contending claims of the Elector of Bavaria and the Queen of Hungary to the imperial throne, they preserved in America a suspicious and jealous suspension of hostility rather than a real peace. 1744, this state of things was interrupted by a sudden incursion of the French into Nova Scotia. Hostilities with France. The governor of Cape Breton, having received information that France and Great Britain had become principals in the war, took possession of de Canseau with a small military and naval force, and made the garrison and inhabitants prisoners of war. This enterprise was followed by an attempt on Annapolis, which was defeated by the timely arrival of a reinforcement from Massachusetts. These offensive operations stimulated the English colonists to additional efforts to expel such dangerous neighbors and to unite the whole northern continent bordering on the Atlantic under one common sovereign. The island of Cape Breton, so denominated from one of its capes, lies between the 45th and 47th degree of north latitude at the distance of 15 leagues from Cape Ray, the southwestern extremity of Newfoundland. Its position rendered the possession of it very material to the commerce of France, and the facility with which the fisheries might be annoyed from its ports gave it an importance to which it could not otherwise have been entitled. 30 millions of livres and the labor of 25 years had been employed on its fortifications. From its strength, and still more from the numerous privateers that issued from its ports, it had been termed the Dunkirk of America. On this place Governor Shirley meditated an attack. The prisoners taken at Canseau and others who had been captured at sea and carried to Louisburg were sent to Boston. The information they gave, if it did not originally suggest this enterprise, contributed greatly to its adoption. They said that Duvivier had gone to France to solicit assistance for the conquest of Nova Scotia in the course of the ensuing campaign, and that the store ships from France for Cape Breton, not having arrived on the coast until it was blocked up with ice, had retired to the West Indies. In several letters addressed to administration, Governor Shirley represented the danger to which Nova Scotia was exposed and pressed for naval assistance. These letters were sent by Captain Ryle, an officer of the garrison which had been taken at Canseau, whose knowledge of Louisburg, of Cape Breton, and of Nova Scotia enabled him to make such representations to the Lords of the Admiralty as were calculated to promote the views of the northern colonies. The governor was not disappointed. Orders were dispatched to Commodore Warren, then in the West Indies, to proceed towards the north early in the spring, and to employ such a force as might be necessary to protect the northern colonies in their trade and fisheries, as well as to distress the enemy. On these subjects he was instructed to consult with Shirley, to whom orders of the same date were written, directing him to assist the king's ships with transports, men, and provisions. Such deep impression had the design of taking Louisburg made on the mind of Shirley that he did not wait for intelligence of the reception given to his application for naval assistance. He was induced to decide on engaging in the enterprise even without such assistance by the representations of Mr. Vaughan, son of the lieutenant governor of New Hampshire, a man of a sanguine and ardent temper, who could think nothing impracticable which he wished to achieve. Mr. Vaughan had never been at Louisburg, but had learned something of the strength of the place from fishermen and others, and the bold turn of his mind suggested the idea of surprising it. There is something infectious in the enthusiasm, whatever be its object, and Vaughan soon communicated his own convictions to Shirley. 1745, the governor informed the general court that he had a proposition of great importance to communicate, and requested that the members would take an oath of secrecy previous to his laying it before them. This novel request being complied with, he submitted his plan for attacking Louisburg. It was referred to a committee of both houses. The arguments for and against the enterprise were temperately considered, and the part suggested by prudence prevailed. The expedition was thought too great, too hazardous, and too expensive. The report of the committee was approved by the House of Representatives, and the expedition was supposed to be abandoned, but notwithstanding the precaution taken to secure secrecy, the subject which had occupied the legislature was divulged, and the people took a deep interest in it. Numerous petitions were presented, praying the General Court to reconsider its vote and to adopt the proposition of the governor. Among the several arguments urged in its favor, that which the petitioners pressed most earnestly was the necessity of acquiring Louisburg to save the fisheries from ruin. The subject being reconsidered, a resolution in favor of the enterprise was carried by a single voice. In the absence of several members known to be against it, yet all parties manifested equal zeal for its success. A general embargo was laid, and messengers were dispatched to the several governments as far south as Pennsylvania, soliciting their aid. These solicitations succeeded only in the northern provinces, there being at that time no person in New England who had acquired any military reputation. The chief command was conferred on Colonel Pepperell, a merchant who was also a large landholder and was highly respected throughout Massachusetts. All ranks of men combined to facilitate the enterprise, and those circumstances which are beyond human control also concurred to favor the general wish. The governors of Massachusetts and New Hampshire, whose orders forbade their assent to a farther emission of bills of credit, departed from their instructions to promote this favorite project. The people submitted to impressments of their property, and a mild winter gave no interruption to their warlike preparations. The troops of Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and Connecticut, amounting to rather more than 4,000 men, assembled at Canso about the middle of April, soon after which, to the great joy of the colonial troops, Admiral Warren arrived with a considerable part of his fleet. The army then embarked for Chapeau Rouge Bay, and the fleet cruised off Louisburg. After repulsing a small detachment of French troops, the landing was effected, and in the course of the night a body of about 400 men, led by Vaughan, marched round to the northeast part of the harbor and set fire to a number of warehouses containing spirituous liquors and naval stores. The smoke, being driven by the wind into the Grand Battery, caused such darkness that the men placed in it were unable to distinguish objects, and being apprehensive of an attack from the whole English army, abandoned the fort and fled into the town. The next morning, as Vaughan was returning to camp with only 13 men, he ascended the hill which overlooked the battery, and observing that the chimneys in the barracks were without smoke, and the staff without its flag, he hired an Indian with a bottle of rum to crawl through an embrasure and open the gate. Vaughan entered with his men and defended the battery against a party then landing to regain possession until the arrival of a reinforcement. For 14 nights successively the troops were employed in dragging cannon from the landing place to the encampment, a distance of near 2 miles, through a deep morass. The army, being totally unacquainted with the art of conducting sieges, made its approaches irregularly and sustained some loss on this account. While these approaches were making by land, the ships of war, which continued to cruise off the harbor, fell in with and captured the Vigilant, a French man of war of 64 guns, having on board a reinforcement of 560 men and a large quantity of stores for the garrison. Soon after this, an unsuccessful and perhaps a rash attempt was made on the island battery by 400 men, of whom 60 were killed and 116 taken prisoners. All these prisoners, as if by previous concert, exaggerated the numbers of the besieging army, a deception which was favored by the unevenness of the ground and the dispersed state of the troops, and which probably contributed to the surrender of the place. The provincial army did indeed present a formidable front, but in the rear all was frolic and confusion. The Vigilant had been anxiously expected by the garrison, and the information of her capture excited a considerable degree of perturbation. This event, with the erection of some works on the high cliff at the lighthouse, by which the island battery was much annoyed, and the preparations evidently making for a general assault, determined Du Chambon, the governor of Louisburg, to surrender, and in a few days he capitulated. Louisburg surrenders. Upon entering the fortress and viewing its strength and its means of defense, all perceived how impracticable it would have been to carry it by assault. The joy excited in the British colonies by the success of the expedition against Louisburg was unbounded. Even those who had refused to participate in its hazards and expense were sensible of its advantages and of the luster it shed on the American arms. Although some disposition was manifested in England to ascribe the whole merit of the conquest to the navy, Colonel Pepperell received, with the title of baronet, the more substantial reward of a regiment in the British service, to be raised in America, and the same mark of royal favour was bestowed on Governor Shirley. Reimbursements, too, were made by Parliament for the expenses of the expedition. It was the only decisive advantage obtained by the English during the war. The capture of Louisbourg most probably preserved Nova Scotia. Du Vivier, who had embarked for France to solicit an armament for the conquest of that province, sailed in July 1745 with 7 ships of war and a body of land forces. He was ordered to stop at Louisbourg and thence to proceed in the execution of his plan. Hearing at sea of the fall of that place, and that a British squadron was stationed at it, he relinquished the expedition against Nova Scotia and returned to Europe. The British Empire on the American continent consisted originally of 2 feeble settlements, unconnected with and almost unknown to each other. For a long time the southern colonies, separated from those of New England by an immense wilderness and by the possessions of other European powers, had no intercourse with them except what was produced by the small trading vessels of the north, which occasionally entered the rivers of the south. Neither participated in the wars or pursuits of the other, nor were they in any respect actuated by common views or united by common interest. The conquest of the country between Connecticut and Maryland laid a foundation, which the settlement of the middle colonies completed, for connecting these disjoined members and forming one consolidated whole, capable of moving and acting in concert. This gradual change, unobserved in its commencement, had now become too perceptible to be longer overlooked, and henceforward the efforts of the colonies were in a great measure combined and directed to a common object. France, as well as England, had extended her views with her settlements, and after the fall of Louisbourg, the governments of both nations meditated important operations for the ensuing campaign in America. Great plans of the belligerents. France contemplated not only the recovery of Cape Breton and Nova Scotia, but the total devastation of the sea coast, if not the entire conquest of New England. Britain, on her part, calculated on the reduction of Canada and the entire expulsion of the French from the American continent. Shirley repaired to Louisbourg after its surrender, where he held a consultation with Warren and Pepperrell on the favorite subject of future and more extensive operations against the neighboring possessions of France. 1746. From that place he wrote pressingly to administration for reinforcements of men and ships to enable him to execute his plans. The capture of Louisbourg gave such weight to his solicitations that in the following spring the Duke of Newcastle, then Secretary of State, addressed a circular letter to the governors of the provinces as far south as Virginia, requiring them to raise as many men as they could spare and hold them in readiness to act according to the orders that should be received. Before this letter was written, an extensive plan of operations had been digested in the British cabinet. It was proposed to detach a military and naval armament, which should, early in the season, join the troops to be raised in New England at Louisbourg, whence they were to proceed up the St. Lawrence to Quebec. The troops from New York and from the more southern provinces were to be collected at Albany and to march against Crown Point and Montreal. This plan, so far as it depended on the colonies, was executed with promptness and alacrity. The men were raised and waited with impatience for employment, but neither troops nor orders arrived from England. The fleet destined for this service sailed 7 times from Spithead and was compelled as often by contrary winds to return. Late in the season, the military commandos in America, despairing of the succors promised by England, determined to assemble a body of provincials at Albany and make an attempt on Crown Point. While preparing for the execution of this plan, they received accounts stating that Annapolis was in danger from a body of French and Indians assembled at Minas, upon which orders were issued for the troops of Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and New Hampshire to embark for Nova Scotia. Before these orders could be executed, intelligence was received which directed their attention to their own defense. It was reported that a large fleet and army under the command of the Duc d'Anville had arrived in Nova Scotia, and the views of conquest which had been formed by the northern colonies were converted into fears for their own safety. For 6 weeks continual apprehensions of invasion were entertained, and the most vigorous measures were taken to repel it. From this state of anxious solicitude they were at length relieved by the arrival of some prisoners set at liberty by the French, who communicated the extreme distress of the fleet. This formidable armament consisted of near 40 ships of war, 7 of which were of the line, of 2 artillery ships, and of 56 transports laden with provisions and military stores, carrying 3,500 land forces and 40,000 stand of small arms for the use of the Canadians and Indians. The French fleet dispersed by a storm. The fleet sailed in June, but was attacked by such furious and repeated storms that many of the ships were wrecked and others dispersed. In addition to this disaster, the troops were infected with a disease which carried them off in great numbers. While lying in Chibucto, under these circumstances, a vessel which had been dispatched by Governor Shirley to Admiral Townsend at Louisburg, with a letter stating his expectation that a British fleet would follow that of France to America, was intercepted by a cruiser and brought in to the admiral. These dispatches were opened in a council of war, which was considerably divided respecting their future conduct. This circumstance, added to the calamities already sustained, so affected the commander-in-chief that he died suddenly. The vice-admiral fell by his own hand, and the command devolved on Monsieur le Jonquière, governor of Canada, who had been declared chef d'escadre after the fleet sailed. The design of invading New England was relinquished, and it was resolved to make an attempt on Annapolis. With this view, the fleet sailed from Chibucto, but was again overtaken by a violent tempest, which scattered the vessels composing it. Those which escaped shipwreck returned singly to France. Never, says Mr. Belknap, was the hand of divine providence more visible than on this occasion. Never was a disappointment more severe on the part of the enemy, nor a deliverance more complete without human help in favor of this country. As soon as the fears excited by this armament were dissipated, the project of dislodging the French and Indians who had invaded Nova Scotia was resumed. Governor Shirley detached a part of the troops of Massachusetts on this service, and pressed the governors of Rhode Island and New Hampshire to cooperate with him. The quotas furnished by these colonies were prevented by several accidents from joining that of Massachusetts, which was inferior to the enemy in numbers. The French and Indians, under cover of a snowstorm, surprised the English at Minas, who, after an obstinate resistance in which they lost upwards of 100 men, were compelled to capitulate and to engage not to bear arms against His Most Christian Majesty in Nova Scotia for 1 year. De Ramsay, who commanded the French, returned soon afterwards to Canada. No farther transactions of importance took place in America during the war, which was terminated by the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle. By this treaty it was stipulated that all conquests made during the war should be restored, and the colonists had the mortification to see the French repossess themselves of Cape Breton. The heavy expenses which had been incurred by the New England colonies, and especially by Massachusetts, had occasioned large emissions of paper money and an unavoidable depreciation. Instead of availing themselves of peace to discharge the debts contracted during war, they eagerly desired to satisfy every demand on the public treasury by farther emissions of bills of credit, redeemable at future and distant periods. Every inconvenience under which commerce was supposed to labor, every difficulty encountered in the interior economy of the province, was attributed to a scarcity of money, and this scarcity was to be removed not by increased industry, but by putting an additional sum in circulation. The rate of exchange and the price of all commodities soon disclosed the political truth that, however the quantity of the circulating medium may be augmented, its aggregate value cannot be arbitrarily increased, and that the effect of such a depreciating currency must necessarily be to discourage the payment of debts by holding out the hope of discharging contracts with less real value than that for which they were made, and to substitute cunning and speculation for honest and regular industry. Yet the majority had persevered in this demoralizing system. The depreciation had reached 11 for 1, and the evil was almost deemed incurable, when the fortunate circumstance of a reimbursement in specie made by Parliament for colonial expenditures on account of the expeditions against Louisburg and Canada suggested to Mr. Hutchinson, Speaker of the House of Representatives in Massachusetts, the idea of redeeming the paper money in circulation at its then real value. This scheme, at first deemed utopian, was opposed by many well-meaning men who feared that its effect would be to give a shock to the trade and domestic industry of the province, and who thought that as the depreciation had been gradual, justice required that the appreciation should be gradual also. Paper money redeemed. With great difficulty the measure was carried, and the bills of credit in circulation were redeemed at 50 shillings the ounce. The evils which had been apprehended were soon found to be imaginary. Specie immediately took the place of paper. Trade, so far from sustaining a shock, nourished more than before this change in the domestic economy of the colony, and the commerce of Massachusetts immediately received an impulse which enabled it to surpass that of her neighbors who retained their paper medium. Renewal of contests with the French colonies respecting boundary. The Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle did not remove the previously existing controversies between the colonies of France and England respecting boundary, these controversies originating in the manner in which their settlements had been made, and at first of small consequence, were now assuming a serious aspect. America was becoming an object of greater attention, and as her importance increased, the question concerning limits became important also. 1749, in settling this continent, the powers of Europe, estimating the right of the natives at nothing, adopted for their own government the principle that those who first discovered and took possession of any particular territory became its rightful proprietors. But as only a small portion of it could then be reduced to actual occupation, the extent of country thus acquired was not well ascertained. Contests respecting prior discovery and extent of possession arose among all the first settlers. England terminated her controversy with Sweden and with Holland by the early conquest of their territories, but her conflicting claims with France and with Spain remained unadjusted. On the south, Spain had pretensions to the whole province of Georgia, while England had granted the country as far as the river San Mateo in Florida. On the north, the right of France to Canada was undisputed, but the country between the St. Lawrence and New England had been claimed by both nations and granted by both. The first settlement appears to have been made by the French, but its principal town, called Port Royal or Annapolis, had been repeatedly taken by the English. By the Treaty of Utrecht, the whole province, by the name of Nova Scotia or Acadie, according to its ancient limits, had been ceded to them. But the boundaries of Nova Scotia or Acadie had never been ascertained. Though the Treaty of Utrecht had provided that commissioners should be appointed by the two crowns to adjust the limits of their respective colonies, the adjustment had never been made. France claimed to the Kennebec and insisted that only the peninsula which is formed by the Bay of Fundy, the Atlantic Ocean, and the Gulf of St. Lawrence was included in the cession of Nova Scotia or Acadie according to its ancient limits. England, on the other hand, claimed all the country on the main land south of the river St. Lawrence. Under the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle, commissioners were again appointed to settle these differences, who maintained the rights of their respective sovereigns with great ability and laborious research, but their zeal produced a degree of asperity unfavorable to accommodation. While this contest for the cold and uninviting country of Nova Scotia was carried on with equal acrimony and talents, a controversy arose for richer and more extensive regions in the south and west. Discovery of the Mississippi. So early as the year 1660, information was received in Canada from the Indians that west of that colony was a great river, flowing neither to the north nor to the east. The government, conjecturing that it must empty itself either into the Gulf of Mexico or the South Sea, committed the care of ascertaining the fact to Joliet, an inhabitant of Quebec, and to the Jesuit Marquette. These men proceeded from Lake Michigan up the River of the Foxes, almost to its source, whence they traveled westward to the Wisconsin, which they pursued to its confluence with the Mississippi. They sailed down this river to the 33rd degree of north latitude and returned by land through the country of the Illinois to Canada. The mouth of the Mississippi was afterwards discovered by La Salle, an enterprising Norman, who immediately after his return to Quebec embarked for France in the hope of inducing the cabinet of Versailles to patronize a scheme for proceeding by sea to the mouth of that river and settling a colony on its banks. Having succeeded in this application, he sailed for the Gulf of Mexico with a few colonists, but steering too far westward, he arrived at the Bay of St. Bernard, about 100 leagues from the mouth of the Mississippi. In consequence of a quarrel between him and Beaulieu, who commanded the fleet, the colonists were landed at this place. La Salle was soon afterwards assassinated by his own men, and his followers were murdered or dispersed by the Spaniards and the Indians. Several other attempts were made by the French to settle the country, but by some unaccountable fatality, instead of seating themselves on the fertile borders of the Mississippi, they continually landed about the barren sands of Biloxi and the Bay of Mobile. It was not until the year 1722 that the miserable remnant of those who had been carried thither at various times was transplanted to New Orleans, nor until the year 1731 that the colony began to flourish. Scheme for connecting Louisiana with Canada. It had received the name of Louisiana and soon extended itself by detached settlements up the Mississippi and its waters towards the Great Lakes. As it advanced northward, the vast and interesting plan was formed of connecting it with Canada by a chain of forts. The fine climate and fertile soil of upper Louisiana, enabling it to produce and maintain an immense population, rendered it an object which promised complete gratification to the views of France, while the extent given to it by that nation excited the most serious alarm among the colonies of Britain. The charters granted by the Crown of England to the first adventurers having extended from the Atlantic to the South Sea, their settlements had regularly advanced westward in the belief that their title to the country in that direction could not be controverted. The settlements of the French, stretching from north to south, necessarily interfered with those of the English. Their plan, if executed, would completely environ the English. Canada and Louisiana, united, as has been aptly said, would form a bow, of which the English colonies would constitute the cord. While Great Britain claimed indefinitely to the west as appertaining to her possession of the sea-coast, France insisted on confining her to the eastern side of the Appalachian or Alleghany Mountains, and claimed the whole country drained by the Mississippi, in virtue of her right as the first discoverer of that river. The delightful region which forms the magnificent vale of the Mississippi was the object for which these two powerful nations contended, and it soon became apparent that the sword must decide the contest. The white population of the English colonies was supposed to exceed 1,000,000 of souls, while that of the French was estimated at only 52,000. This disparity of numbers did not intimidate the governor of New France, a title comprehending both Canada and Louisiana, nor deter him from proceeding in the execution of his favorite plan. The French possessed advantages which he persuaded himself would counterbalance the superior numbers of the English. Their whole power was united under one governor, who could give it such a direction as his judgment should dictate. The genius of the people and of the government was military, and the inhabitants could readily be called into the field when their service should be required. Great reliance, too, was placed on the Indians. These savages, with the exception of the Five Nations, were generally attached to France and were well trained to war. To these advantages were added a perfect knowledge of the country about to become the theater of action. The British colonies, on the other hand, were divided into distinct governments, unaccustomed, except those of New England, to act in concert, were jealous of the power of the Crown, and were spread over a large extent of territory, the soil of which, in all the middle colonies, was cultivated by men unused to arms. The governors of Canada, who were generally military men, had for several preceding years judiciously selected and fortified such situations as would give them most influence over the Indians and facilitate incursions into the northern provinces. The command of Lake Champlain had been acquired by the erection of a strong fort at Crown Point, and a connected chain of posts was maintained from Quebec up the St. Lawrence and along the Great Lakes. It was intended to unite these posts with the Mississippi by taking positions which would favor the design of circumscribing and annoying the frontier settlements of the English. Great Meadows and the site of Fort Necessity. On this battleground in the western Pennsylvania wilderness, which marked the beginning of the French and Indian War, July 3, 1754, a force of 400 men under young Major Washington was defeated by 900 French and Indian allies, and for the first and last time in his military career, Washington surrendered. He stipulated, however, that he and his troops were to have safe conduct back to civilization, and agreed not to build a fort west of the Alleghany Mountains for a year. Washington was then 22 years old. 1750. The execution of this plan was probably accelerated by an act of the British government. The year after the conclusion of the war, several individuals, both in England and Virginia, who were associated under the name of the Ohio Company, obtained from the Crown a grant of 600,000 acres of land lying in the country claimed by both nations. The objects of this company being commercial as well as territorial, measures were taken to derive all the advantages expected from their grant in both these respects by establishing trading houses and by employing persons to survey the country. The governor of Canada, who obtained early information of this intrusion, as he deemed it, into the dominions of His Most Christian Majesty, wrote to the governors of New York and Pennsylvania, informing them that the English traders had encroached on the French territory by trading with their Indians, and giving notice that if he did not desist, he should be under the necessity of seizing them wherever they should be found. At the same time, the jealousy of the Indians was excited by impressing them with fears that the English were about to deprive them of their country. His threat having been disregarded, the governor of Canada put it in execution by seizing the British traders among the Twitois and carrying them prisoners to Presque Isle on Lake Erie, where he was erecting a strong fort. About the same time, a communication was opened from Presque Isle down French Creek and the Alleghany River to the Ohio. This communication was kept up by detachments of troops posted at proper distances from each other in works capable of covering them from an attack made only with small arms. 1753. This territory having been granted as part of Virginia to the Ohio Company, who complained loudly of these aggressions, Dinwiddie, the lieutenant governor of that province, laid the subject before the Assembly and dispatched Major Washington the gentleman who afterwards led his countrymen to independence, with a letter to the commandant of the French forces on the Ohio, requiring him to withdraw from the dominions of His Britannic Majesty. This letter was delivered at a fort on the river Le Boeuf, the western branch of French Creek, to M. le Gaudieu de Saint Pierre, the commanding officer on the Ohio, who replied that he had taken possession of the country by the direction of his general, then in Canada, to whom he would transmit the letter of the lieutenant governor, and whose orders he should implicitly obey. 1754, preparations were immediately made in Virginia to assert the rights of the British Crown, and a regiment was raised for the protection of the frontiers. Early in the spring, Major Washington had advanced with a small detachment from this regiment into the country to be contended for, where he fell in with and defeated a party of French and Indians who were approaching him in a manner indicating hostile designs. On being joined by the residue of his regiment, the command of which had devolved on him, he made great exertions to preoccupy the post at the confluence of the Allegheny and Monongahela rivers, but on his march thither was met by a much superior body of French and Indians. Defeat at the Little Meadows, who attacked him in a small stockade hastily erected at the Little Meadows, and compelled him, after a gallant defense, to capitulate. The French had already taken possession of the ground to which Washington was proceeding, and having driven off some militia and workmen sent thither by the Ohio Company, had erected thereon a strong fortification called Fort Duquesne. The Earl of Holderness, Secretary of State, perceiving war to be inevitable, and aware of the advantages of union and of securing the friendship of the Five Nations, had written to the governors of the respective colonies, recommending these essential objects, and at the same time ordering them to repel force by force, and to take effectual measures to dislodge the French from their posts on the Ohio. Convention at Albany. At the suggestion of the commissioners for the plantations, a convention of delegates from the several colonies met at Albany to hold a conference with the Five Nations on the subject of French encroachments, and to secure their friendship in the approaching war. Availing himself of this circumstance, Governor Shirley had recommended to the other governors to instruct their commissioners on the subject of union. Ample powers for this object were given to the delegates of Massachusetts, and those of Maryland were instructed to observe what others should propose respecting it, but no direct authority for concerting any system to call out and employ the strength of the colonies was given by any other of the governments. The Congress, consisting of delegates from New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, and Maryland, with the Lieutenant Governor and Council of New York, after endeavoring to secure the friendship of the Five Nations by a large presence, directed a committee consisting of one member of each colony to draw and report a plan of union. Plan of union. A plan was reported, which was approved on the 4th of July. Its essential principles were that application be made for an act of Parliament authorizing the formation of a Grand Council to consist of delegates from the several legislatures, and a President General to be appointed by the Crown and to be invested with a negative power. This council was to enact laws of general import, to apportion their quotas of men and money on the several colonies, to determine on the building forts, to regulate their operations of armies, and to concert of all measures for the common protection and safety. The delegates of Connecticut alone dissented from this plan. That cautious people feared that the powers vested in the President General might prove dangerous to their welfare. In England, the objections were of a different character. The colonies had, in several instances, manifested a temper less submissive than was required, and it was apprehended that this union might be the foundation of a concert of measures opposing the pretensions of supremacy maintained by the mother country. This confederation, therefore, notwithstanding the pressure of external danger, did not prevail. It was not supported in America because it was supposed to place too much power in the hands of the king, and it was rejected in England from the apprehension that the colonial assemblies would be rendered still more formidable by being accustomed to cooperate with each other. In its stead, the minister proposed that the governors, with one or two members of the councils of the respective provinces, should assemble to consult and resolve on measures necessary for the common defense, and should draw on the British treasury for the sums to be expended, which sums should be afterwards raised by a general tax to be imposed by Parliament on the colonies. This proposition, being entirely subversive of all the opinions which prevailed in America, was not pressed for the present, and no satisfactory plan for calling out the strength of the colonies being devised, it was determined to carry on the war with British troops, aided by such reinforcements as the several provincial assemblies would voluntarily afford. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of the Life of Washington, Volume 1, by John Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. General Braddock arrives. Convention of Governors and plan of the campaign. French expelled from Nova Scotia and inhabitants transplanted. Expedition against Fort Duquesne. Battle of Monongahela. Defeat and death of General Braddock. Expedition against Crown Point. Dieskau defeated. Expedition against Niagara. Frontiers distressed by the Indians. Meeting of the governors at New York. Plan for the campaign of 1756. Lord Loudon arrives. Montcalm takes Oswego. Lord Loudon abandons offensive operations. Smallpox breaks out in Albany. Campaign of 1757 opened. Admiral Holborn arrives at Halifax, is joined by the Earl of Loudon. Expedition against Louisbourg relinquished. Lord Loudon returns to New York. Fort William Henry taken. Controversy between Lord Loudon and the Assembly of Massachusetts. 1755. The establishment of the post on the Ohio and the action at the Little Meadows being considered by the British government as the commencement of war in America, the resolution to send a few regiments to that country was immediately taken. General Braddock, and early in the year, General Braddock embarked at Cork at the head of a respectable body of troops destined for the colonies. An active offensive campaign being meditated, General Braddock convened the governors of the several provinces on the 14th of April in Virginia, who resolved to carry on 3 expeditions. Plan of the campaign. The first and most important was against Fort Duquesne. This was to be conducted by General Braddock in person at the head of the British troops, with such aids as could be drawn from Maryland and Virginia. The second against Niagara and Fort Frontenac was to be conducted by Governor Shirley. The American regulars, consisting of Shirley and Pepperell's regiments, constituted the principal force destined for the reduction of these places. The third was against Crown Point. This originated with Massachusetts and was to be prosecuted entirely with colonial troops to be raised by the provinces of New England and by New York. It was to be commanded by Colonel William Johnson of the latter province. While preparations were making for these several enterprises, an expedition which had been previously concerted by the government of Massachusetts was carried on against the French in Nova Scotia. It has been already stated that the limits of this province remained unsettled, while the commissioners of the 2 crowns were supporting the claims of their respective sovereigns in fruitless memorials. The French occupied the country in contest and established military posts for its defense. Against these posts this enterprise was to be conducted. On the 20th of May, the troops of Massachusetts, together with Shirley's and Pepperell's regiments, amounting in the whole to about 3,000 men, embarked at Boston under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Winslow. The fleet anchored about 5 miles from Fort Lawrence, where a reinforcement was received of 300 British troops and a small train of artillery. The whole army, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Monckton, immediately after landing, marched against Beausejour, the principal post held by the French in that country. At the river Mussaquack, which the French considered as the western boundary of Nova Scotia, some slight works had been thrown up with the intention of disputing its passage. After a short conflict, the river was passed with the loss of only 1 man, and in 5 days Beausejour capitulated, French expelled from Nova Scotia. Other small places fell in succession, and in the course of the month of June, with the loss of only 3 men killed, the English acquired complete possession of the whole province of Nova Scotia. The recovery of this province was followed by one of those distressing measures which involve individuals in indiscriminate ruin and aggravate the calamities of war. Nova Scotia having been originally settled by France, its inhabitants were chiefly of that nation. In the Treaty of Utrecht it was stipulated for the colonists that they should be permitted to hold their lands on condition of taking the oaths of allegiance to their new sovereign. With this condition they refused to comply, unless permitted to qualify it with a proviso that they should not be required to bear arms in defense of the province. Though this qualification, to which the commanding officer of the British forces acceded, was afterwards disallowed by the Crown, yet the French inhabitants continued to consider themselves as neutrals.
Their devotion to France, however, would not permit them to conform their conduct to the character they had assumed. In all the contests for the possession of their country, they were influenced by their wishes rather than their duty, and 300 of them were captured with the garrison of Beauséjour. Their continuance in the country during the obstinate conflict which was commencing would, it was feared, endanger the colony, and to expel them from it, leaving them at liberty to choose their place of residence, would be to reinforce the French in Canada. A council was held by the executive of Nova Scotia, aided by the admirals Boscawen and Morty, for the purpose of deciding on the destiny of these unfortunate people, the inhabitants transported, and the severe policy was adopted of removing them from their homes and dispersing them through the other British colonies. This harsh measure was immediately put in execution, and the miserable inhabitants of Nova Scotia were, in one instant, reduced from ease and contentment to a state of beggary. Their lands and movables, with the exception of their money and household furniture, were declared to be forfeited to the crown, and to prevent their return the country was laid waste and their houses reduced to ashes. As soon as the Convention of Governors had separated, General Braddock proceeded from Alexandria to a fort at Will's Creek, afterwards called Fort Cumberland, at that time the most western post in Virginia or Maryland, from which place the army destined against Fort Duquesne was to commence its march. The difficulties of obtaining wagons and other necessary supplies for the expedition, and delays occasioned by opening a road through an excessively rough country, excited apprehensions that time would be afforded the enemy to collect in such force at Fort Duquesne as to put the success of the enterprise into some hazard. Under the influence of this consideration, it was determined to select 1,200 men, who should be led by the general in person to the point of destination. The residue of the army, under the command of Colonel Dunbar, was to follow, with the baggage, by slow and easy marches. This disposition being made, Braddock pressed forward to his object in the confidence that he could find no enemy capable of opposing him, and reached the Monongahela on the 8th of July. As the army approached Fort Duquesne, the general was cautioned of the danger to which the character of his enemy and the face of the country exposed him, and was advised to advance the provincial companies in his front for the purpose of scouring the woods and discovering ambuscades. But he held both his enemy and the provincials in too much contempt to follow this salutary counsel. 300 British troops, comprehending the grenadiers and light infantry, commanded by Colonel Gage, composed his van, and he followed at some distance with the artillery and the main body of the army, divided into small columns. Within 7 miles of Fort Duquesne, immediately after crossing the Monongahela the second time in an open wood, thick set with high grass, as he was pressing forward without fear of danger, his front received an unexpected fire from an invisible enemy. Battle of Monongahela. The van was thrown into some confusion, but the general having ordered up the main body, and the commanding officer of the enemy having fallen, the attack was suspended, and the assailants were supposed to be dispersed. This delusion was soon dissipated. The attack was renewed with increased fury. The van fell back on the main body, and the whole army was thrown into utter confusion. The general possessed personal courage in an eminent degree, but was without experience in that species of war in which he was engaged, and seems not to have been endowed with that rare fertility of genius which adapts itself to the existing state of things, and invents expedients fitted to the emergency. In the impending crisis he was peculiarly unfortunate in his choice of measures. Neither advancing nor retreating, he exerted his utmost powers to form his broken troops under an incessant and galling fire on the very ground where they had been attacked. In his fruitless efforts to restore order, every officer on horseback except Mr. Washington, one of his aides-de-camp, was killed or wounded. At length, after losing 3 horses, the general himself received a mortal wound, upon which his regulars fled in terror and confusion. Fortunately, the Indian enemy was arrested by the plunder found on the field, and the pursuit was soon given over. The provincials exhibited an unexpected degree of courage, and were among the last to leave the field. Death of Braddock. The defeated troops fled precipitately to the camp of Dunbar, where Braddock expired of his wounds. Their panic was communicated to the residue of the army. As if affairs had become desperate, all the stores, except those necessary for immediate use, were destroyed, and the British troops were marched to Philadelphia, where they went into quarters. The western parts of Pennsylvania, Maryland, and Virginia were left exposed to the incursions of the savages. The frontier settlements were generally broken up, and the inhabitants were driven into the interior. So excessive was the alarm that even the people of the interior entertained apprehensions for their safety, and many supposed that the seaboard itself was insecure. The two northern expeditions, though not so disastrous as that against Fort Duquesne, were neither of them successful. That against Crown Point was so retarded by those causes of delay to which military operations conducted by distinct governments are always exposed, that the army was not ready to move until the last of August. At length General Johnson reached the south end of Lake George on his way to Ticonderoga, of which he designed to take possession. An armament fitted out in the port of Brest for Canada had eluded a British squadron, which was stationed off the banks of Newfoundland to intercept it, and with the loss of 2 ships of war had entered the St. Lawrence. After arriving at Quebec, the Baron Dieskau, who commanded the French forces, resolved without loss of time to proceed against the English. At the head of about 1,200 regulars and about 600 Canadians and Indians, he marched against Oswego. On hearing of this movement, General Johnson applied for reinforcements, and 800 men were ordered by Massachusetts to his assistance. An additional body of 2,000 men was directed to be raised for the same object, and the neighboring colonies also determined to furnish reinforcements. Dieskau did not wait for their arrival. Perceiving that Johnson was approaching Lake George, and being informed that the provincials were without artillery, he determined to postpone his designs upon Oswego and to attack them in their camp. On being informed that Dieskau was approaching, Johnson detached Colonel Williams with about 1,000 men to reconnoiter and skirmish with him. This officer met the French about 4 miles from the American camp and immediately engaged them. He fell early in the action, and his party was soon overpowered and put to flight. Dieskau defeated. A second detachment, sent in aid of the first, experienced the same fate, and both were closely pursued to the main body, who were posted behind a breastwork of fallen trees. At this critical moment, within about 150 yards of this work, the French halted for a short time, this interval having given the Americans an opportunity to recover from the first alarm. They determined on a resolute defense. When the assailants advanced to the charge, they were received with firmness. The militia and savages fled, and Dieskau was under the necessity of ordering his regulars to retreat. A close and ardent pursuit ensued, and the general himself, being mortally wounded and left alone, was taken prisoner. During the engagement, a scouting party from Fort Edward under Captains Folsom and McGinnis fell in with the baggage of the enemy and routed the guard which had been placed over it. Soon afterwards the retreating army of Dieskau approached and was gallantly attacked by the Americans. This unexpected attack from an enemy whose numbers were unknown completed the confusion of the defeated army, which, abandoning its baggage, fled towards the posts on the lake. The repulse of Dieskau, magnified into a splendid victory, had some tendency to remove the depression of spirits occasioned by the defeat of Braddock, and to inspire the provincials with more confidence in themselves. General Johnson, who was wounded in the engagement, received very solid testimonials of the gratitude and liberality of his country. 5,000 pounds sterling and the title of baronet were the rewards of his service. This success was not improved. The hopes and expectations of the public were not gratified, and the residue of the campaign was spent in fortifying the camp. Massachusetts pressed a winter campaign, but when her commissioners met those of Connecticut and the lieutenant governor and council of New York, it was unanimously agreed that the army under General Johnson should be discharged, except 600 men to garrison Fort Edward on the great carrying place between the Hudson and Lake George, and Fort William Henry on that lake. The French took possession of Ticonderoga and fortified it. Expedition against Niagara. The expedition against Niagara and Fort Frontenac was also defeated by delays in making the preparations necessary for its prosecution. Shirley did not reach Oswego till late in August. After ascertaining the state of the garrison, he determined to abandon that part of the enterprise which respected Fort Frontenac and to proceed against Niagara. While employed in the embarkation of his troops on the lake, The rain set in with such violence as to suspend his operations until the season was so far advanced that the attempt against Niagara was also relinquished, and Shirley returned to Albany. Thus terminated the campaign of 1755. It opened with so decided a superiority of force on the part of the English as to promise the most important advantages. But if we except the expulsion of the French from Nova Scotia, no single enterprise was crowned with success. Great exertions were made by the northern colonies, but their efforts were productive of no benefit. From the want of one general superintending authority in their councils, which could contemplate and control the different parts of the system, which could combine all their operations and direct them with effect towards the attainment of the object pursued, everything failed. Such delays and deficiencies were experienced that, though a considerable force was in motion, it could not be brought to the point against which it was to act until the season for action was over, nor execute the plans which were concerted until the opportunity had passed away. General Braddock's grave, showing the monument recently erected. It is not generally appreciated that this British commander was chosen to head the expedition to destroy the French power in America in 1754-5 because of his distinguished army record. In the Battle of Fontainebleau, for instance, he was colonel in command of the famous Coldstream Guards, who covered themselves with glory, and shortly before embarking for America he was made Major General of the line. Braddock had won his promotion solely through gallantry, and at a time when a lieutenant colonelcy in this crack British regiment sold for £5,000 sterling. Despite his fatal mistake in not heeding the advice of his aide, Washington, in conducting his expedition against Fort Duquesne, Pittsburgh, Braddock regarded Washington and Franklin as the greatest men in the colonies. Meeting the French and Indians on July 9, 1755, the British were routed, and Braddock was fatally wounded after having 4 horses shot under him. Dying 4 days later at Great Meadows, where he is buried, he bequeathed his favorite surviving horse and body servant to Washington, then a colonel. The system adopted by the British cabinet for conducting the war in America left to the colonial governments to determine what number of men each should bring into the field, but required them to support their own troops and to contribute to the support of those sent from Great Britain to their assistance. But this system could not be enforced. The requisitions of the minister were adopted, rejected, or modified at the discretion of the government on which they were made, and as no rule of apportionment had been adopted, each colony was inclined to consider itself as having contributed more than its equal share towards the general object, and as having received less than its just proportion of the attention and protection of the mother country. This temper produced a slow and reluctant compliance on the part of some, which enfeebled and disconcerted enterprises, for the execution of which the resources of several were to be combined. Distress of the frontiers. In the meantime, the whole frontier, as far as North Carolina, was exposed to the depredations of the savages, who were almost universally under the influence of the French. Their bloody incursions were made in all directions, and many settlements were entirely broken up. It is a curious and singular fact that while hostilities were thus carried on by France and England against each other, in America the relations of peace and amity were preserved between them and Europe. Each nation had, in consequence of the military operations in 1754, determined to fit out a considerable armament to aid the efforts made in its colonies. And when it was understood that Admiral Boscawen was ordered to intercept that of France, the Duc de Mirepoix, the French ambassador at London, complained of the proposed measure, and gave formal notice that the king, his master, would consider the first gun fired at sea as a declaration of war. On receiving intelligence of the capture of a part of the squadron by Boscawen, the French minister at the court of St. James was recalled without asking an audience of leave, upon which letters of marque and reprisal were issued by the British government. This prompt and vigorous measure had much influence on the war, which was declared in form the following spring. General Shirley, on his return to Albany after the close of the campaign in 1755, received a commission appointing him commander-in-chief of the king's forces in North America. A meeting of all the governors was immediately called at New York for the purpose of concerting a plan for the ensuing campaign. Operations equally extensive with those proposed for the preceding campaign were again contemplated. To ensure their success, it was determined to raise 10,000 men for the expedition against Crown Point, 6,000 for that against Niagara, and 3,000 for that against Fort Duquesne. To favor the operations of this formidable force, it was farther determined that 2,000 men should advance up the Kennebec, destroy the settlement on the Chaudiere, and descending to the mouth of that river, keep all that part of Canada in alarm. In the meantime, it was proposed to take advantage of the season when the lake should be frozen to seize Ticonderoga in order to facilitate the enterprise against Crown Point. This project was defeated by the unusual mildness of the winter, and about the middle of January General Shirley repaired to Boston in order to make the necessary preparations for the ensuing campaign. Such was a solicitude to accomplish the objects in contemplation, and so deep an interest did the colonists take in the war, that every nerve was strained to raise and equip the number of men required. 1756 Command bestowed on Lord Loudon. Having made in Massachusetts all the preparations for the next campaign, so far as depended on the government, Shirley repaired to Albany, where he was superseded by Major General Abercrombie, who soon afterwards yielded the command to the Earl of Loudon. Early in the year, that nobleman had been appointed to the command of all His Majesty's forces in North America, and extensive powers, civil as well as military, had been conferred on him, but he did not arrive at Albany until midsummer. In the spring, the provincial troops destined for the expedition against Crown Point were assembled in the neighborhood of Lake George. They were found not much to exceed 7,000 men, and even this number was to be reduced in order to garrison posts in the rear. This army being too weak to accomplish its object, Major General Winslow, who commanded it, declared himself unable to proceed on the expedition without reinforcements. The arrival of a body of British troops with General Abercrombie removed this difficulty, but another occurred which still farther suspended the enterprise. The regulations respecting rank had given great disgust in America, and had rendered it disagreeable and difficult to carry on any military operations which required a junction of British and provincial troops. When consulted on this delicate subject, Winslow assured General Abercrombie of his apprehensions that, if the result of the junction should be to place the provincial troops under British officers, it would produce general discontent and perhaps desertion. His officers concurred in this opinion, and it was finally agreed that British troops should succeed the provincials in the posts then occupied by them, so as to enable the whole colonial force to proceed under Winslow against Crown Point. On the arrival of the Earl of Loudon, this subject was revived. The question was seriously propounded whether the troops in the several colonies of New England, armed with His Majesty's arms, would, in obedience to his commands signified to them, act in conjunction with his European troops, or under the command of his commander-in-chief. The colonial officers answered this question in the affirmative, but entreated it as a favor of his lordship, as the New England troops had been raised on particular terms, that he would permit them, so far as might consist with His Majesty's service, to act separately. This request was acceded to, but before the army could be put in motion, the attention both of the Europeans and provincials was directed to their own defense. Montcalm takes Oswego. Monsieur de Montcalm, an able officer who succeeded Dieskau in the command of the French troops in Canada, sought to compensate by superior activity for the inferiority of his force. While the British and Americans were adjusting their difficulties respecting rank and deliberating whether to attack Niagara or Fort Duquesne, Montcalm advanced at the head of about 5,000 Europeans, Canadians, and Indians against Oswego. In 3 days he brought up his artillery and opened a battery which played on the fort with considerable effect. Colonel Mercer, the commanding officer, was killed, and in a few hours the place was declared by the engineers to be no longer tenable. The garrison, consisting of the regiments of Shirley and Pepperell, amounting to 1,600 men, supplied with provisions for 5 months, capitulated and became prisoners of war. A respectable naval armament then on the lake was also captured. The fort at Oswego had been erected in the country of the Five Nations, and had been viewed by them with some degree of jealousy. Montcalm, actuated by a wise policy, destroyed it in their presence, declaring at the same time that the French wished only to enable them to preserve their neutrality, and would therefore make no other use of the rights of conquest than to demolish the fortresses which the English had erected in their country to overawe them. The British general, disconcerted at this untoward event, abandoned all his plans of offensive operations. General Winslow was ordered to relinquish his intended expedition, and to fortify his camp and endeavor to prevent the enemy from penetrating into the country by the way of South Bay or Wood Creek. Major General Webb, with 1,400 men, was posted at the great carrying place, and to secure his rear, Sir William Johnson, with 1,000 militia, was stationed at the German Flats. These dispositions being made, the colonies were strenuously urged to reinforce the army. It was represented to them that, should any disaster befall Winslow, the enemy might be enabled to overrun the country unless opposed by a force much superior to that in the field. Smallpox in Albany. During this state of apprehensive inactivity, the smallpox broke out in Albany. This enemy was more dreaded by the provincials than Montcalm himself. So great was the alarm that it was found necessary to garrison the posts in that quarter entirely with British troops, and to discharge all the provincials except a regiment raised in New York. Thus terminated for a second time in defeat and utter disappointment the sanguine hopes which the colonists had formed of a brilliant and successful campaign. After all their expensive and laborious preparations, not an effort had been made to drive the invaders of the country, even from their outpost at Ticonderoga. The expedition to Lake Ontario had not been commenced, and no preparations had been made for that against Fort Duquesne. The colonies of Pennsylvania, Maryland, and Virginia, far from contemplating offensive operations, had been unable to defend themselves, and their frontiers were exposed to all the horrors of Indian warfare. The expedition up the Kennebec was also abandoned. Thus no one enterprise contemplated at the opening of the campaign was carried into execution. 1757. About the middle of January, the governors of the northern provinces were convened in a military council at Boston. The Earl of Loudon opened his propositions to them with a speech in which he attributed all the disasters that had been sustained to the colonies, and in which he proposed that New England should raise 4,000 men for the ensuing campaign. Requisitions proportionably large were also made on New York and New Jersey. Campaign of 1757. The ill success which had thus far attended the combined arms of Great Britain and her colonies did not discourage them. Their exertions to bring a powerful force into the field were repeated, and the winter was employed in preparations for the ensuing campaign. The requisitions of Lord Loudon were complied with, and he found himself in the spring at the head of a respectable army. Some important enterprise against Canada, when the armament expected from Europe should arrive, was eagerly anticipated, and the most sanguine hopes of success were again entertained. Admiral Holborn arrives, is joined by Lord Loudon. In the beginning of July, Admiral Holborn reached Halifax with a powerful squadron and reinforcement of 5,000 British troops commanded by George Viscount Howe, and on the 6th of the same month the Earl of Loudon sailed from New York with 6,000 regulars. A junction of these formidable armaments was effected without opposition, and the Loudon colonists looked forward with confidence for a decisive blow which would shake the power of France in America. The expedition against Louisbourg relinquished. The plan of this campaign varied from that which had been adopted in the preceding years. The vast and complex movements heretofore proposed were no longer contemplated, and offensive operations were to be confined to a single object. Leaving the posts on the lakes strongly garrisoned, the British general determined to direct his whole disposable force against Louisbourg, and fixed on Halifax as the place of rendezvous for the fleet and army. After assembling the land and naval forces at this place, information was received that a fleet had lately arrived from France, and that Louisbourg was so powerfully defended as to render any attempt upon it hopeless. In consequence of this intelligence, the enterprise was deferred until the next year. The general and admiral returned to New York in August, and the provincials were dismissed. The French general, feeling no apprehension for Louisbourg, determined to avail himself of the absence of a large part of the British force and to obtain complete possession of Lake George. With an army collected chiefly from the garrisons of Crown Point, Ticonderoga, and the adjacent forts, amounting with the addition of Indians and Canadians to 9,000 men, the Marquis de Montcalm laid siege to Fort William Henry. That place was well fortified and garrisoned by 3,000 men, and derived additional security from an army of 4,000 men at Fort Edwards under the command of Major General Webb. Fort William Henry taken, notwithstanding the strength of the place and its means of defense, Montcalm urged his approaches with so much vigor that articles of capitulation, surrendering the fort, artillery, and stores, and stipulating that the garrison should not serve against His Most Christian Majesty or his allies for the space of 18 months, were signed within 6 days after its investment. When this important place was surrendered, the commander-in-chief had not returned from Halifax. General Webb, alarmed for Fort Edward, applied for reinforcements, and the utmost exertions were made to furnish the aids he required. The return of the army to New York on the last of August dispelled all fear of an invasion, and enabled the general, who contemplated no farther active operations, to dismiss the provincials. Unsuccessful in all his attempts to gather laurels from the common enemy, the Earl of Loudon engaged in a controversy with Massachusetts, in the commencement of which he displayed a degree of vigor which had been kept in reserve for 2 campaigns. This controversy is thus stated by Mr. Minot. Upon information from the governor that a regiment of Highlanders was expected in Boston, the General Court provided barracks for the accommodation of 1,000 men at Castle Island. Soon afterwards several officers arrived from Nova Scotia to recruit their regiments. Finding it impracticable to perform this service while in the barracks at the castle, they applied to the justices of the peace to quarter and billet them as provided by Act of Parliament. The justices refused to grant this request on the principle that the act did not extend to the colonies. When informed of this refusal, Lord Loudon addressed a letter to the justices, insisting peremptorily on the right, as the act did, in his opinion, extend to America and to every part of the king's dominions, where the necessities of the people should oblige him to send his troops. He concluded a long dissertation on the question in the following decisive terms: that having used gentleness and patience, and confuted their arguments without effect, they having returned to their first mistaken plan, their not complying, would lay him under the necessity of taking measures to prevent the whole continent from being thrown into a state of confusion. As nothing was wanting to set things right but the justices doing their duty, for no act of the Assembly was necessary or wanting for it, he had ordered the messenger to remain only 48 hours in Boston, and if on his return he found things not settled, he would instantly order into Boston the 3 battalions from New York, Long Island, and Connecticut, and if more were wanting, he had 2 in the Jerseys at hand, besides those in Pennsylvania. As public business obliged him to take another route, he had no more time left to settle this material affair, and must take the necessary steps before his departure, in case they were not done by themselves. The General Court passed a law for the purpose of removing the inconveniences of which the officers complained, but this law not equaling the expectations of Lord Loudon, he communicated his dissatisfaction in a letter to the governor, which was laid before the Assembly, who answered by an address to His Excellency, in which the spirit of their forefathers seemed to revive. They again asserted that the Act of Parliament did not extend to the colonies, and that they had for this reason enlarged the barracks at the castle and passed a law for the benefit of recruiting parties as near the Act of Parliament as the circumstances of the country would admit, that such a law was necessary to give power to the magistrates, and that they were willing to make it whenever His Majesty's troops were necessary for their defence. They asserted their natural rights as Englishmen, that by the Royal Charter the powers and privileges of civil government were granted to them, that their enjoyment of these was their support under all burdens, and would animate them to resist an invading enemy to the last. If their adherence to their rights and privileges should in any measure lessen the esteem which his lordship had conceived for them, it would be their great misfortune, but that they would have the satisfaction of reflecting that, both in their words and actions, they had been governed by a sense of duty to His Majesty, and faithfulness to the trust committed to them. This address being forwarded to Lord Loudon, he affected to rely on their removing all difficulties in future, and not only countermanded the march of the troops, but condescended to make some conciliatory observations respecting the zeal of the province in His Majesty's service. For these the 2 houses made an ample return in a message to the governor, in which they disavowed any intention of lessening their dependence on Parliament, and expressly acknowledged the authority of all acts which concerned and extended to the colonies. This explicit avowal of sentiments, so different from those which Massachusetts had long cherished respecting her connection with the mother country, would induce a belief that she had recently become more colonial in her opinions. This was probably the fact, but Mr. Minot, who may be presumed to have been personally acquainted with the transaction, does not attribute to that cause entirely the conciliating temper manifested at the close of a contest which had commenced with such appearances of asperity. Massachusetts had made large advances for the prosecution of the war, for which she expected reimbursements from Parliament, and was not willing at such a juncture to make impressions unfavorable to the success of her claims. End of chapter 11.